Brought to you by Founders Brewing. Today could be a day of mixed emotions for the University of Michigan as we inch closer to their 2025 season. Today, the NCAA will be announcing their repercussions regarding the 2023 sign-stealing scandal. Early reports speculating the university could be, quote, on the receiving end of record-setting fines. Shifting gears towards the NFL, a couple of preseason games on the agenda tonight. Tennessee and Atlanta, followed by the Chiefs and Seahawks getting the spotlight. Several other preseason games slotted for tomorrow, including the Lions playing host to the Miami Dolphins. And a few key storylines coming out of yesterday's joint practice with the Dolphins. Former Lion and current Dolphin Ife Melifonwu was involved in a little scrum with his former teammate Jamison Williams. Coach Dan Campbell also announcing Sam Laporta will be missing a little bit of time due to an undisclosed injury. Campbell saying the injury was, quote, not serious. And finally, it took 11 innings, but after going down 3-0, the Tigers respond with 4 straight runs to defeat the Twins last night 4-3. Detroit remaining 6.5 games up on Cleveland to lead the Central. Detroit against Minnesota again tonight with first pitch at 7:40. That'll be carried right here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can also head to 971theticket.com.
Made it to Friday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Paul behind the glass. We've got Dustin Fiocco on the updates, and we have a jam-packed, loaded Friday show, which, as always, includes the cookie jar, which there was some hot debate off air. Can't wait to bring that to the air today.
Such a bizarre debate, too.
And that's the beauty of the cookie jar. That's at 7:35 this morning. You heard the update. Michigan's punishment. We'll find out. Is it reckoning? Is it relief? We'll get to that at 6:35, our expectations for how the day unfolds for the Wolverines. John, good morning.
Good morning. How's it going? And Dream Cruise this weekend, too.
30th, right?
Yeah, and I'll be down there tomorrow afternoon. Looking forward to that. So I was just sitting down, opening up Twitch, and our weather guy, Cyclonic Vortex, says that the Dream Cruise tomorrow will be a hot day, and there's a chance of some scattered storms, probably in the afternoon or evening hours. So if you're planning on going down to the Dream Cruise, plan accordingly. Make sure you put an extra coat of wax on the old Classic so it all beads up, and then dry it off. Take a towel with you.
Look, as someone who lives in the footprint of the Dream Cruise where like traffic does become an issue, I'm not one of these people that complains about it. I love that we have like this iconic thing. I like that we have stuff that goes on in our backyard that's cool and unique to the area. Mm-hmm. And I grew up in a family where like they all love these classic cars, so it's cool.
I can't wait to be down there. It's been a couple of years since I've been down there, and it's just going to be awesome. I can't wait.
Normally, Doug and Gator are doing something. Do we know if they're doing anything?
I do believe they're down there today.
Oh,
as everything is getting set up.
Yeah, they're down in Nikki D's.
Well, these guys have been out everywhere.
I know.
4 remotes in a week.
Sure, they're Planet's Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday to them.
Congratulations, you made it to Friday. I think we'll use that line at 2:00 for those guys.
No kidding. Tigers played last night. They won last night. They stay 6.5 up after last night, and they had to come back to do it.
Yeah.
Not Scooble's best.
No, not Scooble.
But he rallied.
Two in a row. That's not his best, but
ultimately he got him 7, right?
Yeah.
He rallied.
He rallied. What do you mean he rallied?
Well, he gave up 3, and then he settled in and rallied. He performed better in the last half of his outing to give the Tigers a shot, and they did. They won the game. Even Montero had you going a little tense in the 11th, but they found a way.
Why not make it exciting?
Of course.
Yeah, but he got the win. He didn't give up any runs, so he's fixed, right? Federer got to him.
Yep, sure. Proven postseason arm, ready to roll. Look, it beats the alternative. I don't want to be doing Doom radio. They're holding serve. Yeah. They're doing what they need to do. Keep winning. Win this series this weekend.
And as you like to put it, I mean, they led with Finnegan, so we can say Finnegan and friends.
Yes.
Got the job done.
Shutout
runs.
Performance, yeah. The other storyline this weekend, you have the Lions playing yet another preseason game. And, John, I don't know if it's because they have 4 this year that I feel even stronger about this, or if it's the fact that they didn't finish their last preseason game, and understandably so. Glad that Maurice Norris is doing better.
Yeah.
We don't need to play the games in the preseason. Like, I continue to feel this way as every year goes by. They got good work with Miami the last 2 days. Much more important work than is going to happen this weekend. The roster, the 53-man, every year we go into the preseason, I'd venture most coaches know 50 to 51 of those spots before they play a single preseason game. They do. I mean, the Lions roster.
So we're becoming the spoiled. If you go back 5 years ago, you may not like the roster, and it may not like how it ended, but I don't know that there were probably 35 spots that were sewn up. Most of the starters.
You got your two deep, your kicker, your punter. You're at what, 46 at that point?
I'd say 35. So we're kind of arguing a fine line here.
Yeah.
But what my point is, the Lions at this point, because they've drafted well, because they've performed well, and they've dabbled in free agency. They haven't really dipped their toe into it too much. It's
Are you going to fight me
making
on
the
this?
roster is harder now than it used to be.
Agreed. But are you going to fight me on this that we need these preseason games?
I'm going to fight it only because I lived it, and I'm not trying to pull the player card, but I am going to pull the card of hope and dreams of those that are simply trying to make a roster. It doesn't have to be Detroit's roster. It doesn't have to be Cleveland's roster. It's one of 32 rosters, and this is their chance to go out there and put it on film for all to see. Now, the film will be shipped around, and you could do the same thing with the practices, but it is the opportunity for a lifelong dream to be realized, and the preseason games are the only chance you get to do it.
Look, it's like a pulling at the heartstrings take to be like, hey, these guys who fought their whole life, give them a shot to win the job. The teams don't need it. We don't need these preseason games. We don't. The joint practices and the fact that the starters don't even play in these games, the fact that the rosters are 90 to 100% set before we kick things off.
No, but a lot of your special teams guys will make the teams or could make the teams. And that's where I think, it is one of the three phases, and you need that one. It's as important as ask Dave Phipp. See what the Lions have done over the last few years. It is very important. So I don't know that I'll ever agree. And I could tell you right now, I've backed off. 2 years ago, I was adamant starters got to play. I've backed off on that because we are seeing these practices and the way they are structuring them. We practiced against the Steelers. I told you guys that. They're structured now so that you get more work out of it than they were 20 years ago. But I still think there is value for the bottom half of the roster, and maybe it's half the bottom third of the roster.
I think it's less than that. I think it's like three dudes.
That's fine. If it's one, I'd still rather sit there and give that guy a chance to make the team. And it's the guys that are the backups. It's the reps that Manu is getting. Manu's going to be on the roster.
Yeah.
All right, so you're telling me that these are invaluable reps for him?
I'm saying as a consumer, and this is a consumer product, the NFL.
These are not valuable reps to him.
These games are not valuable to us. And really,
well, they might not be valuable to us, but they're valuable to the teams. They're valuable to Manu. They're valuable to Tyleek Williams this year. They're valuable to Tate Ratledge this year.
Can I ask you a question? Because you also are a big college football guy, right?
So I guess the answer is yes, I'll fight you on this.
Learned that early this morning. You're a college football guy. They have bigger rosters, right? They have
105.
Yeah, but like 85 scholarships plus.
No, they have 105 scholarships.
Oh, it's up to 105 now.
Yeah. That's the new revenue share.
Oh, as of this spring. Okay, great. You've got a big 100-plus person roster. Yet somehow they can determine who their starters are, who their backups are, their depth chart, and ready to go for week one. They don't need the preseason in college football with a bigger roster. Yet we need it in the NFL with 53. That never makes sense to me.
But we play preseason games, okay? I know everybody gets offended when I call Central Michigan a preseason game.
But it counts. If you were to lose the game, it counts.
But it's a preseason game for Michigan. New Mexico is a preseason game.
Preseason implies exhibition. The results don't count towards your record.
Okay, yes. Semantics. But
it's words matter. This is your thing.
This is... Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a preseason game, because you are going to play guys that may not. You get 4 games before you lose your red shirt. Those 2 that they're playing now, Oklahoma, that's a real one. Mm-hmm. But the other 2, Because your risk of losing them is so small. I know. Okay,
we lost to App State.
Okay, yes, I get that. Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, that is such a rare occasion.
Ohio State doesn't have a preseason game this year. They play Texas. It's
right,
like
but then what are the next
Michigan
two?
put in this buffer game because Bo got sick of losing to Notre Dame in the first game of the year. That's why Michigan's had this.
Almost every single Power 5 team starts with a quote-unquote preseason game. Now, I'll hats off to Ohio State. Hats off to Texas. Hats off to Clemson and LSU.
So my deal breaker on this, and when I changed that this is unnecessary, because there's very few dream stories. Like Paul pointed out, one was Terrell Davis. He's a Hall of Famer, and he got noticed in preseason. But those are like the 0.1 percenters. My deal breaker on this was COVID. There was no preseason games in the COVID season. And I remember week 1 was absolutely unbelievable football. It kind of proved that it wasn't needed. Now, economically, financially, the NFL will probably never pivot away from this unless fans are willing to absorb the preseason price over the course of the season, meaning the two gates you get, or one sometimes for the preseason games, get applied evenly over the regular season game costs.
So you're saying if they cancel the preseason, you still don't get a discount on your season tickets. It
Exactly.
just gets folded in.
Yep.
Would you be on board with that?
Or how about this? You get included to go to a joint practice at Ford Field.
Because, again, that's where the stuff is, right? That's where the juice is. That's where you see Goff and St. Brown tearing it up and J-Mo taking the top off the defense. We're not seeing that on Saturday or the Saturday after. And in terms of rosters, you get 53. You got 22 on offense, 22 on defense with the two deeps. You throw in a kicker, punter, and a long snapper, and the roster's mostly set at that point.
It's been valuable for Isaac Tisla. It's been
he was going to make
valuable.
the team anyway.
Okay, but it's not about just that. That's not the only reason you play preseason games. If it's just to make the roster, that's not why you just play preseason games. We just went over the argument, should the first rounder and second rounder play last week? And I thought it was very valuable reps to have it. And I admitted, right? And you look at the stands.
I disagree with you.
There is not a lot of people in the stands down in Atlanta, but there is great value that was gained by Tate Ratledge playing in that preseason game, by Tyleik Williams playing in that preseason game, Tesla playing in that preseason game.
They'd still get reps running up to the season because of the joint practices, because of the targeted reps. Those are the better reps.
I understand that, and there's
but it's not like if I take away the preseason.
I want to use the dump button and scream no S at you. Yes, they are going to get valuable reps against Miami. They will get valuable reps against Atlanta. They'll get valuable reps in the preseason game against Miami.
But you're making it out to be like if we take away the preseason, these guys, it's going to be like they won't have – they'll still be ready for the season.
There are so many steps along the way where we are missing the opportunity to develop and work on the skill sets that it takes to master your craft. And right now, we don't have spring games. Eventually, we may not have spring ball. Offensive line play, defensive line play is going to suffer if they don't have spring ball. Now, all of a sudden, we don't have as many OTAs. We don't have as many mini camps. Why are we seeing more injuries now at the start of training camp? Because we don't have those. We're not building up calluses. We don't have as many padded practices. There's no more two-a-days. There are so many opportunities that we are missing. Now, I'm not saying we need all of them, but you start getting away from having preseason games. You get away from spring ball in college football. You are missing opportunities to develop and become really good at what you do.
248-539-9797. Lions canceled the fourth quarter of their last preseason game, clearly because of what happened to Maurice Norris. They're playing extra preseason games this year. As we gear up for another preseason game, how do you feel about the preseason? Do you want to see it continue, or would you like to see it canceled? It's 97-1.
Hey, on Tuesday, August the 26th, mark your calendars now because it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for all football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. And if you want to predict the MVP race, I'm going to give you an option. Good value. Jaden Daniels. Hell of a rookie season. Looking to follow it up with year two. $10 gets you $100. Crown your champion in August, the Super Bowl winner. Coming out of the AFC. Go with the Bills. plus 700. Lions, if you want to, plus 1,100 out of the NFC. Parlay your division winner dark horses, and you could parlay the NFC. I'll go with Washington, Detroit, Tampa, and the long shot, Arizona. 10 will get you almost $700. Mark your calendars now. Again, that's August the 26th. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your future bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Got ticket text coming in, phone calls. Want to hear from you guys. The preseason. Lions back at it this weekend. Their third preseason game. Have 4 this year. Is this pointless? Do we need these preseason games? John sticks up for them. I say cancel it. Let's get to Reggie. You're on 97.1.
Hey, man. How y'all doing?
Good morning, Reggie. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Man, I got to agree, man. I think we should keep them because, like you said, it's good for development. And it gets the players ready, even with their mindset for the big game, for the big season. You know what I'm saying? And I come from a school and area right here in Pontiac where that's what we learned, and we was doing 2-a-days and, just out there a lot, but it was helping us, getting us ready for the big moments.
I guess I just don't know how less experienced collegiate athletes are able to prepare for week 1 without the preseason. Why they don't have...
because they have spring ball where they're actually in pads.
Right.
And
that's in April, right? And then they ramp up.
You can get better in April.
No, I understand. But the ramp up to the season is padded practices like the Lions have done the last 2 days, regardless of if they go to Ford Field to play a preseason game.
Right. If you're looking at this from just a strict fan perspective, it's not a great visual. So, okay, I get it. And there's a lot of season ticket holders that aren't going to go. But that's not the only thing that you get out of preseason games. Fans may sit there and say, but I don't need preseason games. Fans don't need preseason games. You don't need practice to watch.
Practice tailgating?
Yeah, practice. I mean, I would argue that. I mean, there should be a practice tailgate to make sure you got everything in the truck, make sure you got everything ready to go, the heaters working, the grills working. All these things need to be worked on before you get to the regular season. However...
And you got to know who you're cutting from your tailgate, too.
Oh, yes.
Some roster cuts by the time you get to week 1.
There's no question. There's always some roster cuts.
You don't think it just simply boils down to that it's more complicated to learn professional offenses and defenses in college?
Right, but you practice for it. Like you do in college. You practice. That's the whole point. You practice leading up to the season.
This is a stupid
dry
argument.
run in the
I
joint
can't argue
practice.
with somebody that's never had... it's the amount of work that you get, and it's the different... I used this word last week, stimuli. Okay, if you're going all the way down to it's the different stimulus that you get when you are in a different stadium, when you are in a different environment. There's so much work benefit that can happen for players. Inexperienced. Does Aaron Rodgers need the preseason? No.
Or Goff.
I mean, okay, you're right. They don't, but they don't play in the preseason
the guys
games.
Who are gonna
it's all of the guys that need to continue to develop.
The guys who are going to play in the
practice. It is a bona fide, glorified, better form of practice.
The guys who are going to play in the preseason aren't going to have jobs in a month.
Well,
that's who's going to play in the preseason.
On practice squad.
So they'll be developed. They won't be on the team.
But they may be on practice squad. They may be on the team in 2 years or in 3 years.
The odds would suggest they won't. And we're catering the entire month to players who won't be on teams.
Where are your odds?
What do you mean? You want me to calculate? I mean, we can go and do it. I think you'd agree with me, though, that the guys who don't make the 53-man roster very rarely
but
make the 50.
You're talking about Martin to be cut then?
Do you think he'll be cut?
He played?
I think he's going to be cut.
Do you not? It's not about...
He won't be cut. He's a draft pick of Brown.
If you are just
That's the swarm alarm.
If you are just simply thinking about this from making the team or not making the team, all right, for the guys that are making the team, is Tate Ratledge going to make the team?
Yes.
All right, there was benefit to having him play in a preseason game. Is Tyreek Williams going to make
Yes, John.
Okay, then there was great benefit in having him play in a preseason game.
Text says preseason is like pre-gaming before a night of drinking. It's not needed, but it helps. Text says, I'm all for canceling the preseason. I do like the scrimmages and joint practices, though. Less injuries in the preseason, the better, but I know the coaches have to figure out who makes the roster.
Again,
but that's not really...
It's not about making the roster. It's about making your guys, your team, developing the talent, the skill set, mastering your craft, making you better.
Text says, it's valuable for Detroit for this reason. 2 new coordinators, Jake and Oxford.
That's part of it, making your coaches better. It's about being able to communicate on the sidelines because that's different than at practice.
Cookies, you're acting like a non-athletic nut. Let's call preseason games practice. There you go. Everybody wins. JB and Flushing.
That's exactly what they are. They're practice games.
We're going to get into Michigan football, the expected decision. We'll do that at 6:35. First, Heather with the news.
You guys, things got nasty at a youth football game recently when several coaches from a Detroit team threw punches at a ref. So it all happened at this benefit game between the Eastside Colts and the Miami Dolphins. And this disagreement, I guess, over a penalty, a tossed football, caused tempers and, of course, fists to start flying. The coaches and the ref that were involved have been suspended indefinitely. And the Colts have also been banned from playing. They were playing at Warren Fitzgerald High School, so they can never play there again. And the Colts did release a statement. And in their statement, I felt like they were really making sure everyone knew that it was the ref's fault, because they go on to apologize and say, that we're a no-nonsense, family-first organization built on respect, teamwork, and love for the community, right? But then they said, at a recent game, an incident occurred where a referee acted unprofessionally towards our head coach. So to me, felt like they wanted to make sure that everyone knew the ref started it, but they did apologize for their behavior, and so did the ref. Crazy.
Yeah.
Jared Goff is definitely aware that Taylor Swift just, casually dropped his name during her appearance on the New Heights podcast. On Tuesday, Goff said that it was pretty crazy, and he made it sound like his phone was blowing up that whole time. It was. He said
it was.
He said it was crazy. Said it was pretty cool, I guess. And he said it was a crazy couple of hours last night for me and my phone. Yeah, kind of cool. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing everyone had something to say. Everyone was texting him, calling him, letting him know. Are you guys familiar with the game Roblox?
Loosely. I've never played it.
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is.
I thought maybe you would know it just because you have kids.
Yes, I do.
Like maybe Jack, or I don't know. I feel like younger people play it.
Maybe they do.
But I'm not aware of it. I mean, I've heard of it. I think it's like an online game where you go and like build this virtual community with other people online. You don't necessarily have to know who you're playing with. And that's where could be a problem. There's an Oakland County mom and a daughter who are now suing Roblox, alleging sexual exploitation on the platform. So this lawsuit claims that there's a lack of restrictions, a lack of safety measures, and a lack of age verification measures. And because of that, the game allowed a young girl to be sexually exploited. And the attorney who filed this lawsuit kind of went into details, like saying, okay, you got an 8-year-old, right, playing this game, thinking they're talking to other young kids on this platform, when lo and behold, someone posing as an 8-year-old is actually a grown man, then builds her trust, right? Then starts sending explicit images, messages,
Disgusting.
and asking the child to reciprocate, right? It is disgusting. The attorney says that the goal is to cripple this company if we can, but did go on to say that it's an $82 billion company, so that would be almost impossible to do. So what's next, they say, is to force systemic change. Let's see. Authorities in Macomb had to make this daring rescue on Monday after a boat capsized in Black Creek in Harrison Township. Turns out there were too many people on board, and the boat started to take in water. According to officials, the people on board started to panic, right? Because it is a scary situation. There was kids on board too, and they all moved to one side of the boat. But then the weight caused the boat to actually capsize. And it was noted that, yes, there was life jackets on board, but there was not enough time for everybody to get one. They did say the kids had a life jacket, but not the adults. They all didn't have one. So law enforcement officials are saying, hey, if you're going to go out on a boat, a good thing is to double check the capacity before you do, though.
Yeah.
Make sure you have enough life jackets, right? Like everybody, it's a law, you're supposed to have enough life jackets for everybody on board. And then kids are required to wear a life jacket while they're on board. So just go over those rules next time you go boating. This is interesting. John, you probably like this story. In 2023, the oldest Great Lakes trout ever was found in Lake Superior. It is quite fascinating. So Michigan DNR officials say that this fish was found in this remote offshore area near the Canadian border. Her name, Mary Catherine.
Mary Catherine.
Yep, 62 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and they say lake trout can live for decades, but the environment of Lake Superior isn't really conducive for that. They say the average lifespan of a lake trout in Lake Superior is 25 to 30 years.
That's still amazing.
It is, but Mary Catherine, man, survived
Mary
them all. They say she just broke the record. The oldest lake trout found in the region was only 42 years old.
Huh.
And then I asked the question, the article said, I'm like, well, how can you tell a fish is 62 years old? And they said it's similar to like counting the age of a tree, when
Right,
you count the rings of a
rings,
tree.
yeah.
Well, these fish, they get these little like ear stones or something like that. And you can count them.
How many stones they have. Yeah.
And she had 62.
Yeah. She had a lot of stones. That's how you make it 62 years.
Pretty crazy.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, what is the expected punishment for Michigan football? We'll play you what one insider thinks and get into that conversation. It's 97.1. So what is the expected punishment for Michigan? It's supposed to happen today. Get into it. We got some audio. Open the show with the preseason. Do we need it? Let's get to Q in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Good.
So, look, I think we need the preseason. And just for a league standpoint, the NFL is still working out things like that new virtual first down thing that they got going
The
on.
Hawkeye.
So, yeah, exactly. So they working on stuff too. So the referees need it as well. From a fan standpoint, yes, I hate the preseason. None of the stars playing, none of the starters are playing, but these players still need development as far as Hendon Hooker. We don't even know who our backup quarterback is going to be. So, we need those games to see what we have to, point out and what we still need. So I think we still need the preseason. The stars not playing, but if you take away the preseason games, it's going to be more regular season games. So,
Well, I wouldn't be against that. I know that the players clearly want to be compensated for that, and their bodies would go through a whole bunch of paying
Sure.
to play an extra game, but
Well, you pay for it.
yeah,
And they get paid for it.
and they get paid for it. When we say we need the preseason, like we could do the classic who's we. The fans, we don't need it. I would question whether the team needs it. They don't need it to determine their 53-man roster. Do individual players need it? Well, the guys who play most of the preseason games are going to be looking for jobs in a month, so no, I don't know that they need it. Now, there's a select group of young players who could benefit from playing in the preseason, but it's grasping at straws because that's been replaced with more important joint practices.
It's grasping at straws?
Yeah, because we have joint practices now. That's replaced it, John.
So it's another opportunity.
You already
take as a young player, I would take every opportunity. Every single opportunity, whether it was a preseason game, it was a practice, it was a practice against another team. Like, you need every single opportunity to hone in on being sure that as a rookie, as a second-year player, the guys that are 8, 9, 10 years, they don't need it as much. But, yeah, the younger players absolutely need those games.
How many should they get, John? Should we play 5 or 6? Because you can never have enough. Like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah. Can we have the smarm alarm now?
Yeah, I deserve that one.
Yeah.
I'll play that for myself. That's fine. But how many, okay, but because you are of the belief that all reps are valuable, get as many as you can. So.
And I understand the risk of injury. I understand it as well as anybody because I played in the Hall of Fame game. I tore my Achilles in the Hall of Fame game, and I missed the entire season. Would I sit there and look at it and go, well, you know what? I didn't need those reps because I didn't need to get better. No. You could get hurt in a joint practice. You could get hurt in a walkthrough. It happens. But you need those reps to get ready. And the amount of times I hear people, oh, well, we don't need two-a-days anymore. But we don't have two-a-days anymore. We don't need as many practices. We don't need all this stuff. You start wearing away at all of those opportunities. And then the product that you have out there isn't as good when you start playing the regular season games because you don't have offensive linemen that are skilled. You don't have defensive linemen that are skilled. You don't have defensive backs that are I'm just so sick and tired of people saying, well, let's just play the games. We don't have to practice. We don't have to go out there. The risk of practice, the risk of injury in these games is too great. Well,
but nobody's saying don't ramp up for the season. They are. They're just doing it differently than when you played.
I'm fine with progress. I get it. But there's a point where you start getting away from all of these opportunities to get better. Now you're just throwing guys out there.
They're just replacing them with different opportunities. They didn't do the joint
those
practices like that.
Those opportunities have been there.
For every ticket text that says, Jim, you just don't get it, you didn't play, there's also the argument that, John, the game is not the game that you played either.
I understand that, and I'm not pulling old guy on it. I'm pulling what I see on a daily basis of offense, and I'll just keep talking about offensive line play. It is suffering because you don't have as many spring football opportunities. You don't have those spring games, and you don't have two-a-days. You only have one practice a day. I understand that the heat matters. Water matters. Nutrition matters. All of these things matter. Recovery matters. So does practice.
Do we have the AI drop somewhere in the system? A couple ticket texts to wrap this up. Yeah.
Practice.
We are. All right. We're all familiar. A few more ticket texts. 248-539-9797. Cookies is whiny. I'll take the guy that played in the NFL on this one. Says, is this a real conversation? Is John really challenging John on his opinion in the preseason? That's where we're at today. And one more. It says, I'm pretty sure Shedeur Sanders benefited from his reps last week. That's E in Kentucky.
All right, I call BS on that. Shedeur Sanders should have been drafted higher. And you know why? Because the guy knows how to play football, and it's in his bloodline.
Okay,
and
but it's not about where he was drafted.
No, it's about a franchise. I don't know if he's going to be a franchise quarterback, but you could see it with your eyes. The guy knows how to play football at Colorado. Okay, that's my opinion on that. And you could bring him into camp, and you can have joint practices with him, and you could see the same thing. Wow, did the Lions benefit from Wednesdays? Like, you'd think they won the Super Bowl of joint practices on Wednesday, And I think you can get it done in a joint practice.
That's
and
my thought.
I defy anybody to tell me why you need it after the COVID season.
Game speed's different. Even if it's preseason game, it's the speed is different. The processing is different. The visuals are different than they are at practice. And I'm telling you, unless you have sat there and you have looked at defenses moving around, when there's not a coach behind you, you don't go back into the huddle and the coach comes up and says, oh, well, let's try this technique next time or be alert for this. It is different, and players need that.
But did it ruin
young players?
How did it hurt the 2020 season?
Well,
when you didn't have preseason games, how did it hurt it?
Okay, I don't know that it's necessarily a quantifiable thing. I can't sit there and say, well, if Detroit had it, they would have won 2 more games. Or if
they had Matt Patricia, so
right,
it would have hurt them.
Okay, and I also want to say this, right? Just because I'm saying it doesn't make it fact. It is my opinion, and my opinion is one that if I didn't have preseason games and I didn't have the scrimmages against Pittsburgh, I wouldn't have been as ready for my very first game against the Dallas Cowboys as I would have been if I had played those games.
Question for you then. Did you have a joint practice?
Yes, I just said that.
Okay, sorry.
I
missed that. So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm still arguing with
He's
this
still
guy.
mad at me. I know it's redirected aggression.
You guys
Look
have
it
been
up.
so bickering today, it's hard to pick up on it.
And we haven't even gotten to Michigan football yet.
Oh, yeah, that's coming.
Let's go to David Allen Park to wrap this up. You get the final word, Dave. You are the authority.
All right. So I agree with John 100%. And another caller
Never mind.
that
You're not the
called
final
in.
authority.
But yeah, there's so much going on behind the scenes for the preseason games. The refs getting warmed up, the new rule changes, the Hawkeye, and Cookies. I love you, man. But
Well, somebody does.
Listening,
besides Mom.
listening to you,
Kelsey.
listening to you argue with John is like you arguing with a doctor who tells you an ailment that you have, and then you saying, "No, I don't." He's an expert. He's played elite since he was a little boy all the way up.
Dave,
to
I
the
get it. I
NFL.
should never argue with John because he played in the league. I get where this is going. He played, so his expertise is ultimately the greatest expertise, and no one on the station dare disagree.
The NFC Championship.
The lights just went out. John, are we okay?
I hit it with my
yeah.
chair. NFC Championship game was all Josh Reynolds' fault, according to Jim Costa. Nope, John disagrees, so that's a stupid opinion.
We did get a
I
ticket
kind of
text.
agree with that one.
Well, we did get a text that says you haven't dropped a "What's your experience" yet today.
No. I'm trying to stay away from that.
I appreciate some restraint. Why don't we play Pete Thamel audio so we can switch into the topic of the day today? This is going to be a big deal later when Michigan finds out their punishment for the Connor Stallion sign stealing. And Pete Thamel has covered this. He refers to tomorrow, that is now today. Here's what he expects. That's Thamel on McAfee.
Yeah.
Hefty fine, suspension for more, 2 or more games, but not radically more, is his expectation as someone who's covered this case from the beginning. Reaction if that is what happens. We'll get to that next and what you guys would like to see happen. And I know it's going to be divided along rivalry lines, but let's just get after it. Next, 97.1.
Hey, summer's here, and before it's gone, you want to make sure that your house is nice and cool, and you also want to make sure that the heat's working before winter and fall arrive. Don't wait. Whatever it is that you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. You can upgrade your system right now and save up to $1,000. Call for details. It's super easy. And you can also schedule a free in-home estimate. They offer same-day service as well, but all you have to do is call before noon. They'll be there today. Hey, it's Friday. You want to make sure that they show up today and not, hey, we got to wait till Monday. Give them a shout now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Is it reckoning or is it relief? Sure sounds like relief. Pete Thamel on McAfee yesterday saying a hefty fine, missed games for Sharon Moore. That is expected to be the announced penalty for Michigan's illegal scouting. John, you played the game, so let's start with you. What do you make of that?
Condescending POS.
I have opinions, too, and I know this is going to go down battle lines and rivalry lines. We don't yet know what it is, but what's your expectation, and what do you think?
Well, whether I played the game or not means nothing in regards to the penalty that will happen. And I know everybody's going to look to what I say because they think, well, he's in the know. I have no idea what is going to happen today. I anticipate, same thing as Pete Thamel, that there is going to be a hefty fine. What that is, I have no idea. What does a hefty fine even mean anymore?
Well, and what does it mean to a place like Michigan either?
Well, it means a lot, especially happening right now with everybody trying to figure out revenue share, the extra $20 million, the extra scholarships, all of that stuff. So, yeah, to any university, a hefty fine will matter because it's money you're not investing into any of your athletic programs. So that does matter. In regards to the suspension, when this originally came out, I asked around at Michigan, and everybody said, well, none of that came from us. Like, I don't know that they've self-imposed any games on Sharon Moore. It may be the case. I've frequently not told the entire story, so I don't know the validity of that comment. I will say this. If there is a suspension, why wait till weeks 3 and 4? To me, that seems absolutely ridiculous. Get it, get the suspension in, get it done, and move on. It's like the penalty. Announce the penalty, enforce it, and move on. Like,
there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Oh, this is drug out so long, and some of it's the NCAA and how slow they work. Some of it is Michigan fighting every step of the way. And what I hope comes out of today is that the NCAA lays everything out. This is what we know. This is the facts that we have. Did Jim Harbaugh know or not? This is the facts that we have that says, yes, he did, or we don't know if he actually knew. All of those things hopefully will be answered today. And what the penalty is, if there's a suspension for Sharon because he deleted those text messages, then take it and move on.
Yeah, it was always odd that they would be like the third and fourth game of the season.
And a lot of people really, bit into that one because they play Oklahoma week 2, right. And Sharon Moore played his last couple of years of college football at Oklahoma.
And it's a big test for your freshman quarterback
Correct.
On the road. So it was almost like, well, you get to cherry pick your punishment. Whatever the number of games Sharon gets, it should start week 1 and it should end at the end of whatever number of games it is. But if this is all it is, it feels light to me.
Okay.
Like they have 6 level 1s that are involved here.
But again, it comes down to lay out the facts. What do you know? It might not be what you think you know, but it has to come down to what you can prove.
We know they cheated. Connor Stallions, yes.
Yes.
We know that Harbaugh didn't cooperate. He got amnesia when he had to answer questions about this. Sharon deleted texts, and Partridge was fired partially for covering up evidence. So when you have a culture of non-compliance, in addition to out-and-out cheating that no one disputes, that's how you get multiple level 1s. The program has to pay for multiple level 1s. You just have to. You don't have to like it, but you have to pay some penalty that isn't a fine. The university should have a postseason ban. That's what should happen with 6 level 1s. I do.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to get it.
No.
I think this is being leaked, or Thamel is in the know. I expect it to be about what he said, give or take. I mean, maybe it's 3 games for more. Maybe it's
What if it's no games for more?
Well, that would seem odd, right?
Given that tell me what's normal in this situation.
Well, the 2 games came from somewhere. If you want to say it didn't come from Michigan, I mean, 2 games came from somewhere. That's just going to vanish and he's not going to get any? That'd be odd to me. That wouldn't be odd to you?
I don't know.
When it's institutional, you have to punish the institution. That's my belief on this.
It'll come down to what they can prove.
Well, some of it they can't prove because you don't cooperate, which is a level 1 violation. They can prove you didn't cooperate.
Sure.
Well, then that's level 1. I mean, that's where they're going to get them because Michigan's doing no one say anything, no loose lips, sink ships routine. Well,
what we also don't know has Ward Manu not said anything. has, to my knowledge, what I've been told is that Sharon Moore has fully cooperated every step of the way, and he did provide the 52 text messages. They were deleted off his phone, but they were saved in the cloud, and when asked, he provided those.
In terms of, like, I've seen people talk about vacating stuff. I think that kind of those kind of punishments are kind of useless. I do. Maybe people in the audience would get some kind of joy of, like, taking wins or a title away. I just know Michigan fans got to watch those games. Those moments won't be erased from their memories. Then it turns into stupid rivalry bickering, which we already have, so I don't think that really achieves any level of punishment. I mean, you guys tell us what you think you want to see and what you expect to see today.
So I think I heard a caller call in with this yesterday, and I understand that people will laugh at this to a degree, but I do think it has value because I think it would needle Michigan fans in the side, and even some older, Michigan players, they brag about it. And it's the fact that they vacate the wins from the 3 seasons, and you eliminate 33. I think it's 33 wins. It might be more than that.
So they wouldn't have 1,000 all-time wins.
You would take them down basically right where Ohio State is, and you would potentially be losing the branding of the winningest football program ever. Which some people
don't, because it's just going to turn into stupid rivalry banter is all that's going to be. That's not a real punishment, that Twitter gets to fight more. Like, that's what all that would lead to.
Well, we really want them and all that stuff, but it would bother people. Like, if officially Michigan didn't have the most wins ever, the winningest program ever.
Well, they still would. If you took 33 away, and we looked this up, they'd actually have one more than Ohio State. They'd still be the Block M winningest program in the sport. So what does that punishment achieve?
No. The fact that people like to always go back to that and say, well, we're the winningest program ever, and now it's in jeopardy because right now it would take Ohio State quite a few years to catch up to that.
I guess I'm just not really in favor of, like, the past punishments because the past already happened.
I know.
You got to impact the future. It has to be a deterrent. That's why we have penalties.
Oh, I get it. I mean, look, I've always had this opinion. They wouldn't have been. Connor Stallions wouldn't be doing what he was doing if it didn't benefit them to some capacity. Okay? How big of a large scale was it? I don't know. But they wouldn't have done it if it didn't help them. And I do think the TCU game's a red flag where TCU got tipped off and they changed everything up, and all of a sudden Michigan's great defense sucked. I don't know how people can't value that.
What do you expect today? Do you think it's going to be what Thamel said? Fine and a handful of games, couple games?
Yeah, something along those lines. I don't think he'd run with that if that's what it, for people that think a bowl ban is happening, I think that's crazy. And I don't know how much value it's because it's Michigan.
What does that mean? Because they are.
Well, I'll steal Paul's words. He's a Miami guy. And he says if this was Miami, down in Florida, that the punishment would be different. And I believe that. I do.
Paul, you got a mic?
It would be, yeah. I mean, Miami's had scandals before, obviously. Pell Grant scandal, then they had the early 2000 scandals. But that's like paying players, which is like acceptable now.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Michigan has got the pocketbook to fight it down to the tooth and nail of everything. They've got the lawyers to do it. And so this has been going bickering and back and forth and been taking way too long to figure out. And they've come to an agreement, or the Michigan lawyers say, we'll fight this all the way to the bitter end.
Because Thamel said, there's always the possibility of appeals. Do we think it's finally over today? Like, if it is what he said, I would hope they just take that. I mean, if you don't have any bowl ban, no vacating of wins, your coach can't coach the first 2 to 3 games of the season, and you have a fine. Are they going to fight that, or are we just going to put this to bed if that's what happens?
I think it goes to bed today. And I would say with Sharon Moore, if something does, I mean, I'm perked. My ears are perked that John doesn't. I pick up that you don't think he'll be suspended anymore.
I don't know if he will be or not. All I'm saying is, when I asked the question to those that would have been able to answer the question, is the third and the fourth game, is that something that we're self-imposing? And they said nobody said that came from us.
So
what if this happens? Because it just connected the dots. They hand down a 2-game suspension to Sharon Moore. That would mean he'd have to miss the Oklahoma game. But then Michigan appeals. Appeals can really drag out in the courts. And gosh darn it, he's there for Oklahoma, isn't he?
This is not a court of law.
No, I know.
So it's not the courts.
But there's an appeal system, right?
Sure.
So that appeal wouldn't be heard immediately. And he conveniently coached the 2 games they wanted to coach. And then, damn, the 2 games were for CMU and...
If they do that, it's...
Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally see them doing it. I just feel like
That's okay. So if you think the appeal process only takes a month, and that
I'm
all
just
of a
saying,
sudden,
wouldn't it be fitting if that's how it all ended up working?
Sure, you can make up any scenario you want, but it doesn't mean that's the way it happens.
Right.
So I think what's going to happen is the huge fine, and I think they're going to suspend more for the non-Big Ten season.
So 3 games.
Yep.
You can't be there for New Mexico,
and Michigan
Oklahoma,
will
and
say,
NCAA.
Okay, they'll fall on that sword, if that is even is a sword.
And John, I think you've already alluded to this. Like, I think it was off air. It's not going to be enough for rival fan bases.
Oh, it never will be. So Michigan State fans, Ohio State fans, they're priming their pumps right now. They're pre-programming their tweets, and rightfully so, because if the shoe was on the other foot, so would other rival fan bases for all of it.
Yeah, if Ohio State got off, quote, light, you don't think Michigan fans would be raising hell on social media? I think it's getting off light if it's just 2 games and a fine. But you guys let us know. 248-539-9797. We're going to find out today. It sounded like they're going to find out today, but we might not hear about it until closer to lunchtime. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers went on Scooble Day yesterday, but it was the bullpen that held it down. After Scooble gave up 3 runs in the third, he along with that bullpen kept Minnesota scoreless for the next 8 innings, leading to a 4-3 come-from-behind Tigers win in extras. Detroit battles the Twins again tonight with a 7:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, tomorrow the Lions host their first preseason game of the year. It'll be Detroit taking on Miami at Ford Field. A couple of preseason games slotted for tonight as well when the Titans battle the Falcons and Kansas City meet Seattle. Meanwhile, lots also going on in the Cleveland Browns franchise. Running back Quinshon Judkins will not be facing any charges following his arrest last month for domestic violence and battery accusations. And former Texas Longhorn Isaiah Bond will not be charged after being arrested in April due to a sexual assault claim. Yesterday, he announced he will also be signing with the Browns. And finally, we continue to await repercussions for the University of Michigan following the sign-stealing scandal from 2023. The NCAA will be announcing the punishments and findings for the university later today. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can also head to 971theticket.com.
Ticket text flooding in. We got open lines. Want to hear from you guys today. And I know some of this is going to depend on who you root for, but just call it what it is. Michigan's punishment gets handed down today. Pete Thamel says he expects it to be a fine, a hefty fine was his word, and a multiple game suspension for Sharon Moore. Give or take the 2 that's already been out there. Maybe add to it, but nothing radical on top of it. We'll find out officially later this morning. I don't know if it'll be public until we're off the air. So what do you guys think? Texter says, my reaction is if that's the punishment, drink a beer in celebration. My team essentially got away with murder. Jacob and Romulus. Text says, if that's it, they're saying go ahead and cheat. The punishment would not match the crime. Joe in Ann Arbor says, let me say this. I hate Michigan. Not for anything football related, but strictly because of the Bandits. If this goes down the way he suggested, what stops every team from cheating their balls off and just paying a fine? John will probably flip out on any kind of punishment, but keep in mind if this was MSU, he'd be demanding a postseason ban, Kevin and Mac.
No. I didn't demand a postseason ban, and when they were going through this whole thing with Mel Tucker, that's when the whole let it play out really started to be a thing. You've got to determine what the facts are, and that's where I hope the NCAA will actually come out and say, here is everything that we know. Here is our proof. Here is what we're doing about it.
They came to an OJ verdict quicker than this Michigan scandal. The punishment should be that Dave Brandon has to be the athletic director again. Let me just say this.
People taking strays.
The humor is appreciated on this stuff. Texter says, we don't actually know if he knew. Sounds like a lack of institutional control if he didn't. Like, I think that's what's going to come up here is you have 11 NCAA violations, 6 level 1s. 1 is the most severe. And a lot of that centers around Jim Harbaugh's lack of cooperation, right?
Does that shock anyone?
But we can prove that he didn't cooperate. So there's really not a need to, like, prove that he knew about Stallions. We knew he's the head coach. We knew he didn't cooperate. Those are level 1s. And you could say, well, fine.
Wait. Say that statement again.
We know he didn't cooperate. We know Stallions cheated.
Yeah, but the question is, did he know?
He should know.
Well, he should be responsible for what happens in the program. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But did he know? Should know and did know is two different things.
I think it's irrelevant here. I really do. Because Michigan benefited from it under his watch, and he refused to cooperate. That's level 1. And the program should suffer, not just Jim. They can't do this thing where he's the sacrificial lamb because he's gone. The program benefited. The program needs to suffer.
Yeah, he's already got, 4 years of show cause?
I know,
we're taking this up to 7 or 8?
You'll never coach in college again. But if it's, again, multiple members on the staff where Partridge was fired for partially covering up evidence, Sharon the deleted text messages, which I know he later provided, but he had recruiting issues with Clinkscale and Minter. Like, this is an institutional issue. You're a repeat offender at some point. The idea that it's a fine and then we'll see you in conference play, like, what? That's all? I can't be the only one that thinks that's light. And
I don't think you are.
No, and those ticket texts seem to back it up. If you're Michigan, yeah, I mean, don't fight it, take it, move on, chase a postseason berth this season, right? We've talked about them being right on the bubble at 9-10 wins. Be a huge win for them if that's all this is. 248-539-9797. Question is, if sanctions come down, will that push out recruits to other schools? Well, it's too late for anything right now. Like, if
will it affect, the first signing date in December? Will it affect next year's recruiting class?
Well, only if punishments lingered beyond this year, and it doesn't sound like they are. I mean, even a postseason ban, which again I don't think is going to happen, would be this year, and then it wouldn't be lingering over the program's head for next year.
Yeah, but it's and so any other program, it doesn't even have to be a rivalry program. They're going to say anything that is laid down today, they're going to use it as a detriment. It'll be negative recruiting against Michigan. It doesn't matter what it is, even if they paid a fine or Sharon is suspended, it doesn't have to be, a 4-year postseason ban.
Right.
It will be used as negative recruiting against Michigan. So, yeah, it does matter.
The hammer is coming. The NCAA never holds a press conference when they come out with punishments. They typically give 24 hours notice of punishment. Do we know that they're doing a press conference today? I was not under the impression that we're getting some kind of press conference today.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've heard rumor that, hey, there's an announcement coming at 1 or at 2 or at 3. I've heard it a bunch of different times. And there has been rumor that there's a press conference. Who knows what happens?
Mike and Rico going to carry it live if it's at 2?
Oh, you know they will.
248-539-9797. More of your thoughts on this morning. We're also going to get to Cookie Jar at 7:35. And I think Heather said this may be the best cookie jar yet.
Well, it's a good one for sure. Lots of debatable topics.
There is a lot of fun discussion to be had at 7:35.
Ticket texters, do you really think the NCAA is going to hurt one of their big money makers? Paul, is that kind of what you were insinuating earlier when you said like they wouldn't do this to Michigan?
Well, some of that, yes. I just want, honestly, I would just want someone on Michigan to admit it helped them win, because it obviously did, and yet they refuse to acknowledge it. I would like someone to be forced to acknowledge that.
John, do you think it helped them win?
Do I think it helped them win? I've already said my piece on all of that.
I think they gained at least a small advantage in some capacity, or they wouldn't do it. I just don't understand why you would do this. And to think that they didn't know, I mean, come on. I called Chris Partridge out at the time. So the day that the Stallions thing initially came out, we all started looking around on the internet, who's Connor Stallions? And there was this picture that's went viral eventually when Partridge got fired, of them embracing each other after a game. And I'm like, are you seriously?
The irony of that, too, is when it all came out, and everybody's wondering who Connor Stallions is, I'm in the building almost every day, and I was like, who's Connor Stallions?
Right.
I couldn't even pick them out of a lineup at that time.
You're a good dude, and you'd call it out if you actually knew it on the fly. So, I mean, seriously, why would you do this if it didn't help you?
Tom, you're making too much sense. And you could dispute how much. Again, I think we get into those details of how much does it help. But I would think if you knew it was going to be play action pass and you could tell your defense, you wouldn't bite. You know what I'm saying? Like there's things you would have tells and clues and hints. I mean, and some of this can be obtained legally and some of it's not. And he was doing all this other stuff outside the bounds of the rule book.
And there were plays in that TCU game that I'm just like, what is this? This is not the team I've watched this year. And then what's the coach down there? Sonny Dykes.
Sonny Dykes, yeah.
Yeah, came out and said, yeah, we knew that we changed what we were going to do because we knew they knew what we were going to do. I mean, what is more incriminating than that?
Right. I mean, you're hearing from a coach in the sport who's game planning, and he said it mattered.
I mean, you gave up 51 points to a team that got annihilated by Georgia the next week.
We're getting some of the play the hits ticket text. This one says, stupid rule anyways. Scouting and figuring opponent plays. That's sports. Signed Dan.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a stupid rule or not. Rules are rules. You can agree with them or disagree with them, but you have to follow them.
Yes. Paul, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Paul?
Hello?
Good morning.
I'm good. I think that if today the NCAA does go light, I think it's because Michigan might have the dirt on other programs. Like, if they're trading signs, what's the difference between if it's Connor Stallions, going to other games, but, now that Michigan's – all these teams are doing this very similar thing.
And punish them all.
They're all trading the – yeah.
Well, punish them all. It's like the Epstein list. I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats. They're all. If you're on it, you're on it. If you cheated, you cheated. If you did something bad, take the punishment. It doesn't matter if it's another team. If Michigan did it, they're punished. If Ohio State did it, hit them with a punishment. If the Spartans cheated, punish them. My school, Central, put Connor Stallions on the sideline. Give us a bowl ban. We were idiots. Like, I'm not doing this like, well, if it's only targeting Michigan. If you cheated, you cheated. Take your lumps and move on. And if it's really to Michigan's detriment that this didn't happen a year ago, because it would have been so much better for the program, whatever the punishment is, to just have it be absorbed into Sharon Moore's first season. Hey, we don't have a quarterback. We're coming off a national title. They didn't make the playoff. And instead, now it's lingering into his second season.
Yeah, but it might not even been possible to have happened
because
the NCAA was still investigating.
Right, but Michigan fought it, which drags things out too.
Okay, they're not doing anything another school wouldn't do in terms of fighting it.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls. We got ticket text. We got cookie jar at 7:35. Also, later in the show, Heather's planning something, and she needs our help.
This is amazing.
It's 97.1. All right, Lions fans, as we get set for the football season, I want to tell you about 1800 Tequila. Roar louder than ever with the 2025 season kicking off. 1800 Tequila is the world's most awarded tequila, and it's the official tequila of the Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Some ticket texts on the expected Michigan punishment later today. Stallions tried something unconventional to gain the same information every other team is trying to gain. End of story. Yeah, sure. If unconventional is cheating, then that's the end of the story. Now we got to find out what the punishment is. This whole investigation is like having a murder occur. There's a video of the guy leaving the crime scene, and you go, whoa, I didn't see him shoot the gun, but the gun is at his house. Like the NCAA is connecting the dots of, okay, Stallions cheated. He had a network. He had the hard drive. He obtained the information illegally. He was on staff because of Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh refused to answer the questions. Multiple members of the staff have been implicated because they also aren't cooperating.
Well, the thing is, he was on the sideline too.
Yeah.
At Spartan Stadium. I mean, that's the comparison to the we saw it.
Yeah.
There's video evidence. He's there, and that was like right at the end of things, right? And that's arrogant. Well, if I can do this, I can do this.
The Mel Tucker take is weak sauce, Jansen. Nothing to do with competitive advantage. You can't draw that correlation.
No, the correlation was that I would be screaming for penalties. I wasn't screaming for Mel Tucker to be fired. I wasn't screaming. I was screaming for let the evidence be shown.
But do you get what I'm saying when part of the issue with the evidence in the Michigan case is obstruction? Yeah, sure, provide the evidence, but Michigan won't give the evidence. Well, that's an issue, right? And I think that's where the NCAA has had to resort to. I think the NCAA would much rather prefer to have all of the facts presented with cooperating witnesses over a year ago and hand out any and all appropriate punishments, and then Michigan moves on. But when Michigan fights it both legally, fights it with denials, fights it with not providing all the information from their head coach and some assistants, the NCAA goes, well, we have a separate category of punishment for that. They're level 1 non-compliance. And they exist because if we had to operate on the good faith of everybody in the good old boys club at every school, we'd never get anything done. So this punishment exists for those who don't cooperate. And as much as it'd be nice to just throw it all on Harbaugh and he's gone, the institution benefited. The institution should get punished. And we'll find out what it is today. Thamel said, Pete Thamel, ESPN on McAfee, that he anticipates a hefty fine and a suspension for Sharon Moore, roughly the 2 games that had already been discussed. He says it could be a little more, but not, I think his word was radically more. Mm-hmm. And we'll find out. And will that be the first 2 weeks of the season, or is it going to be this choose your cherry-picked games that had been floated out before? 248-539-9797. Text says Costa hasn't pitched a tent like this since his honeymoon.
The cabana outfit.
I love that you reference it in every single one of your promos.
Not everyone. I haven't done it in a couple of days.
I've had people ask, are you wearing it to Vegas when we're out there next week?
I think you should wear it on the plane.
Get some looks?
Yeah, well, especially since we're not sitting together.
We're not?
I don't think we are sitting next to each other. I don't know what Lori... do you like a middle seat?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
well, I don't know.
I'm
are you
sitting on the aisle.
Well, what if I'm in the window and there's just one awkward person, but it's me in a cabana?
Well, then I can sit and talk to that person and be like, dude,
can you believe this
guy?
Can
you believe what you're sitting next to? Would you like your seat changed? Maybe that's the way that we get an empty seat in the middle. You show up in the cabana outfit.
Be Costa with the cabana, and then in the middle will be Greg, and he'll be talking to himself.
Oh, my gosh.
No.
Look, that is a strong possibility. If Lori has a sense of humor, she put us 3 across.
We'll be out next Friday, live in Vegas.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to...
What'd you say? Oh, nothing. I wasn't talking to you.
And we'll have some stories for the trip. So, okay, we'll do that next Friday. 7:35 this Friday, we're going to get into the cookie jar. And we don't normally tease what's in the cookie jar, but I just want to throw one thing out.
Oh, please do.
Because it has been, I think Heather's struggling with it even to the minute.
I'm debating with myself right now.
So I have, normally
with this question,
like 5
topic.
There's 5 or 6 kind of not that serious, but we give.
And in full disclosure, there's one I sent to you guys that I stole from the rain delay, and it was Benetti.
Yes,
talking, and they were asking for their rain delay questions and all that stuff. And I was watching it, listening to them, and they had all of them up there, and I was like, that's a really good question.
I've had a lot of thought about that one too.
Mm-hmm. The one I think you're struggling with is, what do you consider Metro Detroit? Which I think may end up being more divisive than where does Up North start.
But you say it and it sounds so simple. We should all know that.
Well, of course, everybody knows what Metro Detroit is, right? We'll get to it in the cookie jar. First, Heather with the news.
So I swear Troy must have a drunk driving informant, like somebody who is just reporting all the drunk driving incidents to the local news stations, because every time I have a story about drunk driving, it comes out of Troy, doesn't it? So like mess around in Troy, John, too.
Yeah,
You're going to get a DUI. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So over the span of 6 days, 11 people were arrested for driving under the influence in Troy. The arrests happened between August 3rd and August 9th. And according to the Criminal Defense Center of West Michigan, basically, with the warmer weather, more people are out and about and doing more social activities, which typically involve alcohol, and DUI rates increase during the summer months of June, July, and August. Now, among the 6 people arrested was a 70-year-old man from Sterling Heights, and this man was spotted driving recklessly in the parking lot of a park. And then he was also reported to have fallen asleep behind the wheel. When police arrived, they say he was too intoxicated to attempt any sobriety evaluations, but he did agree to do a breathalyzer test, which showed he was over 3 times the legal limit. He blew a .285.
How was he functioning?
Yikes.
Well, the answer is
he
wasn't.
wasn't, which is why he fell asleep behind the wheel. I mean, thankfully he was
alive.
And everyone else was. And he was, I don't want to say only in a parking lot because that downplays it, but he wasn't on a busy street.
Yeah, could have been way worse.
Pretty crazy. The protected health information of more than 1,000 people was exposed when Michigan Medicine sent postcards without envelopes, revealing personal details to anyone who may have handled that mail. So these postcards were sent out by recruiters for this medical study. They were sent out on June 27th, and it's reported that a limited amount of health information for 1,015 people were revealed. And Michigan Medicine's chief compliance officer does say, we take patient privacy very seriously and we regret this incident. Whenever situations like this occur, we immediately take steps to investigate and obviously try to resolve this. They do say they're implementing this staff-wide education about protecting personal health information. If you were impacted by this breach, you would and should receive a notification in the mail. If you haven't received it yet, they said they sent it out. So you would know. If you have concerns, you can give them a call. Also, they do advise anybody who was affected by this breach to monitor medical insurance statements for evidence of fraudulent transactions. Hey, your next Amazon order could include some fresh meat or seafood along with, you know, your clothes, your books, whatever else you're purchasing. So on Wednesday, Amazon announced that it's expanding its grocery delivery in 1,000 cities. So with this expanded grocery service, Amazon is offering, you know, meat, seafood, dairy, baked goods, frozen foods that can be delivered within hours for customers within these specific cities. On orders over $25 for Prime members, it's free. If you don't have a Prime membership, there is a fee of $12.99.
So if I'm missing something, they don't own grocery stores. So who are they partnering with?
Well, I know that they do partner already with Whole Foods. So I'm not sure if this is through the Whole Foods or not.
Okay. Because I was wondering the same thing. Like, what type of brands are you getting? If you're going to get a store-bought brand, which store-bought brand is it?
Meijer? Is it Kroger? Is it?
Or maybe you're not getting a store-bought brand. You're only getting
some type of Amazon-labeled
mystery meat.
No, I'm saying like maybe you're getting like actual products, but not from you can't get an off brand. You can't get a Kroger brand, a Meijer brand, a Walmart brand. You're getting like actual brand named goods.
If you order, cream of mushroom soup, you're getting Campbell's.
Yes. Yeah, like you're not getting whatever is how I'm taking this.
So like good value brand,
You're not, yeah. So right now, though, this new expanded grocery offering is not available in Michigan, but Amazon does plan to expand to 2,300 cities by the end of the year. So maybe cities in Michigan will be included, but it does put some pressure on its competitors, their delivery services like Kroger, like Target, like Walmart, and those places. Finally, an Oakland County mom has filed a federal lawsuit against the popular online game Roblox, alleging that the platform enabled predators to sexually exploit her 10-year-old daughter. So the lawsuit claims that Roblox created a breeding ground for predators and promotes financial gain over child welfare. So basically, they said that this this game lacks restrictions, safety measures, and age verification measures to protect these young people who this game is advertised for.
It's for younger, kids.
It's for younger kids.
Kids and teens.
This mom is seeking an unspecified amount of damages, but basically she says her daughter started playing this game when she was 8. So a couple of years ago, and that's when she thought she was speaking to another child. Turns out it wasn't a child. It was a grown man, I'm guessing, but gained trust in this little girl, started sending graphic messages, images, and asking her to return the favor as well.
All these interactive apps, games, whatever they are, if you can talk to another individual, you should always assume, and this is where parents really need to step in, you should always assume that you're not talking to who you think you are.
Right. And one parent not related to this lawsuit said there needs to be some sort of safety measures, whether it's a code that I can give my son and he can give his friends Johnny and Alex, and I can speak to Johnny and Alex's parents with this code, and I know only the 3 of them are playing.
Yep.
And I can know who, there's got to be some way to set up so that you can ensure you know who your kids are talking to.
I'm
Maybe
totally,
just their friends or their neighbors or whoever it is, but
totally in favor of protections, because this is gross, graphic, and should not happen. But when you open up the world to online gaming, you can't fence everybody out. And the parents, John, I'm happy to hear you say it, like you have to be active, because otherwise the internet could be a scary place.
For sure.
It's Heather with the news.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. And for every Lions win, $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
All right, we got the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. The cookie jar might be one of our best ever. We start with a question inspired by TV broadcast.
Jason Benetti, Andy Dirks.
Rain delay.
The whole gang.
The question was asked on their broadcast. Would you rather rewind your life or pause it?
Now that I'm older, I sometimes think pause, especially since I have kids going to college and you always want just a few more minutes, but I would love to rewind, and it could be for any number of reasons. Do I want to rewind and relive certain moments? Do I want to rewind and make a different decision that I made when I was 22, 23, 24? Absolutely. I think the rewind is the no-brainer answer on this one.
Well, I had lots of questions about the rewind. Are we rewinding like a movie where you have to relive the things you've already done to get to where you are, or are you rewinding and making changes? If you rewind to make changes, I would not rewind because I wouldn't be where I am today. And I love the life I have today. Like,
Yeah,
if
but
I
it could be better. Could be worse.
It could be, but most likely I wouldn't be with who I'm with. I wouldn't have the kids I have because every single little change you make alters your future. So with that, I love the stage of life I'm in right now. I would pause it and enjoy what I have.
Paul?
Rewind.
Because
you can make up for mistakes, correct things. If you're allowed to correct things, you can correct mistakes you've made.
Yeah, but
You can use your rewind button however you
learn
want.
from those mistakes. They make you into the person you are today.
I think people just say that.
I would
Oh,
rewind,
no.
but I'm with Heather in terms of like, okay, does everything else play out the same? You know, yeah, you want to reverse a couple things in your life, but then how does that alter everything else?
how far back would you go for those that said rewind?
Like I said, 22, 23, 24.
Okay.
You'd
I'd
hold
pause.
out, wouldn't you?
What's that?
You'd hold out.
Oh, there's so
'Cause
many
you know.
things I would do differently. So many.
Yeah, this organization's horrible. This owner's nuts. Get me out of
Yeah.
here.
Well, and you obviously are talking about this with hindsight being 20/20, right? You get great vision of how things turned out to this point, the effect that the decisions that you made, how that affected your life, and I would certainly hit the rewind button.
Yeah, I'd pause. I feel like I just personally have a tendency to like want to fast forward my life. Like, oh, get to this, get to this, get to this. A pause would be nice. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. Would you rather speak every language or be able to speak to animals?
Oh, I want to speak to animals. I want to speak to animals so bad. You know, what is that deer thinking when he comes up? And does he have any idea? I often think, do the walleyes think about me like I think about them?
If I could rewind my life, I would learn a foreign language. It's something I cannot speak any other language, even though I took it in high school, right? I don't know how to speak. However, I've made it this far in life only speaking one language.
Yeah.
I would love to speak to animals.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know what my dogs are thinking. I want to go out in the wilderness and talk
I know
to
that
every
seems
animal
the obvious.
I see.
Yeah, I don't care what my dog is thinking. I certainly don't care what
You
cats
don't?
are thinking. No, not at all.
Really? You wouldn't be
my
curious to talk to your
gosh.
dog?
No.
Roomba and I'd be having some long form chats. It'd be
for
Oh,
great.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure you would.
I would want to learn every language. I want to speak every language because I don't really care what animals think because I'm assuming, and maybe I'm incorrect, I'm assuming most animals would just be dumb.
I don't think so.
Oh, they're very cunning at times.
Give me food. When they're begging the dogs
Yeah,
all the time.
that's all it
Yeah, we
is.
already know what they're thinking and going to say. I would definitely go with every language. I think it'd be fascinating to be able to do that. Travel around the world, be able to just have conversations like, you know, C-3PO knew 6 million languages.
No, but
Yeah.
are you really going to travel around the world?
Are you actually going to use them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or you just have kids
all
that
right.
speak other languages. Ruby is technically bilingual, and she could speak Spanish and have a conversation. So if I need it, I just, hey, Ruby, give me a hand.
So knowing every language, think of how rich you could be. Like you could use that to your advantage.
You could also run into a
could.
Dr. Doolittle scenario where you can't shut the animals up that are around you. Whereas if you're speaking other languages, as long as they're not in your house, you not have to worry about other people.
Que pasa?
All right, boys and girls.
What's up?
What do you consider Metro Detroit? I had a friend send me a map that did not include Novi. It did not include Plymouth. It did not include Pontiac. And I thought he was way off base, so I take it to you guys.
So I think you can easily do this by highways and the cities that surround those highways. If you take the north-south of 275 from 94, you head north. So Canton, Plymouth, they obviously are right there around 275. I include them. Northville, Novi. Then you take the 5 all the way up, and you go through West Bloomfield, up to Pontiac, 59 over to basically Lake St. Clair or the river, and you bring 94 down. The only way that you don't have a highway is when you're down at Romulus, draw a line from Romulus to Gibraltar, and that closes everything that encompasses Metro Detroit.
Well, that was specific.
Easy.
Wow. I still am debating about, in my head, I don't feel like I live in Metro Detroit, in Clarkston, but I am in Oakland County, and I do consider Oakland County,
Parts of it.
obviously Wayne County, Detroit is part of Metro Detroit.
Yeah.
And then, like, I guess I would say, like,
You're outside my definition.
Macomb, Oakland, Wayne?
The
Yeah,
three
Wayne
counties.
would have to be, yeah.
That's what
Well,
I
yeah,
said.
Wayne has
Yeah.
to be. So, yeah, those
I
three
said
counties.
those 3 counties are Metro Detroit.
Yeah, but the northern parts of Oakland County, I don't think
Like
are.
Lake Orion, you don't think is Metro Detroit?
No.
Oxford?
Oxford, no.
So I'm going to go by the AI Google definition and say
jeez.
the Metro Detroit encompasses 200 surrounding municipalities and 6 counties: Lapeer, Livingston, Macomb, Oakland, and
Lapeer?
St. Clair and Wayne.
Lapeer is Metro Detroit?
Yes, according to
No.
Google AI.
Tom?
Okay, so I go minus 1 county. Get a Lapeer out of that. That's not in there.
You go the 5 counties.
Yes,
You're
the
counting
5
Livingston
counties.
and Washtenaw.
And that's what's covered on usually your local weather on TV. That's what local TV usually covers. And, I think I could get Rich Luderman to call in and agree with me.
Okay.
Over under 1,000 slices of pizza eaten in your life.
This is more, the question should be over under 1,000 pizzas eaten in my life.
Well, you are almost 50.
Right, so I'm 49, and so I did the math on this, and I just simply went with pizzas. If I didn't include the first 4 years of my life, if I started when I was 5, and I go through the rest, that would be 22 pizzas a year. And when I was in college, when I was trying to put on weight, becoming a tight end to an offensive lineman, I would, on almost a daily basis, I'd call up Cottage Inn. I'd say, hey, give me 2 thin crust pizzas. I would eat both pizzas in one sitting. I may have had 1,000 pizzas just in my college years.
Heather?
I believe that. This was kind of hard for me because I am older, so I've eaten a lot of pizza in my life.
Yeah, but
I don't eat a lot of pizza at once. I have a slice or 2. And during my prime pizza eating years, I definitely wasn't eating pizza. Like in college, I didn't really eat pizza. So I would say under. Maybe?
Okay. No,
I don't know.
I think that may be very legitimate for you.
For you, it definitely
Pizza
isn't true for me.
was certainly a food group for me.
So like John said, the college years, you're putting some work in. I mean, they had these little personal pizzas that I get like every single weekend up at Central. So, I mean, you're just doing damage. High school and college alone, I probably had 1,000. And the way I broke it down is I figured, starting at 5 was your pizza eating years, but your prime is at 8 years college and high school. And I figured 8 to 10 slices times 96 months. Yep, you're right there.
Yeah. I mean, this number seems to be, I think it should be pizzas in your life.
Easy over.
Yeah.
Over, yeah.
The last question we've got. Dan Campbell. The Dan Campbell Burger is out again.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a place out in Saginaw that's doing this. It's got mozzarella sticks, smoked brisket, couple 8-ounce patties, and plenty more on it. What is your perfect burger?
Oh, this one gets me excited. You start with a pretzel bun. Lightly toasted, put a little butter on it, and then you go with the 2 8-ounce patties. They got to be rare. American cheese, bacon, sunny side fried egg,
Okay.
and jalapenos. Top it with that pretzel bun on top. This is one where one is never enough. You need multiple burgers because once you start, you can't stop.
I mean, don't waste this talk on me.
Yeah.
You do your burger.
Well, do you like a veggie burger?
Well, sure, but that's lame. Like, yeah, I like a veggie burger, a black bean burger. I do the vegetables on it.
Which
Dip it in
vegetable?
Ketchup,
ketchup.
of course.
Lettuce,
ketchup.
tomato.
Okay. Onion?
No, I can handle pickles,
Any
but
cheese on this?
no.
My burger, it's funny. I think we've done this before, and our taste is similar with burgers. I also want a pretzel bun. I want it lightly oiled, and I want it grilled.
Lightly oiled.
Grill the bun.
Yeah.
So you get a nice crunch with the bun there. And I'm doing the burger with American cheese, a fried egg, where you get a little of the ooze over easy.
Yeah. Something to dip it into.
Yep.
Little gravy.
Bacon, lettuce, red onion.
Ooh, red onion.
Red onion.
Taste the red onion all day.
grilled sourdough bun, cheese, grilled onions, ketchup, and Tabasco.
How many patties?
2.
Okay.
All right. There's your cookie jar.
Oh, we're not doing the last one?
Oh,
No.
oh,
Oh,
if you want to.
No, I meant I'll skip this one. Sorry, we're doing the radio live on the air.
No, let's do it. It's Napoleon's birthday today. Besides him, who's the most famous French person?
This question.
We had
Where
to
did
get
this
to
come
this, Tom. Yep. Go ahead, John.
I would
Hey,
say
it's so-and-so's birthday. We gonna do that every day?
Louis Pasteur.
Who?
Louis Pasteur. Pasteurization.
Okay.
I get all the milk I want, and it's just I think he is the most famous Frenchman.
I'll go with another Louis Vuitton.
Oh,
I got a goodie here.
yeah.
Daft Punk.
I didn't realize.
were
They're
French.
like electric music pioneers practically. There's a few before them, but they're huge and have remained huge. And then Andre the Giant. He's the 8th wonder of the world.
He's French?
Yes.
Who was yours?
I had Voltaire, French Enlightenment, sharp wit, advocacy. His famous quote is, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it." So, big free speech guy. Or you could go Victor Wembanyama. I mean, I've never seen Napoleon dunk a basketball.
Tony Parker.
No, I mean, legendary. Napoleon was challenged vertically, so he probably could not dunk a basketball.
Even with a trampoline.
You hate tennis, so you won't know this person. Yannick Noah.
Who?
He was a Frenchman.
All right. Oh, Nadal's French, right? No, he always wins the French Open.
No, Nadal's
Never
a
mind.
Spaniard.
Yeah.
Different European nationality. I'm so glad we got this in. It's the Cookie Jar Moran Chevrolet 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, certainly in Metro Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use and secure, highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years. They do it every single day, and hats off to Tim and the gang at the branch in Plymouth. They've done it for my family as well, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Ticket text, phone calls, reactions to the cookie jar. Some's calling it superb on the ticket text. This has have a great weekend, guys.
It was a good addition.
And we have pages of ticket text on it, so we'll get to that. We have some football talk coming up at 8 o'clock. Our football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with CBS and Paramount Plus to watch the NFL. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I had a great debate in my head of who the greatest Frenchman was. And when I told this one at the break, Heather just busted out laughing.
I wasn't expecting it.
I was originally going to go with Pepe Le Pew.
We did get a vote for him.
Did you
Yeah.
really?
On the ticket text.
But so he technically is not a person.
He is not.
But it goes in with number 2. You're speaking to animals.
Can we do this with the Irishman, like Rory McIlroy's birthday or something?
Sure.
So then I can do my thing.
Oh your
all
freaky Irish voice.
Dying to get more of that on the show.
I'm sure you are.
Texter says, John, you lost me with the rare cook on your burger. I don't want the burger bloody, and then you lost me with the fried egg. It sounds disgusting. Come on, dude.
Oh, no, it's amazing. I mean, you do you. I'm not going to tell you what to put on your burger. Everybody's got their own preferences, but if I go to a place, and this happens frequently, where I'll say I'd like my hamburger rare. They're like, well, we can't cook it rare. I'm like, well, then I don't want it. Same thing with my steak. It happens less with a steak. They're more willing to cook a steak rare than they are a burger.
So on a steak, or a burger, I need it more cooked than a steak. Like I can go pretty pink on a steak, medium rare, but the burger's got to be medium well.
Oh, it needs to be juicy.
It's kind of a sloppy mess the way you described it, though.
Sloppier the better. We're talking about food.
Napoleon's birthday, I thought the question would be, who's the shortest person you know? And I thought you'd all say Colin.
Oh my God.
Gosh. Another one taking strays.
Jeez.
Fowlerville is not Metro Detroit, signed Jeff from Fowlerville.
Yeah.
I agree.
Metro Detroit, what about Livingston and Washtenaw counties? I'd consider the entire channel's 247 viewing area as Metro Detroit. People in Lake Orion and Oxford would be near the Palace and Pine Knob. The Pistons weren't playing in Metro Detroit? Question mark?
They weren't.
I think they were. They were in Oakland County.
Again, you do you. We kind of had that theme through the entire show.
I know we have, and it's not going to change for the next couple hours. Jim is a cat. That's why he's pretentious and self-absorbed. He doesn't need to talk to them. He is them, Scott and Carlton. Boy, Scott's got an issue with me today.
Well, I mean, you do start to resemble and even look like your pets.
I would say being a cat is a compliment. I know Scott didn't mean it that way, but I would take it as a compliment.
Of course you would.
Texter says, I love Heather's answer about the rewind versus the pause. If I correct one big mistake, what if I never meet my wife? What if I never have my daughter? My daughter's my life. I'd pause where I am right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you really think about it, everything, of course, there's things in my life I'd go back and redo, right? We all have made mistakes, but you learn from those mistakes. They make you who you are today. And by changing one little thing in your past, you'll alter your future, and you may not actually be where you are right now.
Yeah, some of those mistakes linger for a long time.
Well, they do.
Tex says all of Wayne, Macomb, Oakland counties are metro, plus parts of Livingston and Monroe counties. Tom, is Tecumseh Metro Detroit?
No, that's in, is it in Lenawee? Yes. Lenawee County is not Metro Detroit.
No.
John, you need to know what raccoons are thinking, John in Lake Orion.
I do. Yes, that would help me in the morning. Yes, it's sleeping passively or having a nice bite to eat in my trash.
John's reasons for wanting to talk to animals was a bit morbid. And another one says, it sounds kind of like a serial killer, John, trying to get in the mind of your prey before you take them down.
Yeah, I'll take as many as I can. Take them, eat them. I have always wondered what, and they're probably not thinking anything, but if you knew what walleye were thinking, it would make you such a better fisherman.
Maybe you would not be a hunter.
If I knew that they were saying, "Ow!" Well, I think I could read that
if they
one.
started pleading with you and explaining, I've got a wife and kids, and you're like, I need to protect
Bring them over here. I'll eat them too. That's why you shoot 2 ducks at a time.
John would be shocked when the animal's like, please don't shoot. I'll give you whatever you want.
Just stick them up. Tex says, I lived in Washtenaw County most of my life, and I do consider myself a Metro Detroiter when I tell people out of state where I live. I say if you can get to Comerica Park in an hour and a half or less, you're a Metro Detroiter.
Hour and a half?
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah.
So my one,
That's like Lansing would be Metro Detroit then.
Yeah.
So I said 5 counties, so that included Washtenaw. I am reconsidering that. That's what the TV news has always covered. But like if Ann Arbor has its own metro area,
Yes.
how can you be in the metro area of somewhere else if you have your own metro area?
Exactly. So when you tell people where you live when you go on vacation, what do you say?
I say the suburbs of Detroit.
You don't say Metro Detroit.
I don't.
Yeah, I live in
Clarkston's
Canton,
Metro
and I
Detroit.
say Metro Detroit.
Yeah, I say Metro
Clarkston is
Detroit.
not Metro Detroit.
Yes, it is. No. Rochester's Metro Detroit.
Doesn't feel like it. I'm 15 minutes away from Rochester. I'm not far.
Pontiac is Metro Detroit, right? The Lions played
Yeah,
the
I
Pontiac
just said
Silverdome.
Pontiac. Yeah. But you go north of that to where the Pistons were, and no, it's not Metro Detroit. That's why it's great that they're back downtown.
Let's get to Jason. Wrap us up. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, happy Friday. The greatest Frenchman, without question, is Victor Hugo, writer of Les Mis. The second greatest Frenchman, and this is just a joke, is Jerry Lewis. But Victor Hugo is, honestly, the greatest Frenchman. You got to read Les Mis. He understands the human condition.
John, you big Les Mis fan? I see you shaking your head over there.
No, they made that a play, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to see the play or read the book.
Less Miserables for those that are just reading it plainly?
No, yes.
I've never
that
seen
would be
it.
all
Me neither.
miserable.
Okay. 8 o'clock hour. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to get into something that Heather needs help with. She's planning something for the first time.
I'm very excited.
I think you should be, but I think you need to be prepared.
Every time you say it, you smile ear to ear.
I
You
really
literally do.
8:35, we'll get into that. Coming up next, do we need the preseason?
No.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Last night, the Tigers gave up the first 3 runs against the Twins, but respond by scoring the final 4 in a 4-3 extra innings victory. Veteran Charlie Morton getting the bump tonight with a 7:40 first pitch for Game 2, carried right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Meanwhile, the NFL preseason resumes today with a pair of games. The Lions take Ford Field tomorrow when they host the Dolphins. An update for Kansas City as Rashee Rice is likely to play the first few games of the regular season. His hearing for his involvement in a multi-car crash in Dallas has been set for September 30th. However, shifting gears to college football, we still are awaiting the details regarding the repercussions Michigan will face for the 2023 sign-stealing scandal. The NCAA is set to announce their findings later this afternoon. But announced yesterday, the Pistons' schedule for the upcoming season has been released. Detroit's first game of the year will be in Chicago against the Bulls on October 22nd. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned, or you can also head to 971theticket.com.
We are going to talk about Michigan today. 9 o'clock is the plan. We don't expect to get official word while we're on the air.
Nope.
We spoke earlier about the punishment expectations, what would be fair. Pete Thamel floating out his best guess, which was a hefty fine and a suspension for Sharon Moore, not radically different than the 2 games that has already been floated out there. Clearly, people have a lot to say on it. We may get some more updates between now and 9, but the plan is to get back into it at 9. If you want to go back, we have the rewind. In the meantime, Heather needs some tips, some help. We'll do that at 8:35. And we need to talk a little preseason football, John.
Yeah, I know.
Do we need the preseason? And here's where I'm
Do we as fans need the preseason? Is that the question?
Well, that's the royal who's we. We as fans definitely don't need the preseason. It's not a consumer product. Do the teams need the preseason would be another question. And to get to 53 guys, probably not. I mean, they know 50 of the 53, and that might be light, before they even really get into preseason ball. They know who their 2 deep is, their kicker, their punter, their long snapper. For the most part, the roster's set going into preseason.
Okay.
So
is that the only reason you have preseason games?
Well, I'll ask you. You played in these preseason games. What's the reason? Because now joint practices seem to have taken over as the priority and the preeminent way to figure out who my guys are and to get quality reps.
For guys that are good.
Well, that's all we care about, right?
No, you care about skill development of a Tate Ratledge, Tyleek Williams.
What's good for him, too, the joint practices.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I didn't say it's not one or the other.
But one is kind of replacing the other in the eyes of the team. They don't play the starters in the preseason.
Did they play Tate Ratledge and Tyleek Williams?
Yes.
And so I think they got very valuable reps in those games. And there are depth players that are going to be on the roster. They know they're going to be on the roster. They're playing in these games because they need to get better. And I think there is great value in having those preseason games. Fan value, there are very few people, and I know I'll nerd out on more preseason games than anybody really cares to hear about, but that's how I consume football. It's been such a long offseason. I don't care if it's a practice game. I'm watching because I want to see football. And so I don't want to get rid of them as a fan, and I may be in a very small minority, but as a former player, having gone through preseasons, those reps were invaluable to me, especially my first 3 seasons.
You famously suffered an injury in the preseason, and you still feel that way.
Yeah, I played in the Hall of Fame game. This is back when we had 4 preseason games, and that was the 5th. So, and I also played in the 5th when we went out to Japan. And that to me was ludicrous.
5's overkill, yes?
5 is overkill, yes. But, and I was hurt and I tore my Achilles in the Hall of Fame game out the entire year. Even with that knowledge, I'm not going to hit the rewind button on this one and say, well, I'm not going to play on that game, because there are valuable reps that can be had, and it doesn't have to be by starters. It is the guys, and how many guys did they go through last year, the Detroit Lions, on that defensive line? More than they even had get reps in preseason, but those are valuable reps for the guys that eventually were put on the practice squad and then came up because they were needed.
I don't know. I just looked at this after the Lions' last preseason game where they didn't finish the fourth quarter. And understandably, glad that Maurice Norris is doing well, but they didn't finish the game, and it wasn't some big injustice because there's too many preseason games to begin with. They've had great work the last 2 days at practice with the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. Much better work than what's going to happen this weekend. The preseason games are being phased out. You would. I would disagree with your disagreement of me because, John, I get to see Goff work in the practices. I get to see St. Brown and J-Mo in the practices. I get to see Tate Ratledge.
But you're referencing this as a fan.
Okay, as a team, I get to evaluate my number ones, which I won't this weekend. Tate Ratledge gets to rep next to Glasgow and Sewell, which he won't on Saturday. Those are lesser reps on Saturday.
If your number ones are the only ones that are ever going to play in an NFL game, then sure.
That the preseason is not even for the 2s. The preseason's for the 3s and the 4s, and at what point we're super serving the portion of the roster that's not going to be here in 2 weeks?
Did Isaac Tisla get good reps in those first 2 preseason games? Now, we may not see him in the next 2 preseason games. I don't know how they're going to handle that.
I don't know either.
But I would argue that those were very valuable reps for him. And so it's not just the starters. And I have backed off of this. A couple of years ago, I had planted my flag and I said, hey, this offense needs to be able to start fast. And you look at how Cincinnati has handled the preseason. I don't remember what they did the last couple of years, nor do I really care. But they have started each of the last couple of years 0-2, 0-3. So they played their starters in that first preseason game. They look good, and it's all in hopes of being able to hit the ground running because they're doing something different to try and change the outcome of how they start NFL seasons. Does Joe Burrow need those reps?
No.
Does Jamar Chase need those reps? No. But they got reps together so that because they hadn't done it. The way they did it before wasn't working.
I just think the pendulum is swinging. We had the COVID year where we played no preseason games. It's no longer 4 like when you played, unless you're in the Hall of Fame game for the Lions here. We're getting fewer and fewer preseason games. It's to minimize the risk, and we're replacing those reps that you do need, John. I'm not disputing that you need those reps to get ready for a season. Yeah. We're doing them in practice, which, by the way, is also what college does. They don't have any preseason. They take a roster of 100 guys.
They have a full padded spring ball.
Right, like in April, but in terms of the run-up to the season.
So you can't get better in April.
You
can't prepare for games in April.
The run-up to their season is done in fall camp. without a preseason, and then Ohio State and Texas are going to play at the end of this month without preseason. How are they going to determine they're too deep? How are they going to develop anybody? They do it every single year with 100-man rosters, but a 53-man NFL roster, we have to play 3 and 4 preseason games. We've already found the workaround, the joint practices.
There's a big difference between playing college football and the NFL. There's a big difference between the skill set and the refined and the mastery of certain skills of playing an NFL game versus playing a college game. And I understand, hats off to Texas and Ohio State, to Clemson and LSU for starting with such a big game. It's great for the viewer. I would argue that most of those coaches, they're going to come out and say, we want to play the best of the best. We would love to do that all the time. Well, they don't do it all the time. They play the Citadel before their last game. But they would most likely say, would you, given the option of playing New Mexico before Oklahoma or starting with Oklahoma and then playing New Mexico and Central,
you want to ramp up.
Almost everybody would say we would like to have, and I know they're not preseason games. Everybody gets offended when I call them that. They would rather have a game to ramp up before you play some of those.
But I know you call them preseason games. And they count for the record.
And I do that because it really makes a lot of people mad, especially those from Central Michigan.
September 13th, circle the date.
Yeah. Can't wait.
But the question is, who's we? Like, do we need the preseason? The fans don't. For roster construction, I'd argue you don't. From a league
skill development, I would argue you do.
But I think that's for select rookies and 3 or 4 guys at the end of the roster. So we're doing this whole preseason exhibition season for like 8 guys on a team.
It makes a difference.
And it's worth it to you. I just, for
Absolutely.
everybody else, is this really the best way to do it?
There are so many opportunities that are going away to get better. You don't have as many mini camps as you used to have. You don't have as many OTAs as you used to have. And in fact, spring ball is going to eventually go away. Spring games, in large part, have gone away.
You're right about that.
So you are missing out on all of these opportunities along the way to develop. Now, you get some of that back early on if you're an early enrollee and you have spring ball. That's great, but you are missing opportunities to get better and master the skills that you need to be really good at what you do.
Early ticket text, 248-539-9797 says, boys, quit fighting, split the difference. We need 2, not 4 preseason games. Tommy G.
Okay, well, we only have 3. We have an extra one this year because the NFL plays a Hall of Fame game.
Preseason games helps the coaches with timing and clock decisions. Well, ask Matt Eberflus how that went. He needed about a dozen preseason games.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody masters what they're trying to do, but I think there is, especially when you have new coordinators.
Yeah.
And instead of having Ben Johnson on the sidelines, now you got John Morton in the booth. There are communication things that you are working out in the preseason games that no one ever talks about, but those are big things going into a regular season.
The young guys need the preseason, if nothing else, than to get their game day routine down.
Game day routines, sure, it could be a little bit different at the NFL than it is in college, but if you had something that worked for you in college, chances are you're doing that same routine that you're for NFL games as you did for college games.
Hate to say it, John, Cookies is right with joint practice. Gotta love Costa arguing with Jansen about the importance of preseason reps. LOL.
I do think that's, in this situation, that's very funny.
Ha ha ha, because he played, so his opinion's right.
Well, my experience does matter.
It does. But that experience is kind of dinosaur experience at this point. Like, the league has changed since then. And
the league
to your credit, you've evolved that.
But mastering those skills hasn't changed. Being
no, of
good
course
at
not.
what you're doing hasn't changed,
not.
and the experience always matters.
Right, but the experience of how they did it when you played, it's not that league anymore.
Did we have scrimmages against the Pittsburgh Steelers? Yes. And so that was beneficial. The preseason games were beneficial for things that you can't simulate.
But they're less
Even
beneficial
if you
now.
So when you look at the games or the periods that they had against Miami, they're at a much more intense speed and intensity than regular practice is. That's just something that you can't duplicate. But then all of a sudden you go to a game situation, even if it's a preseason game, that speed and intensity goes up even more. And then you get to the regular season, the speed and intensity goes up. You get to the postseason, the speed and intensity goes up.
I'm not at all trying to be smarmy about this. Like, your experience when you played is valid experience, but it was a different preseason experience. You were going up as a starter against other ones and starters. Those reps don't exist, but those reps don't exist.
Not all the time. I was going up against guys that weren't going to make the team, but those were still valuable reps for me.
We got phone calls. We got ticket text. We got Heather trying something new at 8:35, and the Michigan punishment we'll discuss at 9 o'clock. It's 97.1. All right, if you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you're going through a range of emotions, you need someone looking out for you. You need someone who cares about you. Call Lawrence KG at KG Law. Their phone number is 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y. You can see what I'm talking about on their website, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG and his team, Lawrence KG and KG Law, are one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents. And they've won millions for their clients because they fight hard and they win big. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, call KG Law now. That's K-A-J-Y, 877-KG-CARES, kgcares.com. Very first ticket text. Jim, what's your experience?
I didn't throw that out there.
You didn't. You bit your tongue. It says, Cookie, stay in your lane.
Oh, I bit my tongue on other things I wanted to say, but that wasn't one of them.
Doesn't cost to bet on the preseason. What a degenerate. I don't. That may surprise people. I don't.
Yeah. People not wanting preseason games are just impatient gamblers. That's from Kitech on Twitch.
I am both impatient and a gambler. I go through this exercise every year. The first preseason game hits, the Hall of Fame game, and whether my team's in it or not, I get excited, right? Like it's the big presentation and football's on my TV. And then I quickly realize, oh, this is a lousy product. These are guys that aren't going to make the team. Why do we have this? The joint practices are so much better. The Lions didn't even finish their last preseason game. They've got so much better work against the Dolphins than they're going to get tomorrow.
So everybody that played in that Hall of Fame game is not making the team?
The vast majority, yes.
Okay, but not everybody.
So are those good reps if you're going up against plumbers? I mean, it's just
yes, it is.
I know your thing is more reps. Just get more and more and more and more and more.
Yeah, I mean, do you not get better
of course
at what we do? Because every day is a rep.
Oh, so I tell young people getting into this, reps are your friend. You're not going to be comfortable your first show.
So why is it different for becoming a radio announcer and a morning co-host than it is in anything else? Because no one's listening to some of those shows that we did way back when.
Texter says 2 games at most. That's all the money the league needs. It's all about money for the league. That's Kyle in Bay City. Well, they don't need it. Sure. They can rope it into regular season prices if they really wanted to. And I think that's what's going to happen is if they expand the regular season, they're just going to take preseason games away.
Sure, if they go to 18 regular season, just like when they went to 17, they took a preseason game away. If they go to 18, there'll be 2 preseason games.
And teams will still get ready for the regular season without that preseason game. It's not a necessity. So when I say, do we need the preseason? You're just continuing
to whittle away the opportunity for younger, less experienced players to find ways to get better.
Text says, go to 20 games. Expand the roster, increase the cap, adjust the schedule. Preseason's a waste of time. Martin at work. He wants to absorb all of it into the regular season.
Yeah, 20 games is bizarre.
How would your body be doing after 20 games?
I mean...
I'm assuming it'd be pretty brutal.
It would be a brutal schedule.
Preseason games help the coaches. Don't forget, extra important for the Lions with 2 new coordinators.
That's a factor.
Can you? I'm asking this. Can you explain it a little bit? Because I look at it and think, well, you're not putting in a big game plan. Like it's vanilla coverages, vanilla concepts. So in what way? I'm not like challenging you, just for the people listening. What does this do for coordinators?
So, well, some of it is being able to install a game plan. It may be a very vanilla one, but it's the process of installing that game plan and then getting guys to go out and execute it. But more importantly, it's the process on game day. And it's going to be different for the Detroit Lions coaching staff this year because Ben Johnson was on the sidelines. Now they're going to have John Morton up in the booth. And it's communication from the booth to the sidelines. Who am I talking to? And all of these things will be ironed out, but you all of a sudden you're like, you know what, this isn't working the way I wanted to, and you need to make a tweak. And it's easier now because instead of going over to the phone, you just have guys put on headsets. And I don't know why we didn't have extra headsets 20 years ago. We didn't.
Do you ever look back at stuff like that and go, how the hell
there's so many things you look back on and go, why didn't we do this then? And so, yeah, it's a part of the process of how are we going to do this. Special teams coaches will be the first to tell you this is vitally important because we've got to get the awareness of those guys that are playing right now. Hey, we've got 11 guys on this kickoff team. Hey, kickoff, get over here. All right, we got to get everybody, because we can't call a timeout to get the kickoff team out there, or the kick return team, or the punt team.
You better not.
It's a little easier for kickoff and kick return because you're probably coming out of a TV timeout. But hey, it's third down, and the special teams coach is trolling the sidelines, making sure that his punter is ready, that the snapper is ready, that anyone else that's going to go out there that's not already on the field is ready to go, so that they have exactly 11, not 12, not 10.
Oh, trust me. I mean, I know you played. I played a little in high school. I'm familiar with punt teams hot, right? And the coaches walking around, corralling everybody.
Special teams coaches are so annoying, but for a good reason.
Yes, because if you screw it up, it's a big deal. All right, we're going to get to...
Ask C.D. Lamb if he's trying to figure out where I'm supposed to stand when I'm on the sidelines.
We never talked about that, did you? He got run over.
Yeah, as he should have. And I don't know what they're going to do. I know that there was obviously a penalty. It was sideline infraction. But I don't know if they're going to levy a fine on him or not. But that was awful.
Hey, 9:02, we're going to get into Michigan. Punishment is expected to be handed down today, and we'll figure out if it's going to be reckoning or relief. We know what's been rumored. We'll weigh in on what we expect and what we think should happen. That's at 9 o'clock. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so this is interesting. After the Roadkill Nights event over the weekend, Rams said that it's bucking Hemi bull, which is this huge 34,000 mechanical bull.
Looks badass.
Yeah, it does. They said it was stolen.
How do you steal that?
The company filed a police report on Saturday night after they say the bull was stolen during disassembly. So they'd taken it all apart and somehow disappeared. It had been stolen. In a statement from Rams CEO, they said, "This is bull crap." Or I'm sure he didn't use that word, but he said it was bull. Our bucking Hemi was taken on Saturday night. The search is officially on. We won't stop searching until we get him back. And like I said, they went and filed this formal police report. But now the Oakland County Sheriff's Office says the investigation has pivoted from a possible theft to what could be filing a false police report. And Sheriff Michael Bouchard says Ram never actually lost the bull at all.
What?
Apparently the bull was with a person that worked for the company the whole time.
So was it a mix-up, or are they trying to pull a fast one?
I don't know.
Or just trying to create more awareness?
Buzz? Yeah.
Buzz.
The sheriff added that it's very frustrating and a tremendous waste of valuable investigative time, which it is.
Yeah.
So Ram still says, no, it was a legitimate police report. We thought this bull was stolen. It sounds like it was with a contractor who was responsible for taking it apart.
Well, then call the contractor before you call the police.
I don't know.
It sounds like an old Johnny Cash song. Somebody took it one piece at a time.
Yeah, it sounds like everything is still under investigation. It's a strange story, but kind of interesting.
I saw the headlines.
Yeah,
it's out there. Yeah,
it is. By now, it feels like everybody is familiar with the whole Taylor Swift New Heights podcast, right? If you didn't see it, you've heard about it by now. You've seen little clips. You've seen images at least. And one person who's also aware of it is Jared Goff. So Goff had a pretty sweet response after being name dropped on the show. And he kind of joked that he didn't expect to receive so many messages about the mention. It's kind of cool.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, it's kind of like when we've had Dan Campbell say the whole moldy bread thing, and then it gets everywhere, and the phone blows up. Hey, was that you guys?
Exactly.
Yeah, look at it.
And we're just nodding like, can you believe he's doing this right now? This is awesome.
Yeah.
Coaches from a Detroit youth football team have been suspended indefinitely after throwing punches at a referee during a benefit game.
Oh,
yeah,
come
this
on.
incident, which was caught on camera, occurred at Warren Fitzgerald High School during a game between the East Side Colts and the Michigan Dolphins. Apparently, this altercation broke out over a disagreement about a penalty and a tossed football, right? Tempers started flaring. Obviously, fists were flying. The Eastside Colts are affiliated with Detroit Pale, but that matchup was not a Pale-sanctioned event. It was this, fundraising event.
Benefit. Yeah.
But Detroit Pale did suspend both the coaches and the referee who were involved in the fight. And all of them have issued an apology.
Is there video on this?
Yeah, there's video.
So what did the ref do wrong? Because if you got the call wrong, that doesn't mean it should be a fist fight on the field.
No.
But in the Eastside Colts statement, they did say that the incident occurred where a referee acted unprofessionally towards our head coach. Even the lead official acknowledged the referee's actions were not appropriate. So
he's like a mouthy ref.
They don't say exactly what happened, but
okay.
Yikes, right? Milwaukee Brewers fans earned the right to get some free burgers at a local restaurant chain thanks to a lengthy winning streak. But there's one person who just couldn't wait to take advantage and actually decided to involve the police in this whole fun promo. So this fan called 911 on Wednesday when he showed up at this George Webb restaurant to get his free burger for part of the promo.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't honor it, so he decided to call the police. And this promo has been around for a long time. You get a free burger when the team goes on a 12-game winning streak. It's only happened twice over this long history, 1987 and 2010. Well, did it on Wednesday, right? Well, this fan showed up before the game actually ended. So the game hadn't officially finished.
Right.
Plus, the promo doesn't actually go into effect
So
that
the
day.
next day, yeah.
They pick a day that they'll run the promo so that they can be prepared for it.
Going to have to staff appropriately.
Yes.
Have enough
And
supplies.
kind of funny, though, that he was like, give me this burger.
I'm getting the police involved. Buddy, what was our thought on
It's a
patience
burger.
today?
Yeah,
It's one
patience.
burger.
Patience will serve you well.
All right. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Heather's life. She wants to try something out. Going to need our help. It's 97.1.
You guys, I'm sure you've heard me rave about my new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. I am telling you, it has been a game changer for me and my family. Colin and I love using it after a workout. We use it in the evenings to relax. On cooler days, the kids like using it kind of as a pool for themselves. Well, if you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Go check out Beninati Pool and Spa. They're going to help you pick out the perfect tub. Plus, they're going to deliver it, install it. And for me, they've been there to help take care of maintenance as well. They handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met by Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
9 o'clock, we'll get into Michigan football punishment handed down later today. What are the insiders saying? We have audio from Pete Thamel, Ross Dellinger. We'll get into what we expect and what the reaction would be to that potential punishment. Heather, it's not this weekend, right?
No, it's not.
But you are planning.
I'm planning on doing something I've always wanted to do, something that I'm excited about, and it's silly probably to everyone else, but I'm having a garage sale, and I am so pumped. And I know it's silly, but I am for multiple reasons. One, I'm excited. Really, the main thing is to clean out my house. We've had stuff sitting in our storage room. I have so many baby and kid related items that take up so much room, like these big bouncers, right, that you can't collapse. And they've been storing them just in case, like maybe there'll be another baby. I'll hold on to this. And then, okay, so it sounds like there's not going to be another baby. I'm ready to get rid of it all, right? So I've got...
Yeah, as soon as you get rid of it, I got some news.
I know, right? That's what I told Colin. I was like, watch what's going to happen. But anyway, so I've got all of this stuff, good stuff that somebody could use.
Yeah.
And when I was little, I remember my grandparents having a garage sale, and I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And I've always wanted to have one, never had one. And finally, a girlfriend in the neighborhood said she was going to have one, texted me and was like, do you want in on this? And I was like, heck yes, I do. So I have been getting my garage ready. I mean, like, I've just been bringing stuff out, and I'm going to start organizing it all, getting it set up.
Is the neighborhood, or at least how many other individuals, just the two of you, or is there going to be 3, 4?
She did post it on our neighborhood Facebook page, so hopefully there'll be some more that join in, and it can be not a sub sale.
Will there be any
multiple?
I don't want to say advertisement,
yes.
but okay.
So she already texted me. She's like, what are your big ticket items? I'm going to make an advertisement. I'll post it on Facebook and whatever.
She's a go-getter.
Yeah, she is. So I told her, I was like, I don't have everything ready, but here's the gist of what I've got. So she's going to make an advertisement. We're going to post it on Facebook as well. I was like, just don't put my address out there yet. Like, you can say it's in our neighborhood, but I don't know. It's just, I don't need my address out early, like until the event day.
Well, they need to know where to go.
Well, yeah, she can say the name of our sub. That's fine. People, know where it's going to locate.
Are you prepared to haggle with people for prices?
I don't know. I'm really bad at like, I get uncomfortable haggling myself. Like, if I see something I like, if it's too much, I'm like, okay, it's too much. If it's the right price that I want it, I'll pay it. I never, like, I'm not good at being like, oh, would you take whatever for this? I have a feeling if people do that, which they will, because that's what garage sales bring. Yeah. I'll probably just be like, sure, have it.
Just get it out of my yard.
Or if it's something I know is a little bit more valuable, I'll probably say, I just won't sell it. I'll just say, no, I'm only going to take this price for it. I'm bad at it, though.
If you're struggling, just have confrontational Colin
I will.
come out.
I was just about to say, I'll just have my husband there. He'll be great at it.
Is there 100% buy-in in the house?
No, Colin is not excited for it. One, because it does take up all of your time. Like, garage sales run from whatever time you put, 9 to 4. You have to be there from 9 to 4, right? You can't just like, I'm going to close for a couple hours and go get lunch. Yeah. Somebody has to be available. So he's not looking forward to that.
He doesn't have the excitement that you do.
No, but he is getting excited to see all this stuff leave the house. And then my plan is, what doesn't sell, I'm going to box up and donate, or I'm going to put free and I'm going to stick it out at the side of my driveway and say, take me. Not me, but the
item. You saw the look on my face. Yes. Is where I was going.
So people who've done garage sales and want this to be successful for Heather, can you share some tips and advice? 248-539-9797. What should she be in for?
Or maybe nobody's going to show up. Maybe like in my head, I do this a lot with things in my life. I build things up like this is going to be whatever. It's going to play out like a movie scene. And then it does it. And I'm like, oh, that sucked. I'm so disappointed usually with things because I build it up.
So the couple of things. One, the advertisement, however you're going to do it, because you just put an ad in a newspaper, right? For $25 you can run for a couple of days. And hey, this neighborhood is going to have a garage sale. The other thing is signage. Like you at the opening of your neighborhood, there needs to be and at some of the cross streets that are close by. Hey, arrow pointing this way, garage sale. Because anytime I see a garage sale, chances are I'm going to stop.
You do?
Oh yeah, I love going. I have been able to. Fishing equipment is not cheap, and when people want to get rid of it, they'll do the same thing. And I'll usually go a little bit later. Maybe after 12 or 1, because then they're just looking to, I don't want to move this back into my house. I don't want to take it to Goodwill. I just want it to be gone. I have gotten a lot of really good fishing gear from garage sales. Now, I'm guessing there's not a lot
We
of
don't
fishing
have the
gear at
fishing
yours.
gear. No. There might be some tools.
But people want to know
tools, the same thing.
Whatever Colin, I mean, he's got to go through and look in the garage what he wants
what's
to get rid
expendable.
of.
People say, what are your big ticket items?
Well, it's going to be a ton of kid stuff, right?
Well,
I've got a ton of kid, baby, clothes, car seats, high chairs, bouncers, bassinets, loungers, shoes.
Yeah.
But then I also have a lot of home goods, home decor, and I have a lot of salon stuff. I know it's kind of selective, but I have a shampoo bowl, salon chair, a dryer. I'm just not doing as much hair anymore, so I'm getting it out of the house.
What are you looking at over there? You're
That was
distracted.
a big truck that just pulled in, 2 smokestacks.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh, it's a monster truck. Wait
A monster
second here.
truck?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know where that was a big old bed on the back. Yeah. Just pulled through the driveway. Sorry, I don't mean to. I got distracted there. Monster truck just showed up.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Phone call, same deal. We want to hear from you guys this morning. Help Heather out as she gets set for a garage sale. She's excited. What is she in for? So Colin in Dearborn, good morning.
Hey, good morning. All right, so I just did a garage sale this past weekend.
Okay.
So I did Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday and Saturday are going to be your busiest days.
Okay.
Sunday we had maybe a tenth of the people come. I don't know if it was just because it was hotter or what, but Saturday was the big day.
Okay.
If you struggle with haggling, garage sale is not going to be for you. People come in and they are going to lowball you on everything.
So should I put the prices higher?
Yes.
Because I know people are going to come in and do that? Or do I just list things as...
Yes.
Okay.
And start early, like with the price. Like if someone like right at when you start up is like, let's say you have something for $20 and they're like, oh, I'll give you 10. Don't do it. Oh, I'll give you 15. Don't do it. Wait. Someone will come by later and check it out. If not, like then you can adjust later. But don't give in early. And people, it's going to be very frustrating. I had one item. I didn't have a price listed on it yet. And the woman goes, how much for this? And I go, $5. And she goes, oh, no. And I was like, $3? And she's like, oh, no, I can get this for $1 somewhere else. And I'm like, well, why didn't you go somewhere else?
Then go do it.
Yeah.
What are you doing here then? So it's going to be very frustrating.
Yeah.
But just stand tough and you'll be fine. Trust me, when it's done and you have the big wad of cash in your hand, you have the garage free, the basement free. It's a good feeling.
Did you sell most of your items?
So we sold a good deal of it. I mean, probably about 50% of the stuff that we put out.
Okay.
But a lot of it, I mean, was junk that I wouldn't probably even purchase. I mean, but you just hope that someone is just there that's like, oh, my God, I want this. And
Right, you got to find the right person.
A lot of it, yeah, and a lot of things, too. If you have a lot of kid toys, too, a lot of stuff that's just like, small stuff, you're going to see kids looking at it. Just give it to them.
Yeah.
It's going to put a huge smile on their face, and it might even get the parents to purchase something. Yeah, we did things like that. Like we had a bunch of books, and we just gave books away to kids that they were looking at.
That's what
like,
I was
hey,
going to bring up
is
I feel like there's two lanes here. There's the I want to make the most money possible, and there's the I want to get rid of this stuff.
I'm not looking to make the most money possible. I know a garage sale is not the way to do it. Some of the bigger items I'm posting on Facebook Marketplace because people will pay more on Marketplace than at a garage sale. I'm looking to get rid of it, but I also don't want to give it all away for free because a lot of it I bought myself. So I'd like to get some money in return. But a lot of it, I mean, the baby clothes, I mean, I'm almost just going to, they'll almost be free.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to be, but they basically are.
I have a question when we return about the money or the form of payment you will take.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. The modern garage sale.
Boy, well.
Yeah, and so just a little tip for Colin here. Everything is a negotiation in a marriage, right? Everything is a negotiation. I think this was brought up on Twitch. I think it's brilliant. He should be all in on this as long as he gets to watch the Lions on Christmas.
You think that's the trade-off?
Yeah, I mean, hey, let's use what we can.
We also got a ticket text from Jason in Ferndale. He says, I can't wait for the first person to ask Heather if she's selling any unmentionables.
You will get some weird questions.
We'll unpack all of this. We got phone calls, John's question, and more next. 97.1.
In sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who makes it personal. And that someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. To him, it's not just a slogan. It's not just something he says. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
exciting news. Heather, with a garage sale on the horizon.
I can't wait.
And we have people sending in some advice, phone calls and ticket text. Amy in Livonia says, make sure you have enough change, put prices on everything, and watch your cash box at all times.
I think I'm going to wear it in like a fanny pack.
There you go.
Like, I think I'm going to keep my cash on me.
John, your question for payment, someone says, make sure you have a Venmo ready.
Yeah, and so just print out your QR code for your Venmo.
Okay.
Because that's a lot of times, and I do always have a little bit of cash on me, but sometimes I'll go and there'll be a rod and reel combo, and I don't have enough cash. I'll be like, do you take Venmo? And most people will say yes.
But do the QR code to save the steps of every single person having to come over and...
Yeah, as long as I know, I need to make sure there is an exchange, though. Like, I don't want somebody being like, I'll Venmo you and then leave, and then all of a sudden I look later.
Oh, no, you do it right there, and then you have your phone with the Venmo up, and it instantly says,
Texter says, have your kids running a lemonade stand. Patrick in New England.
Oh, that's cute.
That's smart.
I might come just for a cup of lemonade.
They're a little for that, but I think
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I think it makes them good.
No, it probably makes it even better. Yeah, can you imagine Emily standing behind a lemonade stand?
She'd be too shy to talk to anybody, but she would.
Yeah, which makes it even better. Yes. Oh, here, I'll give you 50 cents.
Heather, I had a 3-day garage sale recently, made $4,000. You will make big money.
Wait,
oh yeah,
what?
It all adds up.
Said, but make sure you have Venmo for payment.
What? Okay, that blows my mind because I'm going into this thinking I'm really not going to make a lot of money because it's a garage sale, but it's going to be great to get all this stuff out of my house.
Do you have
$4,000?
any pieces of like a chair or an old recliner or any furniture that you're putting out there? Maybe it's a crib. Or I don't know, maybe cribs could be a little bit tricky.
I know
because
you can't sell the old school cribs. I know you're not supposed to sell the car seat either. It is liability if it's been in an accident. No, you know what? I had some furniture items and I already listed it on Marketplace and they already sold.
Well,
so I'm selling it faster on Marketplace, but.
So Heather, in terms of the amount of money you can make, I remember my grandparents had one when I was young, and they used all the money and took us to Gatlinburg for like a few nights. Yes.
From a garage sale.
Yes. Now, obviously, it was cheaper back then, but I mean.
But okay, well now.
Also,
now I'm
I would
really
expect you to make your most money the first one because you're getting rid of
everything.
Yeah,
the good stuff.
Good stuff.
And it's all good stuff. I just don't need it.
Tex says, hopefully she's not selling any shoes that had unwashed feet.
Oh, I do have some shoes.
Better spray them
guaranteed
with
my feet were in them.
Right, quick question.
Probably unwashed.
Would you buy a used shoe?
Oh, heck yes. These are like designer shoes. I mean, I don't expect to sell them for a lot of money at a garage sale, but they're really nice, and I wore them like one time.
Would you buy them?
I would buy them. Yeah. Yes.
Would you sign one?
Like my autograph?
Autograph, yeah.
That's a little weird, but I would, I guess.
I told you, people are going to ask weird questions.
Right.
Yeah.
That's weird.
A lot of people saying be ready to haggle. Let's get some more advice. Let's go to Bill in Dundee. Bill,
I don't think people are even going to know who I am.
You're Heather Park. You're on the radio. Bill, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Hey, so I've had a garage sale the last couple of days. Our little community has them. And I don't put prices on anything. I let them make an offer, and I get rid of almost everything.
Okay.
And I know in my mind the bigger stuff, I want to make more money. I know in my mind how much I think it's worth selling at a garage sale. So, and then there's some bargaining going on. And at the end of it, when I don't sell, I back up, I take the goodwill, I get a receipt, I'm able to write it off for my taxes.
I like to make me an offer on certain items for sure, because they might make a higher offer than I was going to list it in the first place.
Yeah.
And then if they really lowball me, I'd say like, no.
Yeah. No, I mean, but if you, in your mind you say, I got $50 I want to sell this for, and somebody comes and says, I'll give you $55 for it, then you could always say, how about $60? They'll say $57. Now you get $7 more bucks.
Look at that. Okay, I like that. For certain items, that would work.
There's other items you just want to get rid of.
Sure,
just get out of here.
That are small and just, that's pointless.
It's part of why you're doing this is to get rid of stuff. Sue, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Heather.
Hi.
Make sure all your items are clean.
Yes, definitely.
Nobody wants to buy anything stained or broken.
I agree.
I do a free box where either the item is not worth pricing, who wants 10 cents for it?
Right.
Or that's where I put especially kids' clothes.
Okay.
That might have a little bit of a stain or a little problem. you don't want to charge them for them, but gosh, if a kid could use them, that would be good. I do comparison pricing, like some Home Depot barbecue thing. It now sells for $109. I think my grandson played with it twice.
Mm-hmm.
So you print that out and have it there, and obviously you're not asking that. But let's say you're asking $25 for it because it's in prime condition. That gives them an idea of what its value really is.
I like
run
So you
Thursday
sound like a
through-
professional.
Yeah, I know.
No, my daughter makes me do them once a year for her.
I hope you
run
get a little slice of the
Thursday.
pie.
No, it goes to my grandkids, so I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I run Thursday through Saturday because the real garage sale people, they don't wait until Friday. They're out even sometimes on Wednesday. But I'm not giving up my Wednesday. I don't do it on Sunday anymore because you just get a handful of people. Plus, that's the day you want to box everything out that doesn't go and
It's
get
true.
rid of it.
Okay.
I do half off from 2 to 4 on Saturday, and I have it posted. So if somebody really wanted something, they can come back.
Are you writing all this down, Heather?
Well, yeah, I'm jotting notes. Yeah, I
Okay,
am.
good.
The haggling, it's okay to say no. You don't have to explain to them why you're saying no. If they offer you, like the guy said, you've got it for 20, they offer you 8, just say no thanks.
Okay.
You don't have to tell them why. And if they really want it, they'll come back with another offer.
Mm-hmm.
And wear your sunscreen if it's a sunny day or you're going to turn into a lobster.
She's really thought of everything. Your
She's got-
sunscreen
yes.
on top of this, Sue. We appreciate the advice. Let's get to Rob, get his thoughts. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Hey there. The other thing you need to do is know how to bundle. If someone's looking at something for 20, another item they're hemming and hawing about, maybe it's $15. Just tell them $30 and get them out of there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's if they're looking at a number of stuff, just give them one flat price instead of nickel and diming them.
Yeah. This is going to be a
And
lot
John?
of work.
Yeah.
And John, salmon are hitting pretty good out of Frankfurt. You got to get on the boat and get out there.
Gosh, I wish I could. I know. Is that as far north as they're hitting right now?
Well, they're about 2.5 miles out on the drop-off, and we were fishing about 200 feet of water and catching everything at about 150. But the water's still hot. So, I mean, their temps down there are still in the set about 72 degrees.
Oh, okay.
But lead core line, green rigs, and meat rigs were just hitting them.
Ooh, I always love fishing the meat rigs.
Speaking his language.
Yeah. Mhm. All right. Hey, thanks, man.
Couple ticket text. Don't let anyone in your house use the bathroom.
Oh, gosh.
It says,
Never.
seriously consider the lemonade stand thing.
I like
We
that.
had that, and we put a sign out saving for Disney World. The kids made more money than we did.
Oh, that's cute.
Make sure your dogs are put up.
Oh, for sure.
Don't accept checks. A lot of people who played the
Okay.
game before, they're trying to help you out.
Okay.
9 o'clock hour, we're going to get into Michigan football. The punishment expected to be handed down later today. What some of the experts are saying, what we think of it, what we think should happen, and what we expect to happen. The football coverage on 97.1 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Today's the day, and I don't think it's going to happen during our show. We got about an hour left, but it's expected, I don't know, lunchtime, of course, during Doug and Gator's show. What will the punishment be for Michigan football's illegal scouting? And we have some rumors, some expectations from some people who've been covering the story from the beginning. Let's start with Pete Thamel. He was on Pat McAfee. Harsh fine, 2-game suspension, maybe a little more, nothing more radical, nothing vacating previous wins or titles, and no postseason punishment. Speaking of postseason punishment, Ross Dellinger, Yahoo Sports, he was on a Yahoo Sports podcast. He gave his 2 cents. How about that intense music in the background? Really adds.
Very ominous.
They won a postseason ban. They were gunning for it last summer. So what is today? Is today a reckoning or is today a relief for Michigan? 248-539-9797. What do you expect to happen, and how would you feel if that's what does happen?
On some level, no matter what the punishment is, there's got to be some relief that there's a finality to it. Like, it's finally done.
How long has this been going on? Almost 2 years now?
Yeah, and again, whatever the punishment is, yes, you heard from Pete Thamel, there is the ability to appeal. Have no idea what that process is or looks like. What I hope comes out of this is that the NCAA is going to lay out everything that they have. That they, here are the text messages. Here are, what we know Jim Harbaugh knew. And here is what we think we know, but we weren't able to talk to Jim Harbaugh because he refused to talk to us. Just lay it all out so that everybody is looking at all of the same facts, because there's plenty of rumors that have come out in favor of Michigan or on the other side that we just don't know what is actual fact. Because, and one of them is when they initially came out with the proposed settlement of 2 games or self-imposed 2-game suspension, and it was bizarre that it was supposed to be the 3rd and 4th game.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Like, I asked, for those that I thought would know, and they're like, none of that came from us. We don't know where that came from. It's not something that they have discussed. So,
because it looked bad, like, we're going to cherry pick and make sure our coach is there for Oklahoma.
Yeah, that all seems bizarre.
If he is suspended any number of games, it should start in week 1 and it should go until the suspension is over. You don't have your kid get in trouble and say, well, you pick the days of the week you want to be in trouble for. No, man, it's got to hurt. Friday and Saturday, you don't get to pick Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, and then give the reasoning behind it as well. So if they're like, well, if they believe that the impact of missing a conference game,
Nebraska,
is more than missing New Mexico and Oklahoma, which I would disagree with. But if they believe that penalty is, if they're going to go with a 2-game suspension, then if that penalty is bigger, then then why not say you missed the first 2 Big Ten games? Like, it just, the third and fourth just made no sense to me.
So you want it all laid out. They were charged with 11 NCAA violations, including 6 level 1. Level 1 is the most severe. They did cheat. Connor Stallions broke the rules. Now, the scope of this has been disputed, and it's been disputed because Jim Harbaugh has not cooperated. He gets amnesia when he's asked about specifics. Sharon deleted texts, later provided them. Partridge was fired partially for covering up evidence. Part of those level 1 violations are noncompliance, not cooperating. Institutionally, that's an issue. So I would think it's incredibly light if Michigan only has a fine for a university that has that kind of cash and a 2-game suspension for the head coach. I do think they should receive a postseason ban. I don't expect it, but I think they deserve a postseason ban. When you have an institutional issue that involves the head coach, multiple assistants, cheating, and noncompliance, that's a big web. You have repeat offenders. I mean, there's guys who got in trouble with recruiting violations before this case with Stallions. When you have institutional issues, you have to hurt the program, not just the coach who's since left. What are you going to do? Tack on an extra year or 2 years of show cause onto Jim Harbaugh? That doesn't do it. So what's going to happen today? I don't know. What should happen? They should be punished in the future. I actually wouldn't even mess with vacating stuff. I don't know that does anybody any good going in the past. It'll make the rival fan bases amped up. It'll give them something to fight about forever into the internet's, into the ether. But you can't take away people's memories. Michigan fans watch their team win a national title. They watch their team win those games. You can't vacate memories. Any punishment to me should be future punishments, not past punishments. 248-539-9797. Jim in Walled Lake, what do you think?
I think everyone's talking like this is going to be over. I think Michigan has a certain number of days to respond, and I think their response is going to be it's going to come down and it's going to end up in court, I think. And I think this is going to go on for quite a while yet.
That is one of the possible outcomes.
Well, okay, but if it's what Thamel said, why would Michigan fight it? If it's 2 games for their coach and a fine, like why would you want to go to discovery? Why would you want to go into like big boy real court and have to go through that whole process?
Well, because everyone's talking like everyone uses the word cheat. I think Stallions is a pretty smart guy, and I think he found a loophole where the wording, to paraphrase, was anyone connected with the program cannot attend a game and use electronic equipment to record. So he didn't attend. He got his friends and family to attend.
He attended a game against Michigan State.
So they have for one game?
No, that's that. But I'm just going to start there because you seem to dismiss that happened. Or you agree that he did do that? He attended a game, right?
What I'm saying is the wording in the rule is anyone connected to the program.
Is Stallions connected to the program?
Right.
And did he attend a college football game?
For the most part, he was sending friends and family to these games.
Jim, I didn't say for the most part. We have him on the sideline of a game against a Big Ten foe. So,
you're talking about the Central game.
Yeah, well, sure, that we can start with that. It's clearly more than that. But we can start with that, and that's where everything that you just said unravels. Connor Stallions was in-person scouting a Big Ten school. We know that. So he broke the rules, and he knows he broke the rules, which is why he up and left the program. Why was he doing it if it didn't help Michigan? Why did he leave if it wasn't anything wrong with what he was doing? He cheated, and by him cheating, Michigan as a program cheated.
When he was on the sideline at Central, he wasn't using any electronic devices.
Okay. If you're in-person scouting, it's against the rules. You don't have to like the rules. You don't have to agree with the rules. You can want them changed. A lot of this is changing now in terms of the headset communication. Yeah. Yes. But we're going to fight on the point that he's going to call in and go, did Michigan even cheat? No, the NCAA is doing all this just for fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's undeniable with him on the sidelines and all the other stuff we've heard. I don't think they're going to get slapped that hard. I think they probably should be slapped more than what they will be slapped, and the reason is because they're Michigan and they're a brand, and they make a lot of money for NCAA. They're big for TV. I do think they'll add on suspension. There'll be a heavy fine. My guess right now is it's going to be first 3 games, non-Big Ten schedule, and a huge fine, and that's probably not enough. But because of the way they make money and their brand. And I do think his point's interesting about fighting it. If it's big, there's going to be a fight. If they do what I just said, I think they'd take it and move on.
Just move on. Again, in a perfect world, this would have been settled in Sharon's first season, where you're coming off a national title. It's going to be a down year. You don't have a quarterback. You're not going to make the playoff. Sure, ban us from a postseason. Who the hell cares? And we can put it behind us. Now you're in year 2 with Bryce Underwood, and there's still going to be more that falls on your plate as a head coach.
My point has always been with this is, why would you do it if it didn't matter?
Right.
Why would you have somebody do this? And
well, the question is, did Harbaugh have Connor Stallions do this?
Well, somebody had him do it.
Or did he come up with this scheme on his own?
But, John, I would contend it doesn't matter.
I agree with you. Harbaugh is responsible for everything that happens in his program.
And Michigan is responsible for what Connor Stallions did.
I agree.
So that's the thing. Is what I hope doesn't happen is they just put the bullseye on Harbaugh and unload the bazooka on him and go, he can never coach in college again. That doesn't hurt Michigan, and Michigan needs to be the one that feels this.
I think okay, so circumstantial evidence is not going to be used in this, right? To me, circumstantial evidence is the TCU game. That TCU was tipped off and they changed their plays, and that's why they scored 51 points on a good defense. Okay? But I don't think the NCAA can use that. So I think the people that want the hammer are bringing in the circumstantial evidence, and you can't.
But Tom, when you hear 6 level 1s, the highest degree of a violation, you have 6 of them. And it's, well, did Jim Harbaugh know? Well, part of the reason there's 6 level 1s is because Jim Harbaugh, I don't remember, I don't know, I'm not going to answer. There's the good old boys network. So why the NCAA has these rules are, if you're not going to comply, we're going to get you anyway. I don't remember, I don't know, you can't prove it is not a defense.
Well, right. I mean, to me, 6 level 1s is a bowl ban, okay?
Right.
But the other arguments are, well, those people aren't here anymore.
So
why are you punishing now? Those, I'm just telling you, the both sides of the argument.
I know. So there's the people who say don't punish the future because they didn't have anything to do with it. Punish the past. But then I would argue if you punish the past, it's already happened. It's flimsy. Sure, you could vacate wins and vacate a title. It still happened. So what? Now Spartan fan and Buckeye fan and SEC fans have ammunition to have endless Twitter arguments? Is that really the most just punishment? Is giving Twitter fights more ammunition? No, that's a stupid punishment.
I have a very strong opinion that this were other schools, lesser schools. Like Paul brought up Miami. He's a Miami Hurricane fan. He thinks more would be done. I do. I agree with that. I think the name matters. Fair or not, it's not fair, actually.
Well, we got phone calls to get to. It's 97.1.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's just simply never out of place. So just think about all the moments that we have as summer unfortunately comes to an end and we enter fall. You've got tailgating on the horizon, grilling, hitting the beach, just hanging out on the back porch and kicking back, or maybe you're hitting the boat one last time. They're all great for an all-day IPA. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. You can look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
All right, we got ticket text, we got phone calls. We want to hear from you guys. Is it going to be a reckoning or a relief for Michigan? The NCAA punishment comes down today, like any minute, probably in the afternoon when Doug and Scott are on the air. But we've asked you guys, do you expect it to be a reckoning or a relief? And we've kind of talked about some of what is on the table. Pete Thamel saying hefty fine and the suspension of Sharon Moore, but not really anything more than the 2 games. And not anything more radical than the 2 games that had already been discussed. There was the thought of a postseason ban. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo saying that's something the NCAA was pushing for over the summer. 248-539-9797. Text says if adults are in charge, it should be a reckoning. Text says if you cheat and you get away with it, then cheating should be allowed. Then there's no integrity. Says you should have no moral backbone and you should do whatever you can to win no matter how dirty it is. That would be the new Michigan way. Cookies, are you worried that CMU is going to get hit worse than Michigan? CMU doesn't have the power that Michigan does. They can't get away with it. They're going to take it all out on little old CMU. I'm not running from what CMU did. It's a disgrace to invite someone onto the sideline to cheat, and it's clear the staff connections that McElwain had and some of the other assistants, and whether it was McElwain who directed it or not, just like whether it was Harbaugh directing it or not, we are responsible as a school. Like, I don't really care who it is. Like, people have said it's a stupid rule. Well, if you broke the rule, you're in trouble. If Ohio State breaks the rule, if MSU breaks the rule, if...
There's a lot of rules that we think are stupid, not just in sports, but in driving around. There's rules that you think are stupid. Doesn't matter what you think of the rules. If it's a rule, it needs to be followed.
Costa, you have too much Michigan derangement syndrome to be discussing this. Please leave the discussion to the unbiased, unemotional attached, please, Dave and Monroe. Who are those people? Who are the people who have no investment in this? Because everybody on the station is a fan of Michigan or Michigan State, except me. I'm a little old CMU guy.
Yeah, but you know me, so you're guilty.
Right, I get lumped in with the blue wall. But I've been pretty upfront about this. Like, 6 level ones, a coach who didn't want to play along, his staff who didn't want to play along, non-compliance, institutional issues, multiple issues with the NCAA. It's got to be more than a 2-game suspension for the head coach and a fine. You got to feel it. It should be a postseason ban. I don't think it will be. My expectation is today will be a relief for Michigan, that they will get what Thamel talked about. The fine, 2 games for more, and be done with it. Move on. Usher in the Bryce Underwood era. Play football games. 248-539-9797. Brian in Detroit, what do you say?
Jim, you know I love you. But, John, tell me if I'm wrong. We sat around here for 25 years, and the SEC paid their players. All we gave them was glory for doing it. Now that everybody could pay players, the SEC can't even get to the championship game. But we now seem to think that Michigan invented cheating. Whatever happened to Michigan, they deserve it. But don't act like cheating just started at the University of Michigan. Not Jim, you, Mike, Rico are butthurt because it's Michigan. Because you never talked about cheating like this before, ever. Now all you do
Brian,
is talk
could it be
about
that we're covering it because it involves the major university in the state in which we broadcast? Could it maybe get more? Could it maybe get more airtime because we're not in Tuscaloosa?
Jim, it doesn't. If you're not concerned about the SEC for the last 25 years, don't act like it upsets you now. Don't act like you're on some high moral ground.
If you think I'm some big SEC backer, you've never listened to me.
But
it's not
Brian,
about being the SEC back there. Go ahead, John.
Brian, the only pushback I would give you is show me whether we assume the SEC was paying players or not. Just listen to me.
Okay.
You've got to be able to prove it. And so if it hasn't been proved and they haven't paid the penalty, that's why I say today I want to know what the NCAA knows. I want to know that they can prove this is what we know. That is why we are justifying the penalty. I'm not going to sit there and talk about what the SEC has or hasn't done.
Well, I'm going to make 2 quick points, John.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that everybody's paying now, the SEC can't even get to the championship game. But I want to know, John, if Connor did something, I want to know how he did it, and I want to see the proof. I don't want to just hear talk. I want to see on film exactly what he done. I haven't seen any proof of that. Now, I'm pretty sure he done something. I just need to see it for myself, just like you just explained about the SEC.
Show me on film exactly in the points in the game where he actually done something.
So if we have a hard drive that has all kinds of games that he fronted people to go to and scout, if we have evidence of him on the sideline against other teams in the conference where he's performing illegal scouting, that's proof. I don't think anybody really, well, there are Michigan fans who want to fight every detail of this and move the bar and argue about the SEC. Most rational people acknowledge Connor Stalions cheated. He broke the rules. And Connor Stalions himself left the program. And Michigan fans should want nothing to do with this bozo. The sticking point is, how far up does it go? And you get plausible deniability. If everybody clams up and says nothing, if Harbaugh gets amnesia, if the other coaches leave to the NFL, if the coaches delete texts or get fired for noncompliance, all of a sudden you're just hoping the story goes away. Michigan has not been cooperative enough in this, and that's why you're seeing the NCAA go at them even more aggressively. And that's why we're talking about level 1 violations because of noncompliance. Like, if Harbaugh didn't know, then he should have known. And he's running an insane asylum. And his program has a lack of institutional control. And that's the better option. The other option is he knew and coordinated it. I don't know if they'll be able to prove that, but I don't even think they have to for Michigan to face some level of punishment beyond a fine. Will they get it? At this point, I don't think they will. Ticket text 248-539-9797. What is vacating wins that they cheated to get point? Let me try this all again. Why does vacating the wins that they cheated to get pointless or not going to hurt? Ohio State had wins vacated for a postseason ban for pants and tattoos. Michigan cheated on the field for several years. Anything short of what OSU got is a joke.
That text was like that because it was written by a Ohio State fan.
Okay. I'm having an aneurysm this morning. Like, I can't read. What I would say is vacating previous is just a preference that I have. I know it's a established punishment that the NCAA has used before. I just find it to be ineffective.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Fab Five were great. It all happened.
Right.
I remember it. It was one of the greatest things, rock shows I've seen in sports. They had pizzazz and everything.
Well, and MSU fans can't have it both ways. Like, if you want to make fun of Chris Webber for the timeout, where did that game happen? You know what I mean? It happened is the whole point.
Exactly.
You can make fun of it. It happened.
Yeah. I just think anybody that doesn't think something should happen here is just not completely reading all the facts. I mean, it's all ultimately what they can prove. You know, that's what they're going to go with, because I would think the NCAA wants this done too. Yeah, so that's a reason to go soft potentially. This could be one of the last times they really sting somebody because of what's going on in college football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't want to get embarrassed either. Michigan will fight this if it's a
Well, that's what a lot of people are looking for is what's the penalty? What is the NCAA going to do to Michigan? What are the facts that they have? Lay it out, and then I want to know what the response from Michigan is going to be.
Right.
I hope it's done today. That's what I wish.
So
I don't know, justice or not.
So what you would like to happen is this gets announced. It could be 10:02, right? It gets announced this afternoon. Maybe there's an announcement at noon, lunchtime. And the NCAA hands down their punishment. We know what it is. And then Ward Manuel and the University of Michigan come out and say, accepted. And then we're back to breaking down football.
We're disappointed that the NCAA chose this route, but we realize that some mistakes were made. Some people aren't here anymore, you know, and they'll throw shade on somebody. Then Harbaugh will be asked after his practice today, and he won't say anything, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be no accountability.
For him, you're saying?
No.
Well, I mean, how can they at this point? He's out of their jurisdiction.
I mean, in some ways, basically, this is Pete Carroll all over again.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if I remember correct, they had scholarship reductions during that era, right?
Yeah, and they were willing to do more back then. Yeah. College football is a completely different world now. And
that's the other point when you try to compare this stuff. Like, you're right. The sport has changed so dramatically from 20 years ago to even 5 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, we got Cookie Jar coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey parents, it's Heather. As the new school year kicks off, you've got a lot on your plate. And if you're like most, you appreciate knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your monthly bills. Well, Verizon has some big news that will bring you serious peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. And right now, you can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on Unlimited Welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that amazing price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one big thing off your back-to-school worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit today and ask about their 3-year price guarantee. Get ready for a smooth, connected school year. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, no one wants to be judged when they go into a gym, what you're wearing, how much you're lifting, what you're doing. And Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone. If you want to feel your strongest, your best, and you want to have access to all the best in-class equipment for a full workout, strength training, cardio, stretching, Planet Fitness offers it all. It includes free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters. I can go on and on about the equipment. And as a former gym owner, one of the things I always appreciate is how clean it is every time I go into a Planet Fitness. We all got different reasons for working out. I've told you many times. I want to be able to play baseball with Jack. I want to be able to play softball with Ellie, basketball with Ruby. I want to be able to do it all. And I also want to be able to do it for a long time. So that's my reason for working out. And I don't like to work out alone. The best thing about Planet Fitness is if you go with the Black Card membership, unlimited guest privileges. You can always take somebody with you. You've got access to every single Planet Fitness, not just in the state of Michigan, but coast to coast, wherever they have one. And so if you travel, it's a great option for you as well. You could find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
For the fourth time this week, the boys are out and about in the middays. Nikki D's today for the Woodward Dream Cruise. We'll hear from them in a minute.
Where in the world is Carson Anderson? Let's play that game.
We have some ticket text on the cookie jar. Text says they would rewind and invest in Bitcoin.
Okay, sure. I mean, you go back to the mid-'90s and invest in AOL.
Jim says he wants to be able to talk to Roomba and animals, but he's going to hate it when Roomba keeps asking for upgrades to the catio.
Yeah. Come on, you bum. Been living like this for a year and a half.
Get some upgrades.
Give me a new carpet.
What metro area does Tom think Tecumseh is part of out of curiosity? How big does a city have to be to have a metro area?
Tecumseh is not in the metro area. It's in Lenawee County. No way you can count Lenawee County.
No.
40 minutes each direction. That's Metro Detroit.
40 minutes.
From Detroit in each direction.
So 40 minutes north would be about where?
That probably puts you right around Pontiac.
Yeah. Give or take.
Yeah.
So out west would put you not quite to Brighton.
Milford,
right on the line then, if according to this definition. And then how far downriver would it get you 40 minutes?
let me think here quick. Probably like Gibraltar.
Okay. So that's kind of what
just
John was talking about.
That's where I was talking, yeah.
Metro Detroit is the Tri-County area. Wayne, Oakland, Macomb. So
That's
Heather,
what
you're,
we said.
You're in Metro Detroit then.
I know. And that would be the easiest definition because they're very defined and you could define it in 3 counties. But
now,
I think when you get to the northern part of Oakland County, I don't think that's Metro Detroit.
You wanted to chop off what at 59 was kind of your north
59
point.
Pontiac, that area.
And
yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Text says one city can't be 5 counties for all these Washtenaw
I
and
agree.
Livingston people.
There's no chance any part of Washtenaw is a part of Metro Detroit.
Like Ann Arbor is its own. It's not a...
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of walk back Ann Arbor and Washtenaw a little bit because Ann Arbor is a metro community. Like, it's got its metro area.
Yeah.
Like, you're going into a legitimate city and when you go to Ann Arbor. Legitimate downtown area, everything.
So question then, Plymouth, is that Metro Ann Arbor or Metro Detroit?
Livonia.
Oh, definitely
it's
Livonia. I
even
grew up
closer.
in Metro Detroit, Livonia.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for one thing when I said that.
Oh,
Yeah. You want the drop?
I'm fine. If I could find it, it always gets buried
If I
in
can find
somewhere.
it, yeah.
Somewhere. Where is it?
You know where it's at.
So great. Why Livonia?
Because he knows people at the
'cause,
police force.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Chief Goralski.
They don't mess around.
Captain Marcotte.
You want to see what happens if you
Yeah.
do something bad in Tecumseh.
That's right. Hey, they could be nice until they don't have to be.
We got some phone calls. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Chris in Ypsilanti, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, John, before I start, I was listening to the cookie jar. The fact that you want to know what animals are thinking and saying before you kill them and eat them is barbaric. Completely barbaric.
Have you met John?
But it might also help me be a better hunter. That way I can, if they're like, oh, hey, wait, I hear something or I smell something. Now I can adjust it.
Each his own. I'm calling the UM thing. I think we should all be prepared for like a really underwhelming result of the NCAA investigation. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, I'm pretty sure we already know what the NCAA knows because the NCAA told the Big Ten what they know. And the Big Ten detailed a lot of that in that letter suspending Jim Harbaugh, right? Which is basically that Connor Stallion is operating a highly sophisticated sign stealing operation. But beyond that, it gets really murky.
Yeah.
I think whatever it is that the NCAA knows, U of M knows because U of M conducted an internal investigation and nevertheless still hired Sharon Moore and then wrote around it in his contract, right? So whatever it was involving Sharon Moore obviously wasn't severe enough to prevent him from becoming head coach. And then third, the sign stealing stopped ostensibly before the Big Ten schedule started in 2023 when Connor Stallion was fired and the investigation kicked off, right? So I think at the high end, the absolute highest end, you're going to get, a vacatur of the Big Ten championship from 2022, right? I mean, like, cool, I guess, but no vacatur of Big Ten wins from 23 or the Natty, obviously none from last year. I mean, like, Like, I just don't see how this is going to get to anything.
So do you think it's going to be kind of what Thamel said? It'll be a fine. It'll be a couple games for Sharon, give or take, and that'll largely be it. Okay.
Yeah, I really do. Because here's the thing, right? If there was anything more nefarious, the NCAA doesn't have subpoena power, right? Like, they can't force Connor or Jim Harbaugh or anybody else to talk, right? They just can't, right? And
no, but that does
the
become its
NCAA
own violation, which they can punish you for, right? That's the workaround.
Right. And so, like, and they don't have subpoena power, and so obviously they can punish, non-compliance and all that, right? Which is, cool. But you also have to make sure that whatever punishment they hand down is going to be palatable by other member institutions, right? So, you got to just think about how to kind of strike that line, especially given the limited scope of what the NCAA really has. So I think, a fine, obviously maybe a 4-game suspension instead of 2. But I think anybody who's like, vacate the natty, I mean, you're kidding yourself.
Well, I also don't know how effective those punishments actually are. It fuels rivalry banter. I don't think it actually hurts the school or the program. And I know it's something that the NCAA has done before, so it's certainly on the table. But we'll find out during Carson Anderson today.
Probably.
Boys?
Hello.
Hi.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, where are you guys today?
We're not in studio.
No, we're not.
No. We are at the Woodward Dream Cruise at Nicky D's on Woodward, and we will be here for the show.
What do you guys consider Metro Detroit to be, by the way?
Where?
Where does it end?
Where are the borders of Metro Detroit?
Great question. It is when you start getting to when you're on one of the freeways leaving town, whether it be like 75 north, M14 or 94 west. Once you have reached an exit where there are no gas stations, you have left Metro Detroit.
That's quite a hike. I would say, for me, I'm looking like maybe M59 is the border.
Yeah, I said 59 north, because that includes Pontiac then.
And then I would say on the west side, would it be, I don't know if, I think it could still be west of 275 and still be considered Metro Detroit.
Yeah, but that follows a little bit, because once you get west of 275 on 14.
Like Wixom area?
No, like Gottfredson. That's the first exit you get to where there's no gas station.
Okay, I would think
Carl's
something like that,
Cabin's
because I would think like Plymouth and Canton, that's still Metro Detroit, but Ann Arbor is not, and Ypsilanti is not.
Right,
in my mind.
I agree with that.
And then, I don't know how far south you get to go.
Gibraltar.
So that's good. Okay. So I guess the northern border I look at is M59, the western border is somewhere, maybe it's just Plymouth and Canton there. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to go drive all of the major freeways leaving Detroit and find out where there's a exit without a gas station, and then I'd start drawing my line.
Now Powers did say you're going to have remotes at all those, so that's next week.
Great. We'll get started.
I may as well just stop coming into the studio before the show. But hey, man, it's great. We football practice yesterday, last 2 days, Dream Cruise today, so it is what it is. A little harder to do the show, but whatever. Nobody cares about our problems.
So what should they listen for today?
What should they listen for? Well, obviously have the Michigan ruling at some point during the day, we expect. Nice Tiger win last night, preview of the Lions game, all that stuff coming up.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the show. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug.
How are you today?
All right.
Peter has a problem with the chairs.
I'm going to send Powers a text.
Yeah.
A scathing text.
You know what's cool is the precedent has been set here at the station. One can throw a chair.
Yeah, you're right.
Once the precedent's been set.
Does this feel safe?
What, where we're standing?
Stand right here.
I don't want to stand there. No, that does not feel safe.
I know.
Our broadcast location's a little sketchy.
Oh, boy.
But hey, look, Nikki D's, thanks for having us out. And thanks to the Buick GMC Metro Detroit dealers who host us every year. I don't know, what have we done this, like 7-8 years now?
I think we've done it for quite a few years.
Yeah. So we're back again. And
normally it's a Saturday we do the show.
Normally it's a Saturday. We're doing it on a Friday this year. But it's not. It's the thing. I've noticed one difference. Not as many classic cars yet.
No, actually, it's kind of stunning to come out here this early, and it's the Dream Cruise has kind of been ramped up this week as you start to see the cars out on the street, but the cars on the side of the street, right lining Woodward. That's my favorite part of it is walking up and down Woodward and looking at all the classic cars. Now it's not even classic cars; it's just looking at cool cars. It could be something new. If it's cool, I want to see it.
Yeah.
But no, there's nothing lined up. Like one guy just pulled up. Actually, there's a couple over here now to my behind our location. It looks like an old Monte Carlo, maybe. It's pretty cool. And next to that, is a C7 Corvette. So convertible, which looks awesome. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of action right now. There's plenty of empty spots. Now, all these spots are taken for and spoken for, I'm assuming. So I'm not sure when they fill up, if they fill up today or if it's just tomorrow morning, but I would imagine it's today.
Well, we do have a bit of an issue with some pretty sketchy internet at this point, so I don't...
Got sketch all over the place.
Yeah, given that there's expected to be breaking news, I hope that we'll be able to bring it to you at some point regarding the Michigan ruling, which is expected to come down at some point today. Look, I will tell you this, talking to people at Michigan and other sources, buttoned up, very tight-lipped, very little information is available because they're not. First of all, the people in Michigan have not been privy. The people that I've talked to in Michigan have not been privy to it, and additionally, they're like, look, we can't say anything anyway. So, there's not a lot solid that I can report at this time. I've talked to other sources with other connections that are not U of M, and I get the same message, which is they're not expecting a nuclear bomb to be dropped on the Michigan football program, which I'm sure makes half of our fan base, listening audience happy and others upset. But at the end of the day, they don't even really know either. One of the people that's been a forefront of this reporting is our guy, Dan Wetzel. And I talked to Danny this morning, and given sort of the nature of the day and how he's going to have duties, he will join us at some point, and we will talk to Danny about it. But he's kind of got to wait and see what there is to report, what his obligations are. But we will get to him with the very latest in due time. So that is where we stand right now. Look, as far as what's going to happen, well, the Committee on Infractions, if you look at their recent trends, they've been more going after individuals than programs. And so as far as the heaviest of sanctions for the speculation that it will come on Jim Harbaugh and Connor Stallions, that would probably follow recent trends. But Sharon Moore is probably looking at a suspension for the deletion of text messages, which they were able to recover and turned over, which, according to sources, didn't include anything incriminating on his part. It was just a bad move. But at the end of the day, we'll find out at some point today.
Yeah, there's just a hunch with me.
Okay.
I feel like the later in the day that there's a response to it, I feel like the less of a deal that it is. And my thought on that is this. I think the NCAA really would like to hammer Harbaugh as much as they can because Jim's always been poking the bear since the moment he got to Michigan. He was poking the bear.
Yep.
And because of that, I would think that they would love to be able to throw some kind of meaty punishment at them. But if we don't hear anything by noon, then my thought is it's probably not going to be that severe. And I don't even know what severe would be. I guess severe would be if they have to vacate wins, if they have to vacate a championship, obviously, though I thought there were assurances that wasn't going to happen. Maybe the only other severe thing could be a postseason ban for any number of years. Like they can't compete in the college football playoff for like 3 years. That would be pretty meaty. Outside of that, I don't know if there's anything that would be that. I think anything outside of that, Michigan's probably breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Well, I mean, you brought up Harbaugh poking the bear. Yeah. From
A lot.
the moment he got there, he poked the bear. And, I think there's something about Jim Harbaugh's nature. I was around him a lot, and he was a different cat. There's no question about that. Is he really good at coaching football? Yeah. Is he guilty of some pretty carelessness or, flaunting and getting after the NCAA? Yeah, from moment one with the satellite camps that made him uncomfortable. And, there was no rule against it, but they had to, put something in place. As far as, the other things that he's guilty of, I think we can make a pretty safe assumption that vetting wasn't done on people on his staff, from people on his coaching staff like Matt Weiss, all the way down to low-level staffers like Connor Stallions. And those things, one of the number one jobs of a coach, the coaches are brought in to win and run football programs at a high level, but you also need to do enough and make sure you're keeping the NCAA out of your program. Because when you basically, you go after them a little bit and they come in, they're going to find something. Every program, they're going to find something, the severity of it. And Jim, from moment one, seemed to want to, I don't know if declare war, but he just, he was rocking the boat right away. And so then when something does happen, they're not going to shy away from coming in. And I think the hiring and the vetting process, if the rest of the athletic department learns anything else, it's button that up right down to the lowest level of staffers. You cannot do it the way Harbaugh did it, because stuff like this can happen.
Yeah, and there's certainly the hiring practices were one thing, but the one thing that's always going to stick in my craw about Jim Harbaugh was decisions he made that he had full control over, and just chose not to, adjudicate him. The player that had the gun in the car and was pulled over by police, and the whole bit there, and speeding, and on top of it, and no punishment, allowed to play the next day. Hey, we got to play Indiana.
Well,
so, and that was
the
just
punishment wasn't a game suspension.
Yeah. And that's the things like that you don't find out about until months later, and it's like, wait a minute, that happened, and you could have just set him out and you didn't, and stuff like that, I guess. But it all mounts up. But I don't know if that's NCAA stuff. The Connor Stallions thing is a whole different animal, and that's why I think anything that's been ruled upon at this point, I still think there's room for more, because we haven't really heard the full admission of the Connor Stallion stuff. So we'll find out.
Well, if you pay attention to recent NCAA trends, the NCAA has moved. There's been a shift in their enforcement philosophy as they have really gone after individuals much more than programs. And so I think you're right. I think Harbaugh and Stallions, and I'm going to guess that most people don't care about that, but those are the ones that are going to get the bulk of this today, if the speculation is correct. I mean, Pete Thamel is the one out there saying he's not expecting any major ramifications for the program, but we'll see. I'm not sure anybody really knows, to be honest with you. I think it's reading tea leaves and connecting dots.
And what can they really do to Stallions or to Harbaugh at this point? Not associated with the program anymore.
No, and I mean, in Harbaugh's case, I don't see Jim Harbaugh ever going back to coach NCAA football anyway. In Connor Stallions' case, look, the guy wrote a manifesto about trying to turn around Michigan football, and so he's got a career in front of him, and I'm just going to go ahead and say that career will probably not include coaching at the NCAA level, but
might have changed careers.
or any position at NCAA. Although show causes, you can still be hired. It's just the program that's hiring you has to prove it. But we await the word, and hopefully, I've got a decent internet now, but we'll see. And like we said, our guy Dan Wetzel will be joining us at some point today. He's been at the forefront of covering this story. 248-539-9797. We got open lines if you want to get into it. It is Carson Anderson. Later we'll get into a nice Tiger win last night, one that came with a lot of critical moments. That coming up as well. We're at the Woodward Dream Cruise. We'll be here all day. And Scott, I rely on your expertise when it comes to this. And you say you're not an expert. Compared to me, you're an expert. So I'm just going to call you an expert.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And accept it.
I'll take it. Look, I've seen there's been some cool cars been driven by on Woodward. I saw a parade of looked like 5 C8 Corvettes. That's the new generation of the mid-engine Corvette that have gone by. Those are cool. I saw an older Corvette, like a 1960 or 61 Corvette.
I think it was a 60.
It was gorgeous. There's some. I saw an old like Eldorado convertible, a Cadillac that was pretty sweet that went by. So it's starting to get. We're starting to see some cars go by. It's cool.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet is coming into the summer with hot savings.
How hot are they, Doug?
Here we go. Sorry. Sketchy internet. Now the script is up. Hot summer send-off savings right now. Lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 a month for 36 months with zero money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or SaySarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount financed through Ally Financial. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing good on a Friday. Beautiful day in Metro Detroit. Living our best life here at the Woodward Dream Cruise as we're back again for another year. As we've been so many times before. And Gator, I'll lean on you for all the car topics. In the meantime.
That was a big FedEx truck that just went by.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Do you know what year?
It looked like it was 2020.
That car's loud.
It's like a dune buggy.
Yeah.
Hot rod type. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to drive on a day like today when it's nice out. You know, it's one thing you hope for with a dream cruise. There's no threat of rain. A little breeze would be nice because it will get hot. But to be out in a convertible, that's what this is about for me. Look, there goes an old hot rodded convertible out there. That's awesome too. Like from the 40s.
Now you do have a vehicle that could fit in here.
Yeah.
Do you take it out?
I've taken it. I've driven on it. Yeah, 92 Corvette is what I had. I inherited it from my father, and it's. I mean, look, it's a very middle of the road Corvette, but it's also 33 years old at this point. But I can take the top off of it. It's not a convertible. It's a coupe. So I take the acrylic top off, and it fits in the back of the car, and It's mostly a convertible. It's as much of a convertible as the new Corvette convertibles are today, which is the only pet peeve I have with the C8 Corvettes is that the convertible version isn't really much of a convertible. You might as well just get the coupe and take the top off because it's the same thing. But anyway, I have driven it up and down Woodward before. It's fun, and it's not that I want people to hey, look at me. It's I want to look at them. That's what I'm about when I drive this.
Right.
Like when you see that big old yellow car that just drove past, it's an old Cadillac going southbound there. I mean, I want to see that up close and personal when people are driving them.
Yeah.
I love to walk the route as much as my legs will let me walk the route. You know, usually it ends up being a 4 or 5 mile hike during the day, just going up and down and looking at all the cars that are parked. I love that part of it. But at some point I do want to get out on the street and check out these cars up close and personal and, you know, give the drivers a thumbs up because they're cool stuff. They take care of this. They live for this day. And it's, you know, for a lot of these people that have these classic cars, they only bust them out like 1 week of the year, and this is the week.
Well, and look, the
family truckster.
Dude, that's a straight up Brady vehicle. Mike Brady, Carol Brady, the Brady Bunch. Sorry, TV show's 60 years old. Anyway, so we'll be paying attention to what's going on out here, and we do wait word on the Michigan case, which is probably the big story today, and we're hoping that we get some news during the show. I will mention this. Historically, over the years, when covering stuff like this, I have taken on, and Gator, I don't know if you completely agree with it, but the wait to pass judgment on serious cases like this. The NCAA came in, they've done an investigation, and we'll find out what there was merit to and what there wasn't, because when this case broke, Tony Petitti held a conference call, according to reports, with all the Big Ten coaches.
And that's the Big Ten commissioner.
Big Ten commissioner, yes, thank you. And 14 coaches were on the line, and then they asked Jim Harbaugh to leave, and he asked for the concerns of the other coaches. And those coaches would do what they did, whether that was true or not, whatever they heard about Michigan and the scandal or anything else, they threw at Tony Petitti. And, you know, they're looking out for the best interests of their programs. And in that wake of all that, there's a lot of stuff that got out there that, if all true, would have been incredibly concerning from a Michigan perspective. And you know, there were some pretty wild accusations. And I would think that all those things that got vetted. You would hope that they all got vetted because, you know, whatever ruling comes down today, you hope from a Michigan perspective that that's the end of it. If there's stuff that didn't get vetted, it may not be the end of it. And so an investigation, once the NCAA comes in and addresses all those things that some of what those other 13 Big Ten coaches accused Michigan of, I would hope that they all got investigated and they were able to determine which ones had merit and which ones didn't, and appropriate punishment be doled out based upon what they found. There is stuff out there that I know has been talked about publicly that has been recited so much people think are facts that just aren't, but again, that's why you do an investigation. And I've been around covering investigations in the past, and I saw a Michigan basketball investigation that hung over a program for 7 years. It just got dragged out and dragged out. And, today might be the end of it. It might not. But,
well, the thing is, today won't be the end of it. Well, it'll be the end of it maybe for Michigan's sake. But, I mean, they still have the Central Michigan aspect of it from the Connor Stalions situation. That's going to come to light at some in the next 90 days, I think it is, within 90 days.
We don't know if that has anything to do with Michigan. Whether that was Connor and a CMU.
Exactly. But the fact is, it's Connor Stalions. Yeah. So, while working at Michigan, so whether they can tie the connection directly to them, I don't know. But I'm just saying that one's still to come, and that's a central problem. Looks like more so than anything else at this point.
Yeah, but at Michigan, I talked to people that were on the inside that basically said what was in the wake of Harbaugh, the people that were there cooperated with the NCAA to try and help vet and get out there whatever that was out there. The whole try to get the whole cavity out, not some of the cavity. And so time will tell. The timeline of this thing, Michigan's expected to find out around noon, and 1 o'clock there is a Zoom call. So, we'll see what comes out of it. But
it's gonna be a tooth replaced, or just filled. What do you think?
I don't know, man. If you're going for the analogy, what is the analogy?
Well, you went cavity. I just thought, and I did like it. You want to just fix it or get rid of it altogether? Put in a brand new spanking porcelain,
I don't care
porcelain
if they
veneer.
rip the tooth out. Just get rid of the problem and move forward and
stop eating sugar.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. The ticket from Nikki D's at the Woodward Dream Cruise. Nice Tiger win last night as we await word on Michigan. We'll get into that coming up. Also, a little bit later, we'll get into the Lions. Back at it tomorrow against the Miami Dolphins. I don't know if we'll see any carryover from the practices because I'm not sure we're going to see any of the starters. But pretty good couple of days for the Lions as they get set for this season. It was reassuring. I felt much better.
Yeah, I think very much so was reassuring. That or Miami's going to be awful this year. That's quite possible, but I'd like to think it's the other way around.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. If you want to continue with the Michigan discussion, we await word on the ruling from the NCAA. Probably get word around noon. Hopefully we'll have better internet by that time.
Oh, boy.
Dan Wetzel's going to join us to talk about it. He's been at the forefront of the reporting of this story, previously with Yahoo, now with ESPN. Okay, so nice Tiger win last night, huh?
Yeah, that was nerve-wracking for a bit. And you see Skubal get touched up for 3 runs in an inning, and you're like, uh-oh, come on. No, don't do this. Don't do this. And then Riley Green.
And it could have been worse that inning,
It could have been, yeah. But he is Tarek Skubal, and he can get guys out, striking them out, and get out of trouble. Then the Tigers come up in the top half of the next inning, and Riley Green belts a 2-run home run, and you breathe a sigh of relief, able to tie things up. But when you don't score a run in extra innings, when you go to the 10th
in the top of the 10th?
In the top of the 10th inning, and man on second, nobody out, and you can't advance the runner, it is frustrating beyond belief.
Well, you also feel like you blew it,
yeah.
And the other team, whoever you're playing in the bottom half, is going to finish you off.
Yeah, and
you almost have to get a run.
Yeah, and they were talking about it during the broadcast, how it's one of the old gassers, how the home teams, the percentage of them bunting is so high. And it's high because if they have the opportunity to win with 1 run, of course you're going to bunt. And that's exactly what the Twins were trying to do last night, get that runner over to third base. And, he's over there with there's a 1 out with a runner on third, and the Tigers able to get out of it. A check swing, foul ball, or not foul ball, but check swing goes to Torkelson at first base. He charges it, guns it to Dingler, and Dingler does a great job of getting the tag down, and the runner was just out by several feet.
There was a lot of great defense
that
helped save that game for the Tigers, and we'll kind of get into it individually a little bit later on. As far as Skubal's concerned, I read some quotes from him after the game that he felt like he's struggling a little bit to get into a rhythm. Well,
he doesn't look the same that he was 5 starts ago. He's walking guys, which he doesn't do. His pitch counts are getting higher than earlier in games. He's still great, but he looks a little bit more fallible now than he did prior.
Yeah, that was 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 walks, 3 runs, and it's coming under scrutiny.
Right.
So it tells you how high he has set the bar. But yeah, when he gives up 3 runs, and it's the first 3 runs of the game, with a Tiger team that's offensively been scuffling here a little bit. I mean, it's not they've been struggling offensively. They haven't been their same selves, at least what they looked like at the beginning of the year. How many people thought it was over when it was 3-0? And oh, by the way, the Twins were still threatening in that same inning.
Yeah, I would say not me, because I knew what the Tigers did to that pitcher prior.
Bailey Ober?
Yeah, and he had pitched well last night, but, hey, look, he gave up a home run. It's the 5th home run he's given up to the Tigers in 2 starts. So I was waiting for that big hit to happen. I expected more of them. It didn't happen more often than that, and then the Twins got him out of the game after that inning, after giving up just 2 runs. They're like, let's change things up. Let's give a different look.
Yeah.
It almost feels like they knew they got away with something last night.
You mentioned earlier Riley Green. It's a huge home run in this game. He also had a walk. Riley Green is such a key to this team, and whether or not he's breaking out of that terrible, horrific slump, he's certainly starting to look like he's breaking out of that terrible, horrific slump. I mean, that was ugly, and that was such a big home run last night.
It was a big in every sense of the word. It was launched. It was a titanic blast, so to speak, nearly 400 feet, and it was no doubter. I mean, I feel like sometimes those numbers, I don't know how accurate those numbers are. That one looked like it could have gone further than that. I don't care. It was deep enough, and it was gone without a question. But the biggest impact was it answered, to a degree, what the Twins had just done to the Tigers. So, as a fan, I can tell you how I felt. It was, a kick below right to the schnuts there, watching Skubal give up the 3, but then Green comes right back and delivers a 2-run blast the next inning. Like, okay, all right, relax. Let's see if they can settle things down here and get it done. And to their credit, bullpen stepped up and did the job again. And give a ton of credit to Rafael Montero, because when I heard his name getting up and warming up late in this game, I did not have confidence.
No, and we'll get to that in a minute. But going back to Riley Green, didn't that whole rally take place with 2 outs? I think there was 2 outs, nobody on. Carp doubles, right?
Yeah.
And then Riley hits a home run. And so that's the answer inning. Skubal, who was dominant after he gave up the 3, was really, really good after he gave up the 3. Maybe that was a better way to put it. But gives up the 3 runs. Could have been worse. There's 2 outs and nobody on. I'm pretty sure. I'd like to bring up the box score, but I don't have great internet today. But I'm pretty sure that whole thing happened with 2 outs, which makes it even more clutch.
Yeah, and he had gotten on a nice run after he had given up the runs. And that's, good to see from Skubal bouncing back. Because I don't know about you, but I'm kind of conditioned at this point. Anytime that one of the guys who's going really well starts to not go really well, my first thought is, oh, come on. There's no injury, right? Something you see out of the ordinary. Because that's kind of like what happened with Casey Mize for a bit. Like, well, wait a minute. He doesn't look the same the next day you find out. Yeah, he's on the IL. Reese Olson, right?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody saw that coming. All of a sudden, he pitched a decent game, and then he's gone. So it's just kind of strange how that works out.
So, that was big for Riley Green to come through at that point. Then you get Javi. Javi, who with a 2-strike pitch, puts it in play down the right field line, leads to a double, and then Colt Keith smacks a single. They didn't trail that game for long. Whatever it was, the 4th inning, I think, where the Twins broke through, Tigers answered in the 5th and the 6th to tie it right back up. And, for a team that was coming off 2 wins in Chicago, in those 2 wins they scored 3 runs. 3-0, you're like, ugh. And given to your credit, you said you knew they could touch up Ober. I was concerned that it was game over, and they answered the bell quickly. They still got that in them of resilience to bounce back.
Well, thankfully for the trade deadline, Minnesota couldn't go to the well that they could before. Right? They had really good bullpen arms that they traded away. Maybe the best pitcher and closer in baseball that they traded away. In addition to that, there were other. Griffin Jacks is a guy that is really giving the Tigers fits, and I think they traded away at least one other bullpen arm. So, you're looking at this inexperienced Minnesota team. Take advantage of them. Great to get that first win out of the way. They got 3 more against the Twins, and let's keep this good feeling going. You're going against another pitcher tonight who's only got 11 innings of experience this year. Pearson Ohi, I think is the name, right-handed pitcher. Let's see if they can go out there and take advantage of this guy. In the 11 innings, he's given up 4 home runs already. So let's hope the Tiger Bats are ready to swing.
From the Woodward Dream Cruise, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. And Gator, given that it seems to be a big rush to give a nickname to Isaac Tesla, how about Kyle Tron? No?
Oh, for Kyle Finnegan? Yeah, no.
Kyle Tron.
I don't think we need to do that.
You don't?
No.
I really thought it was a great idea.
I think it's some of these names are really simple. I think you imagine with Tesla, they're going to call him Tess.
Yeah.
And I think with Kyle Finnegan, they'll probably call him Finn.
Not Kyle Tron?
Maybe not Kyle Tron.
We can make up shirts, Kyle Tron.
Oh, I'm always up for making shirts, but
how good has this guy been?
He's been lights out great. To this point, I'm knocking on wood here, but he was great for 31 of his 40 appearances with Washington when he went scoreless in 31 of 40. And there were 3 or 4, I think there were 4 outings where he gave up 3 runs or more. The totally torpedo is earned run average. So if you just look at an earned run average for a relief pitcher and see it was north of 4, you're like, what did the Tigers get this guy for? Mm-hmm. Well, this is why they got him. A couple of blow-up games shouldn't ruin your season, and it's not, because this guy is being trusted and he is delivering.
And he worked into 2 innings last night. He got him 4 outs. And if you look at his time in Detroit, 6 games, he has not given up a run. Impressive. He has struck out 8 and walked 1. Impressive. Maybe most impressive. You see how many hits he's given up?
Like 1?
Yeah. In 6 outings, he's given up 1 hit.
I think that is impressive.
And it's, looking back, maybe you did because I wasn't in that day, the day of the trade deadline. I wasn't as stoked as I should have been about getting Kyle Finnegan.
I was pretty stoked.
Good.
Not as stoked as I would have been had they gotten Bednar.
Yep.
And certainly let that feeling be known. But I thought this was a really good signing, and I was expecting to stack signings after that. Not the way they did, but I'm happy right now. We'll see how these other guys work out.
On a daily basis, if we decide to dive into ticket text and read all the ones that come in, we get reassured every day that it's good news that we're not running the teams, or it's good news you're not coaching and all that.
Right.
I wanted Jake Bird.
Yeah.
It's good news I wasn't running the Tigers. I'm sending myself a ticket text.
Are you?
Yeah. You suck. It's good news you weren't running the Tigers.
Thank God you're not running the team.
Yep, because Finnegan has been absolutely lights out. 248-539-9797.
Doug, one of the cool things about being out here in this location at Nicky D's on Woodward is we're here for the Buick GMC Metro Detroit dealers.
Yep.
Is they're bringing out some of their newer models. They're being unloaded off the truck right now. These Denali's look pretty sweet. They have an Acadia and a Terrain right now. We've got a Hummer over here, and
is that a Hummer EV?
That's the Hummer. I'm assuming it's the EV, and then they've got some of the other Buick models over there, the Enclave, the Encore. I like to see the new cars each year and see what's changed. If you don't get to see this at the auto show, if you don't go to that, this is kind of cool. If you're just taking a stroll down the Dream Cruise, stop by Nicky D's in the parking lot and peruse. I think these are cool-looking cars.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. Open the show with Michigan Talk. If you want to continue down that road, we'll take your calls on that. Waiting for the announcement from the NCAA. We got a Tiger win last night, and I feel like we can do this every day, Gator, but are you feeling better yet? Now won 5 of 7. Are you feeling better yet?
I'm feeling better. And I'm ready. I'm getting close to saying, when can we introduce this to make us all feel better?
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what that is, and we will get to that coming up. Plus your ticket text. Hey, it's one of the great weekends of the year here in Metro Detroit, and it's kicking off today at Twin Peaks. For starters, it's the last day of their sizzling back-to-school party. Pair that with the Dream Cruise, preseason football, baseball action, UFC, and pay-per-view boxing, and you'll never want to leave. That's right, Twin Peaks is hosting the party all weekend long. And what makes a party great? Well, let's go through it. You got to have some of the food. Twin Peaks boasts a scratch kitchen serving up some of the best food in the state, like their smoked ribs or brisket, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, or hand-smashed and seared burgers. Also, what about the drinks? Nothing beats their 29-degree draft beer, their extensive bar featuring craft cocktails with all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. I went there to do some work recently, just sat at the bar. They brought over one of those frozen mugs full of beer. Good God. It's a big, beautiful ice beer. They got entertainment as well. Try 50-plus flat screens, some of which are 98 inches large. And lastly, it's the guest list. No need to worry about that. The Twin Peaks girls, they've got the bases covered. So, join the party all weekend long at your favorite lodge. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Well, we got breaking news regarding Michigan and the NCAA, and the ruling coming down. Pete Thamel has tweeted this out. It says, sources among Michigan's punishments in the NCAA COI ruling, per me and Dan Wetzel, Michigan receives a significant fine, expected to be more than $20 million from loss of postseason football revenue for the next 2 seasons. Michigan coach Sharon Moore is given an additional game suspension, which is expected to take place in 2026. The school already proposed a self-imposed 2-game ban for this upcoming season, which is slated for weeks 3 and 4. So, Doug, you've been on the phone.
Yep. I don't know. I just got off the phone. So you read the tweet from
the Thamel tweet.
Okay. I have a source saying no vacated wins, no postseason ban.
Which is what it sounds like.
Yeah. So that is, it's one source. It's kind of been rumored to be out there. We're going to get Dan Wetzel on to talk about it at some point, but that does appear to be the case. So the question I have, I'd like to see the findings on every front, what they found to have merit and what did not have merit, because there was a lot of stuff out there that needed to get sifted through. But if this is the case, I don't suspect Michigan will appeal, and I think they'll just put it in the rearview mirror and move on.
Well, the one thing I find interesting, if the punishment that I just read from Thamel is true, if they're going to add another game on to Sharon Moore, that it's added on for 2026.
I don't know why that is.
Well, and it's also, I mean, look, if they're going to try to self-impose and they put the hey, he'll sit out weeks 3 and 4, obviously he's not missing the Oklahoma game for that. I think that's interesting alone, that they're allowing Michigan to dictate when the coach is going to sit out, and then they're doing it again, saying if you're going to miss one more game, it's going to be in the next season.
You know what game that might be? It might be the Germany game. But whatever.
I don't know.
So let's keep in mind, and I think, not to equate what Sharon is guilty of with what has happened with Harbaugh, he deleted text messages. Those text messages were recoverable, they were recovered, and they were turned over to the NCAA, as they should be. And what they found is, according to reports, and leading up to this, not today, but what they found leading up to this, that there was nothing incriminating tying him into any sign-stealing scandal. But he still deleted the messages, which is a bad decision. He's trying to distance himself from Connor. Bad decision. And, young coach, bad move. Talking with someone today, they're like, okay, so what the NCAA was debating is, what do you do to punish that bad move? As far as Michigan, what they suggested, I mean, that's a front end of a negotiation, right? I mean, they suggested these are the 2 games we want the coach suspended. I'm sure they expected the NCAA to come back with more. And I don't know why they moved one of the games to next year. That's an interesting part of this. But as word starts to trickle out, and it starts with, was it Thamel or Wetzel that tweeted out? Sorry, I was on the phone. Okay, so Thamel has been at the front of this. And Thamel started saying a year ago he did not expect postseason bans or vacated wins. But and followed that up in an interview yesterday with Pat McAfee saying the same thing. He did not expect vacated wins or postseason bans. This fine is bigger than some of the stuff that's been floated out there. But I'm guessing that the average person doesn't give a crap about the fine or really the suspension. The athletic department does, because they're in a day and an age where they're trying to piece things together. But, financially, because money means players now. But nonetheless, that's where it stands.
So Thamel has tweeted out, sources tell me and Dan Wetzel there'll also be a 10-year show cause penalty for Jim Harbaugh and an 8-year show cause penalty for Connor Stallion.
Well,
I don't know if that doesn't mean anything, I guess, at this point, because Harbaugh is not going to be there, and neither is Stallion.
I don't think Stallion's probably had aspirations of coaching at the collegiate level. The one thing about a show cause is any school that wants to hire him, if they did, would have to give reasons why he's a rehabilitator or whatever. They have to prove that it's worth it. The show cause stuff affects the show cause affects the individuals way more than it does the school at this point.
It's a Corvette.
Is it?
I think a C7 Corvette, not the mid-engine one.
Gotcha. So 248-539-9797, Michigan fans, how do you feel about it? I know some Michigan fans ready to fight everything tooth and nail. I think you let it go, you accept the punishment, you move on. And I know others think this is probably way underpunished. There were people expecting major sanctions, but if you pay attention to what the NCAA has done of late, this falls in line. I mean, there's a whole bunch of schools with a whole bunch of stuff that had violations that didn't have to forfeit stuff. And you know what? At the time, I thought, wow, that's light, but it falls in line with what they do. So,
well, why did it change?
It changed when the NCAA decided to go after individuals more than after programs. And, I was reading stuff in the NCAA bylaws. Well, I shouldn't say. I was reading a summary of NCAA punishments, and they go after individuals more than they do programs. Look, if you think they got favorable treatment from the Committee on Infractions, there's like 20 people on the Committee on Infractions. One has Michigan ties. How loud was that voice in the room? Well, one has Michigan State ties. 5 have Ohio State ties. Now, maybe all of those hats get dropped when you walk into that room, but those people are on the Committee on Infractions. So, according to the NCAA website, now, what are the ties? We're talking about people who got degrees from schools or worked at schools. So, that probably the one potential Michigan voice in the room was outnumbered, and I don't even know if those people are allowed in the room given their ties. You know how some people recuse themselves.
Right.
But
so the monetary punishment out of all this is dependent on postseason money, postseason revenue, because that's where it comes in. They're expected to face a $20 million fine in postseason football revenue over the next 2 seasons. So is that money that the Big Ten gets as a conference that Michigan is counted out of that?
Probably.
In addition to any money that they would get, they would earn because if their program makes the postseason the next 2 years, which they should.
Yeah, I'm going to – here's my question. Does all the rest of the Big Ten schools get more? Does that mean it just gets dispersed between the rest of the Big Ten schools?
Or is I don't know. I would take it that there's just less of a payout.
Maybe.
The other schools should get their money, and Michigan doesn't. That to me would seem to be more fair. But
248-539-9797. The fine doesn't matter. That money is nothing to a school like that. If that's the punishment, then it's open season for the rest of the team. So these are from unnamed texters. 248-539-9797. You want to get your 2 cents in. Just getting word from Dan Wetzel, hoping to have him on next hour. He's been at the forefront of this reporting. So, look, that apparently is indeed the punishment. $20 million fine, game added to Sharon Moore, 2 games this year, 1 game next year, no vacated wins, no postseason bans. So anyway, we're efforting Dan Wetzel next hour. So, Michigan fans, how you feel about it? 248-539-9797. Get your calls in and let us know this story, this saga could be over. It just depends on if Michigan, and I would highly advise against it, appealing anything. Take your punishment and move on.
Well, and some people would like to say, well, the reputation has been damaged, but how much has it really been damaged over the last couple of years when they're still recruiting well? They just won a national championship a couple of years ago.
I'll tell you what, the people, I know people look at these things side-eyed, but as far as the athletic department's concerned, it's not a great moment, and they know it. They don't like it. And it's the kind of thing that moving forward, they don't want these headaches. All this stuff takes away from the fun part of college sports, which is the games. That's why I'm glad Sharon came out and said there'll be no more flag planting. It takes away from what we like talking about at least, which is the football. 248-539-9797. Again, we hope to have Dan Wetzel next hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so more is leaking out. There is more to the Michigan punishment. This, according to Ross Dellinger, who is, I believe, with Sports Illustrated. No, he's with Yahoo. My apologies. Michigan penalties also include 4 years of probation, a 25% reduction in football official visits, and a 14-week prohibition on recruiting comms is what he wrote. What is that? Recruiting comms? Is that they can't talk to recruits for 14 weeks?
Perhaps.
Yeah. The NCAA also hits former Michigan staff member Denard Robinson with a 3-year show cause. So this is the result. If you're just joining us, $20 million fine, game added to Sharon Moore, part of this punishment.
So there's stuff there. There's a little bit. It's a little meatier than maybe it was 20 minutes ago with the punishments.
Yeah.
But the NCAA, I guess, is this directly from them? They're the official X account for the latest NCAA news and updates. 66,000 followers. NCAA News says overwhelming evidence shows impermissible scouting schemes in Michigan football program. That's the headline, and then they have the story from NCAA.org.
Yep.
Does that headline go with what the punishment is?
Well, I don't know that there was a much denial of what Connor Stallions was doing. So it's just a question of what they deemed was appropriate punishment. There's what actually happened, and then there's all the rest of the noise out there that had to get vetted. And in some ways, I from day one, from day one, I know I got ties. And I'm do play-by-play for Michigan, so I get what people think. And if you don't care what I have to say, that's fine. And I'm glad I get to do meaningful football games this fall, I'll tell you that. But from day one, I said let's hold on judgment with these serious stories because there is a lot of garbage out there that has nothing to do with it. And I'll give you an example in a minute. But and that has been our approach to these serious stories for a long time. And the reason is we have jumped to conclusions before, and I will tell you it's one of the worst moments of my professional career is talking about things that had no merit but can do damage when they get floated out there because they get into the echo chamber, and after a while they start to get perceived as absolute truths. And an example of that I've talked about on the air before is Matt Weiss. Matt Weiss had to turn over his computer, and for people who don't know who he was a former quarterback coach, and I think it was co-OC at Michigan, and he got busted for computer crimes of hacking into females' personal accounts. And it's an ugly story, and it reflects very poorly. But that story then people started talking about, well, Matt Weiss was at the forefront of this. If he's a computer hacker, he's been hacking into people's all kinds of stuff to give Michigan a competitive advantage and break NCAA rules. And then this thing got floated out there that it had to do with Vegas and point shaving and Matt Weiss. Matt Weiss turned his computer over. His computer was confiscated and taken by the FBI. If he had gotten into other people's stuff, that's cross state lines computer crimes, and the FBI would know about it, and that story would have come out.
Yeah, Matt Weiss has his own issues.
Yes, but the point
that are not the football issues.
Without question. And that's an ugly chapter, and that goes back to what I said of Harbaugh's hiring practices of vetting. But you get into that being stuff getting repeated over and over as fact, and I'm assuming they had to look into all that. Once the FBI had his computer, they can see if he was guilty of other federal crimes. And I know we got a fan base out there that wants to see Michigan fried. We had the same approach when Spartan Secrets came out, that ESPN thing. Where what came out of that was damning of Michigan State? What came out of that when that whole thing, it was really inflammatory, remember? And not a lot came out of that. So that's one of the reasons why we take this approach. Now, does this seem light to some people? It might.
Well, here's where I think people are going to take issue with, right? Nicole Auerbach tweets this out. It says the NCAA, because everybody's had a chance to look at the findings now.
Yeah.
The NCAA says that there were sufficient grounds for a multi-year postseason ban. Quote, however, the panel determined that a postseason ban would unfairly penalize student-athletes for the actions of coaches and staff who are no longer associated with the Michigan football program. Now, I can understand that, right? That's a thing. But this is what happens when things get appealed and things get kicked down the road a couple of years because you have to do the investigation, and then the results happen now. And how does that affect, now you're going to be punishing kids at this point instead of punishing the program from a few years ago. I mean, but that's the process, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the process.
And that's the casualty of the process is that people today have to pay for that penalty, but that's not what they're saying today. They're saying that they took that into account, and that's why they didn't go for a multiple postseason ban.
So
multi-year postseason ban.
In talking with people that cover these things, and we'll talk to one of them coming up, Dan Wetzel, the NCAA has made a concerted effort to go after individuals more than programs. This is consistent with the way they've had rulings more recently. The postseason bans don't get doled out like they used to, and postseason bans were used for ineligible players. And at no point was this a question of ineligible players. I will get to something in a minute, but here's some feedback coming in. I think the punishment for U of M is fitting. A postseason ban would have punished the players, and that's wrong. That's from Janet. And then this from an unnamed texter. We should all hold on to our seats. Maybe more is coming. Well, maybe it is. I suspect the headline would have been vacated wins and postseason bans. But, I mean, look. Remember the whole Cam Newton story? Auburn kept their title. And Maurice Clarett, Ohio State, they kept their title. These are things that I'm not surprised there's no vacated wins because it kind of falls in line consistent with what they've done of late.
Yeah, I understand that part of it. I thought that the meaty, punitive measure that could have taken place would have been a postseason ban.
Yeah, I mean that would have been certainly far more.
Had they gone and said, because if they're worried about the kids today. That's why there's no postseason ban. But if you want to punish the era of football that was there when this happened, then you could have gone after vacated wins. You could have gone after vacated wins in the championship if they so chose. But obviously they did not.
So that 4 years of probation is the warning shot across the bow of every coach in that building. I mean, I don't want to do this again. I hate these stories, but you better be following every single rule. You better be following that. That's you don't want a repeat of this, and that should be the case at all times. But if you're on probation and you commit violations, that's a mess, and that's something that I hope moving forward is a absolute point of emphasis. And it should be at all times, but much of it is a new staff, and these guys are going to have to be as buttoned up because they don't want to commit another violation while they're on probation. So moving forward, I hope that this is being emphasized and re-emphasized and re-emphasized. 248-539-9797. If you want to get into it, what you think of these punishments doled out by the NCAA. Now, to be fair, the NCAA, I think these pretty consistent. But the NCAA hasn't said anything yet. These are reports from reporters about what's going on. We'll have Dan Wetzel of ESPN come on and give us his 2 cents as well this hour. Most likely, it is Carson Anderson for the Woodward Dream Cruise here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then, have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with our expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services, visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Corbin? Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Love to hear from Michigan fans. What do you think? Punishment comes out. It is, on a lot of levels, very serious, but the no vacated wins, no postseason ban. Among the punishment, it is a $20 million fine. A game is added to Sharon Moore's suspension. There's a 14-week no communication period with recruits. There's 25% reduction in football official visits. There's 4 years of probation. Also, there are show causes for Jim Harbaugh. There's a show cause for a 10-year show cause for Jim Harbaugh, 8-year show cause for Connor Stallions, 3-year show cause for Denard Robinson. 248-539-9797. Do want to get your thoughts on this. We await word from Dan Wetzel. Ultimately, personally, hoping this is the end of it. Hoping they don't appeal anything. Hoping there's nothing else to come out. I hope that this investigation went through everything. Everything that was on the table. Everything that was thrown at them. I hope it all got looked at. And to tie it up. Because there's more out there. Now, given, Gator, you and I have talked about this a bunch. I had pretty decent sources that when this story first broke said, oh, it's going to be worse. And I'm like, uh-oh. And then it was worse. And then it was worse. And then it was worse. And then I was told, all right, that's it. And they were pretty accurate. And there were the same people telling me, heads up, this is what we expect. Although this is not completely what we expected, but they did not expect vacated wins, and they did not expect postseason ban.
Well, they didn't get any of that. The NCAA wording on this sounds like, with my interpretation of it, it sounds like they really wanted to drop more of a hammer on Michigan, but in light of what they've decided to do over the last several years, that they won't do that because they don't want to punish the kids in the program today for past misdeeds, despite having overwhelming evidence that would show that they have reason to do it. And those are, in a way, those are their words. The other thing with this is that I think it is done. I mean, any other evidence that would come forth, Connor Stallions admitted to throwing his phone in a pond, throwing film in a pond, and other evidence in there. So that might have shed more light on something that could have provided more of a penalty, but it's not there. So you're never going to find that stuff. I think the NCAA probably did an exhaustive search. This is not something that's easy to go through, and I think both sides want it done. I don't think the NCAA wants to push it much more because it's just going to kick the can down the road however longer. Michigan would have fought it. You're going to have this thing in litigation forever. Move on.
The Connor Stallions aspect of this and what he did isn't a huge surprise. What an investigation they needed to find out, and at no point has this been confirmed as part of the case, is that this was part of a grander scheme that involved people up the food chain at the football office. Ultimately, the head coach is responsible for what happens under his watch. I think the head coach, as far as some of the vetting, whether he could or could have done something about Connor Stallions or Matt Weiss or characters like that were hired into the program, can be debated, but my guess is the vetting wasn't as thorough as it needed to be, and I hope it's better moving forward at the University of Michigan in the athletic department, because they probably would, I can guarantee they wish they didn't hire certain people. But if this had gone up the food chain and been part of a grander scheme that, involved coaches that are still there, and I'll wait for the reading to see if they say that Harbaugh knew anything, but that's where I think this really would have been a major issue for Michigan.
Yeah, look, it's
already a major issue. Let me be clear, but worse.
From an evidence standpoint, I mean, I think it's obvious that there was nothing that showed that on a phone text conversation or an email exchange, at least with what they had. There's nothing that would show that. If there is, I think you'd get a different kind of smoking gun. But it doesn't mean it wasn't. It just means they don't have evidence that shows that way.
248-539-9797. John in Florida texts in, students shouldn't be punished for coaches' mistakes. Well, I mean, no. They move, again, watching NCAA penalties doled out of late, this is more the direction they have gone, is go after the individuals more than the program, which is, something that coaches in the past have committed violations at one place and been right away working at another place, while the program that they left is under probation. That happened in the past.
Well,
it doesn't happen as much anymore.
And athletes did benefit during this time.
Many of the current athletes, though, didn't.
No, but I'm just saying that athletes did benefit. I mean, the current students probably not. But, again, if you're under this world now where you're worried about that and no longer want that to be a casualty of a past misdeed, then that's where we're at.
248-539-9797. And I will also add that the onion is getting peeled and more is getting tweeted out as far as what the punishments are. And so we'll see if there is more at this point. But I know these kinds of things are long. The rulings are long. And seeing reporters kind of leak a little bit more here tells me they're reading it as we speak. And so you just have to wait and see what comes out of this. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket if you want to get into it. We will bring in Dan Wetzel, who's been kind enough to join us this morning and all throughout this case, as he was lead investigative reporter for Yahoo on this and now over at ESPN. So at some point we'll get the very latest from him. And on to the business, hopefully now, of focusing on the football. 248-539-9797. Tigers with a win last night. Extra innings, 4-3 over the Twins. Certainly was a nice win for that team. I want to discuss that today. And Gator, Lions, game tomorrow. Feel way better after being at practice the last couple days, but I don't think we're going to get that affirmation that we saw live for the fans publicly, because I don't think we're going to see the starters.
I was going to say, the starters, I don't think they're going to be in there. And but the twos versus the twos, they held their own in the practices as well. And there's definitely stuff to look for in the game tomorrow afternoon. If you want to see Kyle Allen, I shouldn't say if. You want to see Kyle Allen continue to take strides forward and solidify his standing as the number 2 quarterback. I thought he had a decent couple practices there. Hendon Hooker had a couple decent practices as well. What we heard from Birchie yesterday, he still thinks that even Hooker playing well, Kyle Allen still outperformed.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Gabe in Ohio. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Gabe.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Okay.
All right.
So I didn't hear you guys mention it. I got a question for you, though. I'm chanting that Sharon Moore got a 2-year show cause. How is that going to work?
What did you just say?
Sharon Moore got a 2-year show cause. How
According
does
to
that
who?
work? That's what's being reported on Yahoo. I think Detroit news station. Let's see here. I just had it pulled up.
I don't know how a show cause works for somebody who's working.
Right.
Show cause is usually it works against people getting hired. But I don't know.
Harbaugh Stallions and Denard Robinson were given show cause, right? Have you seen Sharon Moore?
Well, here's what it says. A 2-year show cause order during which he is suspended for a total of 3 games. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that
right
works.
Here. Denard Robinson got a 3-year. Sharon Moore got a 2-year show cause.
2-year show cause order, which he's suspended for a total of 3 games. Apart from the 3-game suspension, Moore is not prohibited from engaging in coaching or other athletically related activities. I don't know. That's a great question for Dan Wetzel. But I don't know how it works for somebody who's currently employed.
Right. I think it's also interesting that he's got the 2-game self-imposed suspension this year, and then there's 1 game next year. I'm not sure why they broke it up into 2 years.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
It's kind of weird.
248-539-9797. Feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox. I just lost the text, so never mind.
I think this is close to a great outcome for Michigan. I don't know if they're going to ask for much better than this. I'm sure they're not thrilled with not being able to take in some of the money over the next couple of years. But in the grand scheme of things, they didn't vacate wins. They don't have any postseason bowl ban. They can go on and continue playing football as it is. They've already, punished the coach by giving the 2-game suspension for this year. What's new to that? He has a 1-game suspension for next year, and you've lost some money. But the thing still it keeps on rolling, and I think from their standpoint, they can put this in the review.
We'll try and find out what that means, a 2-year show cause for a current employee. And again, at some point, we'll bring in our guy, Dan Wetzel, from over at ESPN. We're at the Woodward Dream Cruise, and we'll be here until 2 o'clock. And although it's not really officially underway, right? Till officially it's underway?
Yeah,
now?
I don't think it's officially until maybe tonight even, but tomorrow's the big day. But it's
there are cruisers, though.
Packed. Yeah, there's. We still haven't seen a bunch of the cars lined up on the side of the streets, though.
No.
On the side of the Woodward.
Those spots are still available?
Yes, but we are seeing a ton of classic cars. There's a Mustang. I don't know if it's a Mach 3 or not over there in the turnaround lane. I've seen a bunch of convertibles go by, early 70s, late 60s convertibles go by. And then people are parading out their brand new nice cars. I've seen some new Jag convertibles go by, new BMW convertibles go by, and I've seen about 75 Corvettes go by. A lot of Corvettes today.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Or your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I was talking to people during the break to try and figure out, help answer the caller's question. And summing up what a 2-year show cause for Sharon Moore means, it means the punishments would follow him if he left and went somewhere else. So he can't take another job to escape any of the suspensions or anything like that. So as promised, let's bring in Dan Wetzel from ESPN, who's been at the forefront of this coverage. And Dan, thanks for being with us as always. And what is your reaction to the news today?
Well, actually, I thought this would be more unsatisfying for everybody. Certainly, if you think Michigan gained a major advantage, cheated, which they did, according to this ruling, I think you'd be pretty unsatisfied with this punishment. I thought Michigan would get enough that they wouldn't feel too good about it, but I think when you're down to just money, which Michigan never lacks, and just an extra game for Sharon Moore, a third game, and pushed out to the 2026 season. I think it'll be the Western Michigan game in Frankfurt, Germany. That's not a. If I'm a Wolverine fan, I'm pretty happy with this. I'll take this deal. There's no postseason ban, which I didn't think was going to happen, but still, no postseason ban, no vacating of wins, really no sanctions, heavy show causes on Harbaugh. Again, doesn't matter if you're a Michigan fan at this point. Connor Stallions, again, doesn't really matter unless you're Connor Stallions, matters. And Denard Robinson. And other than that, basically, Sharon Moore's got to miss the Western Michigan game, and the school that's got billions of dollars has to pay out $25 million, maybe more. That's a victory for Michigan, and probably not at all what many other fans certainly from Michigan State, Ohio State, and other places would have wanted.
Do you get the sense that from reading this ruling that has come out today that the NCAA really wanted to come down harder, but because they've kind of set the precedent that's just not going to be the case because they don't want to punish kids today for what happened in the past?
I think there's two aspects to this. No matter how much you sit there and say, and it's a reasonable opinion, someone had to know what Connor Stallions was doing, right? Someone had to know what was going on. How could this be isolated? They were never able to prove that anyone other than Connor and, it wasn't getting up to the coordinator level or the head coach or anything like that. So that was a big part of it. And it's really just and believe me, I get if you're not a Michigan fan, not wanting to hear a low-level staffer or a rogue guy doing it. But they never were able to prove that. So that limited them. And then the NCAA's precedent of late of saying we're not going to punish players that weren't there, and I think there's a fair argument to that, particularly with the transfer portal these days. There's probably 10% of the roster still there. So they don't want to do that. They don't want to vacate wins because that's, I guess, people just sort of, doesn't really matter, but it kind of matters. I don't know. They just didn't want to do it. So all they really had was Connor running this thing, some process crimes. Denard Robinson didn't go to hearing, never responded. Okay. Sharon Moore deleted the text thread, although that was recovered. Connor threw his phone in a lake. So we'll never really know all the details according to this report, but they never really got Michigan on anything more than what Connor Stallions did. It was isolated to that, and because of that and because of the way the NCAA runs now, they just don't have any teeth that they can hit anybody with. And we're not going to do a Michigan ban, and whether that's because they don't do bans or because Michigan draws a lot of TV ratings, you can come up with your own conclusion on that. It's probably both playing a role in it.
So the one thing that we still don't know, and they say that it was Connor Stallions at the sidelines of the Michigan State Central Michigan game, is, which I don't think many people doubted really, but there was stuff. Yeah, there was stuff of that was crazy, like that he was wearing recording glasses or things like that. But what happens with that case?
Figure that out in there? I don't know that he did.
No, they didn't say it there, but I think that's one of the.
They've said that he was on the sideline.
I don't.
But anyway, as far as
I feel pretty, yeah.
Yeah.
Heck of a coincidence that he wasn't.
Do you have any clue as to what's next in that facet of the case?
It's going to be on Central Michigan, and this is, again, this is how it works. Central Michigan's going to get a case here because if Connor Stallion was on that sideline with the approval or the knowledge of Central Michigan coaches or athletics or whatever, again, doesn't make a lot of sense. I get the frustration. Let me just put it that way. But that would be probably a bigger penalty, a more significant. They're not going to fine Central Michigan $30 million, believe me, $25 million. But that would be a big thing because how do you get on the sideline? Doug, you covered Gator, you worked radio. I mean, you don't just get in that little box.
Yeah, getting on the team's actual sideline is different than
not easy
because there's a lot of people on the sidelines. So,
that's still waiting. What happens with Central Michigan part of the case, but in terms of Michigan, was he there for Central Michigan? Was he there for Michigan? It does say he did attend one game in person, so they've concluded he was there, which again isn't that hard to do. But that's it. It's. I think probably. I think Michigan fans would be pretty happy that this is not going to hurt their ability to compete going forward. And I think in the past you looked at NCAA cases and that's what you feared. But they can't really strip scholarships because what's a scholarship anymore? We're paying kids $1 million to play there. They could pay their own tuition. You can't really hit them with recruiting restrictions because of the way NIL and revenue share works. So there's just not a whole lot the NCAA can do anymore. And they certainly chose not to do the more nuclear option, which is you're not going to the playoff this year. You have no chance of going to the playoff this year.
What about the deleted text messages? That aspect of the story, which were recovered and turned over. With the deleted text messages, what you said about them not being able to tie in a coordinator, is that then pretty clear that those deleted text messages showed no ties between Connor's scheme and Sharon Moore?
Yeah, I mean, look, we haven't seen them. I put in a Freedom of Information Act for that one a long time ago. Have not seen what is actually said, but obviously if there was something incriminating there, it would be in this. It would be in this case. So there's nothing there that suggests Sharon Moore knew what Connor Stallions did. I go back. That's the big thing. Whether you want to believe it or not, they never were able to prove it. And at some point, you sit on these committees and you're a juror, and you go, well, they don't. Doesn't say that. It does. It actually, the fact that there would be no suggestion, maybe suggests he didn't know. So it didn't know. And Sharon obviously should never have deleted those texts. I don't know what a deletion is anymore since they got him back, but he shouldn't have acted that way. And he's going to pay. He's paying with a three-game suspension, which can't be fun for him. But he's going to get to coach at Oklahoma this year. They chose. The NCAA allowed Michigan to choose games 3 and 4 of the 2025 season, and then push the other one to 20. That's kind of wild.
Does that make it? How do you come up with that? I was just going to say, how do you?
I don't know.
Allow that to happen. You're the NCAA. You still have some authority here, and it seems like that's a little bit of kowtowing to Michigan, to letting them do what they want. Hey, you're going to miss 2 games, but I'm not going to miss the Oklahoma game this year. And how about we just kick the other one to next year, and one of the cupcakes to start the season?
Yeah, he doesn't go to Germany. I have no idea. I don't know how you do that. If you want to add a game, and you say, look, guys, you're sitting 1, 2, 3. That's what I would do. But I don't. This is a really weird system that they have. I've covered so many NCAA infraction cases from schools all over the country. They are almost always unsatisfying, confusing. You sit around and go, what? In one school will get hit really hard, and another, there's no precedent, doesn't matter. It's always, you just sit there and go, okay. The hard part that they do have is when you get down to it, how do you actually prove this thing? And one of their issues in this case is the rule the way the rule is actually written is terribly written. It's very vague. And so they kind of open themselves up to potential lawsuits where if you took this to a court and you said, we're going to argue over what this actual statute says, you're in even more trouble. So the NCAA is just kind of it's just not a really well-run operation to begin with. And then maybe that's why we're sitting here with 3 games over 2 years. I just have never heard of a suspension like that.
Is it safe to say, though, circling back to what you just said, the vagueness of the rule provided this kind of result, that it didn't have the rule written the way people think it should be interpreted, and so they didn't have that to fall back on?
It's possible. I mean, they really hit Stallions for running the operation, but I think you could come up and say, well, it doesn't say anything about a staffer. It says something about what does it say anything about a staffer's friend can't advance scout? There's no recording device. There's a lot of stuff. I don't want to go down that road. It doesn't really matter. They concluded Connor Stallions did it, and he was doing it for a clear reason, to gain an advantage in his size stealing. And it was it was codenamed KGB, and he called it dirty film. This is what they're alleging in this. And so he knew it was wrong. It was wrong. It violates certainly the spirit of the rule. Let's be clear. This we don't have to, on talk radio, pretend that this is a Supreme Court case, right? Defining what does the word is mean. But it's they concluded that, but they just never had anybody else really knowledgeable of it. So they hammered Harbaugh. I mean, again, it doesn't matter, but 10 years show cause, which doesn't even begin until he finishes his current 4-year. So he really's got a 14-year show cause. That's incredible. They're running the things consecutively, not concurrent. But again, if you're a Michigan fan, Harbaugh doesn't care. He's not come back to college football. So really, if you're a Michigan football fan, this is a pretty good result, man.
Dan, if this happened real quick, if this happened like 10 years ago, is this a completely different result?
Probably. I don't know. Almost every case involving the NCAA involves money to players. Like, that was really all their cases ever were. They just wanted to control the money. So it was always about recruiting sanctions, or occasionally there'd be a academic fraud or something like that. Someone would be fixing some SAT scores, but they gave up on that. Now they can't do the monitor. So we haven't really seen one of these, like, in-game cases. So it's a little hard, but my guess is that NCAA had more teeth 10 years ago than they do now. And on this occasion, they just didn't feel like – I mean, look, if the coordinators didn't know, if nobody knew, if you take the case that only people who knew were Connor Stallions and a couple of people maybe at his level, what's a fair punishment? This might be a fair punishment. If you conclude that, then what are you supposed to do? Like, it's a big operation. You hammer the head coach for lack of oversight, maybe lack of institutional control and things like that. But is it every assistant coach's job to know what one guy? And these staffs are 100. There's 100 people working there. There's hundreds of people working in Michigan football. So it at some point it's just the fairness of could you prove it? And they didn't. They couldn't prove it. And no matter how much, and then all the other, no matter how much you want to believe it or not want to believe it, and people can have a reasonable opinion on both of those. They didn't prove it. And if you can't prove it, how do you punish somebody without risking a lawsuit?
Dan Wetzel, ESPN, we appreciate your time. We read your stuff, and certainly appreciate you coming on with us here on 97.1. It's our guy, Dan Wetzel, here on 97.1. Hey, home ownership is closer than you think. With a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union, imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee, and right now get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life. Whether you're a first-time homebuyer looking for pre-approval or ready to build or refinance, UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal housing opportunity lender. 248-539-9797. So there you have it from Dan Wetzel. If you're just joining us, Michigan ruling is out. It is $20 million in fines, a game added to Sharon Moore's suspension, 14-week communication restrictions with recruits, 25% football official visit reductions, 4 years of probation, show causes for Jim Harbaugh, for Connor Stallions, and for Denard Robinson. Denard, I guess, gets his show cause for not showing up to a hearing. Harbaugh
Wouldn't that
gets
be a
10
no-show
years.
cause?
Very clever. Yeah. 10 years for Harbaugh, 8 years for Connor Stallions. 248-539-9797.
Something else that it was part of this is that there's like a percentage of the football budget that they have to do, 10% of the yearly football budget that's part of the fine. So the fines are at least $20 million. And the big chunk of that comes from postseason money over the next two years that they would have reaped. I would assume that's from conference deals and the bowl games that the conference shares in that money that Michigan does not get to share in that money.
No, and look, Michigan does have money. I'm not crying poor for them, but money means players in this era of college football. But that is, given what this could have been, I think they'll take it. We go to Harrison in Ann Arbor. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Harrison. Harrison, are you there?
Hello? No good.
Sounds like we lost Harrison. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Everyone deletes texts. I delete 1,000 a year. Nothing new. Next one, more suspension makes no sense, but maybe there are other punishments getting handed out to him that balance it out. I don't quite understand why they spread it out over 2 years. I figured Michigan proposed the 2 games as the beginning of a negotiation. The NCAA wanted to add a third. Why they did it in 2026 and not 2025, I have no idea. But they're holding a press conference or a Zoom call coming up. I believe it's at 1 o'clock, and I'm sure that question will be asked. Look, I just I know that people, as Dan Wetzel said, choose to believe what they want to believe, and as he said, strong arguments can be made both ways. One thing that when the investigation started and as details started to come out, I was told that Michigan was unable to unearth any evidence that this was anything but Connor, and it didn't go up the food chain. The NCAA looked into that and wasn't able to find evidence that it went up the food chain, which is probably why this is, I'm going to guess, unsatisfying for other fan bases. But, there is still culpability on Michigan's part and still culpability on Harbaugh's part. Part of being a head coach is being responsible for everything in the program, and this happened under his watch. Now, as Dan pointed out, there's hundreds of people in the building that work with these teams, and you still are responsible for all of them. Still responsible for all of them.
Well, and if Jim Harbaugh were still here, then he would have had, a way more significant suspension than what's been handed down to Sharon Moore. They're punishing Sharon Moore for what Sharon Moore did, which was delete text messages.
Yep.
All this stuff falls under Harbaugh. That's why, what was his, a 10-game show cause?
10-year.
10-year show cause. So I think it's safe to say that if he were still at Michigan, the punishment for him would have been way more severe.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Sharon and Michigan fans should be grateful they were able to recover those text messages because, the text messages, had they shown a tie between him and Connor and knowledge, then I think you're looking at a much more severe penalty because it would be unknown at that point. But, it's a good thing they were able to recover those text messages to help at least him have plausible deniability for a tie to Connor Stallions and what he was doing. 248-539-9797 if you want to react to this. Again, Michigan dealing with the fallout of this. Nothing is official yet. These are reporters, but it does sound like they got a hold of what the punishments will be. There is an interesting sidebar to this. I can't find the reporter. There is a reporter that said one person who was cleared in all of this is Chris Partridge. And Chris Partridge was an assistant coach who is now with the Seattle Seahawks. And he came under, I'm trying to find the report. It's hard to have, we've shoddy internet connection here, but he was under some scrutiny for a apparently talking to players before they talked to the NCAA, which people in Michigan said was completely unnecessary. But I can't find the report now, and I can't get this thing to load. But nonetheless, Chris Partridge, here we go. Chris Vanini is reporting. Former Michigan assistant Chris Partridge with the Seahawks was allegedly cleared by the NCAA port. Alleged violations were not demonstrated. This is a senior writer from The Athletic, for what that's worth. So there is that. 248-539-9797. This isn't the only thing going on today. If you want to continue the discussion, feel free. We've got open lines. In the meantime, there is a lot to unpack with last night's Tiger win. There's more to talk about with the Lions. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll find out if there is more to this story, so stick with us for that. Gator, you avoided a summer scam, or a scammer scare, I should say.
I think I did.
Yeah, I want to hear the details of that coming up. And we're going to check in with our buddy John Cooper, who is with the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers and helps bring us out here to the Woodward Dream Cruise every single year. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. trying to remember how many years we've been coming out here exactly. 7 or 8, Scott?
I think so.
Maybe our guest can confirm it. John Cooper from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, who is a huge friend of the show, and got to know you over the years, John. How are you today?
I'm good. Look at this weather.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo, how can we not be good? Man, oh man. The good Lord shined on us today.
Well,
It's not too hot today.
Yeah.
Let's keep it the way it is.
Yeah.
Nice breeze coming through.
There is a nice breeze.
We've
Yeah,
been
it's
here
good.
many times where we've had the opposite.
Yeah.
We've had John on the past, and sometimes with some guests we know not to talk about sports because they don't know what they're talking about. But we can talk sports with because we've gotten to know you over the years, and we know you're paying attention to what's going on. But before we get into all of that, tell the people what they can expect if they make it out here tonight and this weekend.
You know, one of the big things, and I don't think we push it enough, I try to, but this venue is really set up for the public to come in and do this kind of painlessly.
Which is Nicky D's.
Nicky D's, south of 14 Mile.
Okay.
West side of the road between 14 and 13. Everybody knows Nicky D's, right? And what's really cool is a lot of people say, I don't want to come out to the cruise because I don't have any place to park. Well, we have Greenfield Elementary, which is on 13 Mile and Greenfield, and we have that whole parking facility, and we have 3 shuttles running nonstop during the cruise. And then on the front lawn, we got all these lawn chairs so people can come out. Don't spend a dime. Just park your car. We'll shuttle you out here. And then if you want some food, we're going to serve food out on the parking lot. And we got entertainment. Tonight we got a band, Power Play Detroit. They're coming back again tomorrow night. And then we have another band tomorrow afternoon. We're spinning records. We're doing all kinds of stuff. And it's a lot of fun. There's some vendors out here with us. And then most importantly, the reason that we're out here is to tout our cars, our Buicks and GMCs, right? I mean, all this other stuff is just icing on the cake and a lot of fun. We got our full lineup of Buicks and GMCs out here. We're going to have a first ever showing publicly of the all-new Acadia Denali Ultimate. We've got EVs, electric vehicles, and we're actually doing really well with electric vehicles. I know that there's a lot of press today about the controversies and that the thing's dropping, but in our case, we see a rise in market share, and we're really doing well with that. So we're proud to have our EVs out here. We got a lot of things going on. We got you guys, which is really important to us. We love that you're here. We look forward to having you two guys out here. Tomorrow, John Jansen's going to come out here, and
sorry.
He's he's going to be out here for a couple hours in the afternoon, signing autographs and saying hi to people. And we promise. He promised me that since I'm a Buckeye, that he won't choke me, and I promised him I wouldn't kick him in the shins. So
I think it's probably served to your best interest that you don't get into a physical confrontation with
Probably not.
So these chairs, just to be clear here, these are open to the public. People
Yes.
can come by the Nicky D's location, and you've got, 50 lawn chairs, 30 lawn chairs, whatever it is, set up by the road that anybody can come in and sit and watch the cars roll.
Yeah, and they turn over during the day. So, we got chairs in front of the stage, and like I said, we just try to make this a nice party for people to be able to come, and you don't have to come out here and spend any money. Just park your car and come out here, and then if you want to spend some money, we got vendors on the property. You can buy food, you can listen to entertainment, pretty good stuff.
I sat in some of these cars and we actually went for a ride with you in one of them last year, but it's a great chance for people to see what you guys have in the inventory. All right, what do you think of the Lions?
Man, I tell you what, I'm really bullish on them, and I know that at the tail end of the season there when they stumbled in the playoff game, but you know what? That's the NFL. That can happen, right? And people should not be discouraged by that. I mean, they had a great season, and they did it with a lot of people being injured, which is just, I think people to forget about that. I mean, to me, if you can stay healthy in the NFL, you can probably make the playoffs. And they didn't stay healthy, and they were still a darn good football team. So I'm amped up about the Lions.
Well, if you were at practice the last couple of days like we were, and there were a lot of people in the public that were at practice, you saw some pretty good football from Detroit Lions on offense and on defense. And I think the big question mark in the offseason was, what was Hutchinson going to come back as?
He's an animal.
I mean, what we saw of him in the last couple of days, and we were there on Monday too, watching practice. He's unstoppable, and they have an unstoppable guy in defense and an unstoppable guy in offense. And I'm on Ross St. Brown. I think that this is, maybe going into training camp, I wasn't sure what kind of team we were going to see, but I'm feeling a little bit more chesty about this team than I did certainly a few weeks ago.
I think you should. I think your offensive line going to pick up with your center retiring. I still see that offensive line as being a tremendous strength. It seems like the young guys are coming on, and you got 2 great runners. Oh my gosh, most teams have trouble running the ball with one guy, right? You got 2 guys that can run the ball, catch. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of stuff going on, and don't diminish the fact that you do have one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And I think a lot of times people don't give him his due. I'm one of the guys, I'll say it, that when Stafford left, I made the comment that I think Jared Goff will be better for the Detroit Lions than Matthew Stafford. You can probably go back and see
Don't say it, huh?
You could see probably an interview with you guys. I probably said that. I'm bullish on him, and he's better for the Lions.
Well, I know 2 people then. You're one, and Gator's the other.
See,
Gator was the other one. Well, I don't know if you said they'd be better.
What
you
said
said was
open the fact that he might be better.
When everybody thought the next quarterback was in the 2 first-round picks, that was going to
Right.
be what that provided the next quarterback. Gator said,
Right.
"Don't sleep on Goff. Do not sleep on Goff." So I give you both credit.
Did you notice subtly that John said you? Because he's got another team.
He's paying attention. He's a Detroiter, and he's a Detroit guy, but he did grow up an Ohio guy, which is you escaped, and we're happy for that.
But he keeps going back.
What's that?
He keeps going back, though.
Well, he's a Bengals fan too.
He's a massive Bengals
With
fan.
that, and you watch TV show Quarterback?
Yep,
So
sure
what-
did.
what'd you think of Joe Burrow?
I think I watched every episode in one night. I force-fed myself. It's no secret. I love Joe Burrow. I think that he is a very unique guy. I think he's a great quarterback. He's in the top 3 in the league. I believe that. But more importantly, he's so brainy about the game of football, which is really helps him to be what he is. I think he's done nothing but win his entire career, and sometimes he puts the team on his back and he carries them. And you show me anybody in the league other than probably the guy in Buffalo and the guy in Kansas City who can do that, put a team on their back and carry them. This is what he does, and he's really, really good. I mean, he's great, is what he is.
Well, and then we got the Tigers.
Man, been a bit of a roller coaster here the last 30 days, right? But still, what a young team. I mean, and they're only going to get better, and they're fun to watch. I figured pitching would carry the day but there's been streaks this year of offense that are pretty darn incredible. And what's even more amazing is, as young as they are, the average guy can't tell you who's in the starting lineup tonight. Because they're young and they're not a household name. So
and the lineups are never the same.
They're never the same.
Right. A.J. Hinch has done, I think, really a yeoman's job of putting the right people on the field when he needed to. And, they lost. They had that one streak there where they lost a bunch of games. But they're a good baseball team, and they're fun to watch.
Well, Coop is the way we got to know our guy Coop here from the Buick GMC, Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, is on Tiger Spring training trips as sponsors. We had you down there, and we always had Coop for parties. And I'll just tell you something about Coop at parties. When everybody's hungry, Coop's the guy that goes and gets 5 bags of Chick-fil-A.
That's right.
When everybody's thirsty, Coop goes and gets water for everybody.
Right.
Make sure nobody goes. Make sure everybody. So
well, the best part about
one of the most generous people I've ever met.
The best part about the Chick-fil-A runs was that it was usually the last night or second to last night that we'd go and do that. We were staying there, and everybody would leave after the party. We'd wake up the next morning for breakfast, and what's there? Leftover
Chick-fil-A.
Nothing better. It's on the same par with a good leftover pizza, right?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, Coop, for people who make their way out here, and again, there's free seating for fans. There's no obligation. You come sit down in the lawn chairs that they have. You got a band. Who's playing later? Is it today or tomorrow or both?
Power Play Detroit.
Okay.
And they're playing both nights.
Okay.
And I really apologize. The band that's going to be here tomorrow afternoon is a very good band too, but for some reason I'm having one of those senior moments and I'm just got that little spot in my brain. So.
And which one of these vehicles do you highly recommend people come and sit in and check out that you have on display here?
I like them all, but they're I'm a big SUV guy, so I love our our 2025 Yukon XL. I'm becoming an EV guy. I really,
Dude, I love my EV.
Man, oh
I
man,
love my
they're
EV.
A car guy that's becoming an EV guy.
well, because they're so powerful and so
That they are.
man, they just and quiet and smooth. I mean, everything about them. Now, obviously, some of us drive so much that we have trouble with them. So, is there one in my garage right now? No, but
Well,
we're darn close. Maybe when I retire.
I've had one for 5 years, and the number of times range has been an issue in a normal day is a handful of times,
Yeah.
and that's it. Outside of that, yeah, I got to stop and charge on my way up north.
Yeah,
That
so
is true.
I took one from Lake Orion, stopped in Birmingham, went out to Wayne, Michigan, went down to Ohio on the lake, and back the next day. And it was well over 300 miles, and I still had 104 miles of range left. So it's not as bad as people might think.
A little more efficient than the car that just went by.
Coop, as always, we appreciate your time.
You
Thanks
guys
for having us out here.
You guys are the best, and you don't know, from the bottom of my heart, I am so glad that you came out. I'm glad that you agreed to do this, because I know you don't do this for everybody. So it means a lot to us, and we're just glad to have you out here. You know, you're a tradition. I think if you don't come out, we might just shut this venue down.
No, you're not going to do that. But good luck with Jansen tomorrow.
Yeah.
We both apologize ahead of time on behalf of the station.
Yeah, and I'll also thank you that we didn't have any discussion about college football today, because
we've had plenty. We've had plenty.
Well, you can enjoy your championship.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Hey,
I really
thank you.
appreciate
Our
it.
guy
Yep.
John Cooper
Yep.
out here at the site at Nicky D's for the Woodward Dream Cruise, which is always fun for us, just south of 14 Mile on Woodward. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, got great atmosphere and great specials, and the best wings in town. And how about this? For the big weekend we've got here, the Berkeley Cruise Fest is actually today. They got a classic car parade that goes down right on 12 Mile in front of 24 Seconds. Why not get out there and enjoy the view? Heck, go up on the rooftop deck and really enjoy it up there. It's awesome. And no better place to watch any of the big sporting events. Like Saturday, we got UFC 319. You're going to want to check that out. Or if you want to watch our great baseball team, you can check them out as well. And not to mention, we've got football tomorrow afternoon. And hey, speaking of football, for all Detroit home games, you can get on the 24-second shuttle. That way you save the hassle of driving and parking nightmares to the game, and you can bring your own drinks on the shuttle as well. And it's only $40. And for all Detroit baseball games at 24 seconds, you get $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And for all Detroit football games, $4 Honolulu Blue shots and $3.75 drafts of Miller Lite. You got trivia on Thursday nights. That's at 8 o'clock. And they're open for lunch, and also they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Make sure you check them out. It's my favorite place to go. It's right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley. There's not a bad seat in the house. Pipe in all the sound for the big events. Check them out at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, the news that's dominated the day, of course, is the unveiling of the penalties for the University of Michigan football program following the Connor Stallions saga. And Connor Stallions, Jim Harbaugh have been hit hard. Michigan has a bunch of penalties to deal with. But look, I mean, if you've followed NCAA punishments as they've come out, not a huge surprise that there's no vacated wins or no postseason bans. The NCAA has definitely shifted in recent years in their enforcement philosophy. They don't sanction programs as much as they do individuals responsible for what went down. Now, as a head coach responsible for everything that happens under his program, sure. And he got a 10-year show cause. Connor Stallions got an 8-year show cause. Denard Robinson got a 3-year show cause. And Chris Partridge, who was let go in the middle of all this, was exonerated. Michigan gets a $20 million fine, which I believe is a record fine. Sharon Moore's suspension goes from 2 games to 3 games.
It's at least $20 million. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it could be more. There is a 14-week restriction on recruiting, communication with recruits. 25% of their official visits have been reduced, 4 years probation as well, and we'll wait to see if there's any more. It's kind of a slow rollout because reporters have been apparently made aware of what the punishments are. But again, I mean, it's one of those deals where knowing that the NCAA has prioritized penalties for individuals, it's not a huge surprise. I thought if you read between the lines, Tony Petitti a couple months ago wrote a letter on Michigan's behalf saying they've been punished enough. And whether that carried any weight or not, I don't know. But here's what it told me, that when Petitti met with Big Ten coaches and he was given all the things that they had heard that Michigan did, those things were investigated and vetted. And this really was about Connor Stallions. And probably the biggest reason why Michigan things aren't more severe is because there was no evidence that this went up the food chain, that it was a Connor Stallions scheme, and they couldn't tie in any coaches, any coordinators, or anything of that nature. And I'm sure it was looked at with a fine-tooth comb. So Committee on Infractions ruled that way. A lot of the other stuff that was floated out there, you know, Gator, you and I know what gets out on the internet can be wildly, wildly inaccurate. And what happened was bad enough, but what was rumored to be out there was way worse, and including like federal crimes. And
well, I think it's in some cases, and perhaps in most of those cases, it's people projecting what they think it could have led to, and then think the worst of it. I think, you know, Connor Stallions, did it come down heavy on him? Yeah, because he clearly wants a career in football, and it's now basically done for him at the collegiate level. He's done. With Jim Harbaugh, did it come down hard on Harbaugh? If he wanted to stay in college football, he did. Otherwise, it matters nothing to Jim Harbaugh because he's in the NFL right now. It doesn't affect him at all. I think, you know, when Dan Wetzel had kind of alluded to this when we talked with him earlier, another thing is it's the University of Michigan. This isn't like University of Illinois when you look at the Big Ten. This is one of the blue bloods. This is one of the bigger attractions in college football. And I'm sure that does play a role. It'd be my speculation on that it plays a role in how much they were going to punish Michigan. You know, a postseason ban on one of the bigger programs in all of college football, that wouldn't sit well with the networks. It's not going to sit well with the bottom line. And I can understand that if that plays any role whatsoever, and I think it probably did, of them erring on the side of let's not do a postseason ban. They could have. The language that they put out seems like they wanted to, but they chose not to because they didn't want to punish the athletes that are there now for something that happened several years ago.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue the discussion. But and if you missed Dan Wetzel, Dan's been at the forefront of this reporting for quite some time. If you missed him, we'll replay it in the 1 o'clock hour. Very, very insightful as always. But, you know, I know that we have competing fan bases out there that look at this completely differently. And it's a serious violation. And what happened to Michigan wasn't anything. Was it the biggest hammer that could have come down on the program? No, it is not. But again, if you've been paying attention to the way the NCAA operates now, it was not a massive surprise. If they could have tied in, current coaches, well, that might have been completely different. But there it is, the Michigan story. If you want to continue that discussion, 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this. Nice Tiger win last night. Had a chance to discuss it briefly earlier, but this news has dominated the day. We'll get back to that coming up for those that are really interested in our baseball team, and obviously there's a lot of people out there. Just a reminder, we are out at the Woodward Dream Cruise, courtesy of Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers at Nicky D's on Woodward, just south of 14 Mile. It's a great place to watch a Dream Cruise, and you'll see the 30 to 40 lawn chairs set up on the extension that people can watch the cars roll by that are open to the public. So we invite people to come by. There'll be music and food, and of course you can sit in many of the beautiful cars that they have out here. So love to see you. We'll be here. And thanks to Dave and Troy and Deb who came by, and George who works here at Nicky D's from Sterling Heights. We do appreciate them coming by to say hello. Always like meeting up with listeners.
We don't do shout-outs, so.
It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, and welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here from the Woodward Dream Cruise. Great to be with you on a Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket from Nikki D's location. And Scott Anderson, as you've watched the cars go by, not as heavy traffic today, Friday, as we've been here for our typical Saturday shows. But for you, is what's the car that's gone by today that you've been most like, that's the one I wish I had or could drive, or that you admire the most?
I mean, I've always been a massive Corvette fan. And I love all iterations of the Corvette, with the exception of an area between 1974 to 1990-ish. Didn't really love those Corvettes in there.
No.
But anything prior to that or after that is fine in my book. But for a while there, we just saw a run on C8 Corvettes, the newer generation, the mid-engine car Corvette. But lately, I saw, I think the last half hour, I've seen 3 or 4 Ferraris go by. And to see a Ferrari out in the wild is always kind of fun, But we're here in a good location where you might see one of those. It's Dream Cruise Day, and also we're, kind of just, the border of Birmingham. So there's some money. There's some money to the north.
Yeah.
And the people are bringing the cars out. It's really cool to see those. But, for the most part, what you're seeing here, the big three are well represented: Corvette, Mustang, and Camaro. I think those are the three that are probably the most well represented. And now you're seeing more as the Dream Cruise has gone on. The years continue to go on. There are going to be less and less classic cars, just because they're becoming older, and not as many of them around, because it's not easy to maintain these cars. So now you're starting to see more of an influx of newer cars, and I think that's okay. I think the way this thing has evolved over the years, you have the old guard that loves the Dream Cruise for what it was when it started, which was a celebration of the classic car era, going back to the 50s and the 60s, and the whole drive-ins, and people had drag races out on Gratiot or drag races on Woodward or whatever the case was, and they harken back to those days. And then they would allow for some of the muscle cars of the late 60s and early 70s, when you get into like GTOs or all the Mopar cars, and that's great. And then for a while there, everybody was frowning on anything else that would show up at the Dream Cruise.
I remember we did shows about it.
Yeah, people would really complain about it. Like, what are you doing? What are you bringing your Jeep out there? Like, well, people want to get a closer look, and this is how you get a closer look. You drive along Woodward with it. But now I think it's been way more accepted, because there are so many cool newer cars that people are fine with it. And some of those older brands, like I mentioned, the big three, they're mass-producing cars even today. So it's cool to see a 1958 Corvette saddled next to one of the new C8 Corvettes, or it's great to see a 69 Camaro with, maybe you see a Hot Wheels Camaro that comes out, one of the cool green color Camaros or purple color Camaros, and the same thing with the Mustangs. You go to the late 60s Mustang, or you see something brand new for Mustang. It's all great. And I think it's just what it's become is a celebration of the automobile and the Motor City.
Well, at any given time, I feel like, and I wasn't around in the 50s and 60s, well, I was born in late 60s, but I wasn't around, but it feels like being in a time machine. I'll see things and I'm like, oh, that was from high school. Oh, that was big.
Right.
That was big in the early aughts. And I'm glad you mentioned that there's more open-mindedness, because if you aren't open-minded to the next generation and what they appreciate, this will go away. Like you welcome in the younger people and what they're bringing to the table.
And it's funny, because I think, like, if you went to high school in the early 70s, you got some cool cars. You went to high school in the 60s, cool cars. In the 50s, cool cars. When we went to high school in like the mid to late 80s, not a whole lot of cool. There was not a whole lot of cool.
I felt like there was a lot of right angles.
Yeah, it was very square, very boxy, and it wasn't all that cool. So and then the 90s changed and things started to get sleek again. And I don't know. I feel like we can completely throw out the 80s with very few exceptions. I mean, people want to see a DeLorean from time to time. It'd be kind of cool, but otherwise, you're not seeing too much from the 80s, and there's a good reason.
248-539-9797. Now, you usually walk the route?
Yeah. Typically, I think I'll do that. Tomorrow we got Lions at 1 o'clock, so if I am gonna walk, I'll probably walk earlier in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a challenge.
Yeah.
Lois. You gonna bring Lois?
Oh no, no. No, for several reasons. One, no. No.
For one, no.
For one, no. I don't. I imagine it's going to be. It's what the hell is that's a
It looks like
van.
it looks like a mystery machine painted black.
Yeah.
Matte black.
I don't know how hot it's going to be tomorrow, and
Okay.
the concrete warms up, and I don't need the dog's paws on the concrete for that long, and I want to be out here. Usually it's for a couple of hours, and I don't think she'd do well like that for a couple of hours. So she'll stay at home when I come out here. That's typically what's happened. And no, she doesn't ride shotgun with me in the Corvette.
All right, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, we spent, like we said, most of the beginning of the show talking about Michigan. Let's get into the Tigers. Extra inning win last night, 4-3 over the Twins. We mostly talked about the pitching. Skubal gave up the 3 runs early, settled down, says he's been fighting himself a little bit, trying to get into a rhythm. But the win, let's talk about the win. Half game out of the top spot in the American League. Now 2 full games ahead of the Astros for that important 2 seed in the American League, and 6.5 games ahead of Cleveland, which every day that passes that Cleveland doesn't make up ground is a victory for Detroit. But, you know, we asked the question earlier, are Tiger fans feeling any better? And I don't know how you can't. I mean, I guess, you know, there is doom out there in the minds of some people, and I guess it's centered around believing that they truly are the worst version of themselves that we've seen this year. But I don't know how you can deny they haven't been playing better. And last night was an example. It wasn't Skubal's best night, and they won anyway. Now, the bar is extremely high for Skubal, but I think these things, I've said it for days, these are the things that rattle people, what actually makes me feel better about them. Things aren't going to go perfect. You still got to find a way to win, and they found a way to win that game.
Yeah, and I'm wondering this, you know, because I was thinking, what's going to make people feel better about it? Because I'm watching the game last night. Tigers win. As soon as they won, I immediately go to my phone and want to see what did Cleveland do. And Cleveland won. So the Tigers didn't add or put any distance between themselves and Cleveland. But what they did was keep it at 6.5 games. And I'm like, I'm okay with that because we're getting close to the season here, to the point in the year where just winning matters. You know, at some point you stop worrying about what Cleveland does, what the teams that are chasing you do. Just you do you. And that's associated with a magic number.
Oh, I haven't even thought about that.
And I think that's what will get people focused more on the bigger picture as opposed to living and dying by what happens on a nightly basis with this team. If we can start to think about the magic number. And, you know, when can we start the countdown with the magic number? When does it make sense?
When do we start seeing when that becomes relevant?
Because with whatever it is, 39 games left to 38 games left, I think is it magic number? Is that like less than 20 at this point?
Don't you just subtract the number of the games back a team is from the number of games left?
I'm not sure how the formula works, Doug. I count on you for the math.
Yeah, I think that's the magic number would be then -6 is 33, 32.5. So the magic number is 33.
So if the magic number is 33, I guess for me,
might be wrong.
I think you might be wrong on that. It's Tiger wins coupled with the next team's losses.
In this case, the Guardians.
And you subtract that from the remaining games. But
35. That's of when? That's of August 14th. Is that after the games last night? All right, well.
So the magic number is technically 35 right now?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
So when it gets to, 25? Do we start to get excited? Is it 20? When the magic number gets down to 20?
So, I mean, I guess the thing about it is when we ask the question, are you feeling better? Are you happy with the way they're playing? And the people are saying no, they'll probably tell you it's not about the division. It's about winning the World Series. And I can respect that. I mean, there are teams in the American League that have just played better than them. And you might not have to beat all of them, but you're going to have to probably beat one of them to get to the World Series. And so, you know, look, last year they made it to the ALDS, and that was awesome. Winning a wild card round, coming dangerously close to going to the American League Championship Series, which was ultimately way ahead of schedule. They've come back this year, sort of validated, hey, we're pretty good by leading a division with a month and a half to go. There's still work to do. What they can't afford, and I can't say is impossible, is a 2-week stretch like they had right before and after the All-Star.
They can't
do that again. And that could happen. I'm not discounting it, but their margin for error, what it once was, well, they're in a better situation than the Dodgers who blew a 9-game lead. But, you know, I get that some people are fearful that version of the Tigers may rear its ugly head again. All right, I think we've talked about all that stuff with the game last night and didn't talk about the best part. We will get to that coming up today at 12:48. And if you missed Dan Wetzel's summation of the Michigan ruling, we'll replay it for you today at 1:30 for those of you just joining us. Hey, despite warnings that we've been under some air quality alerts lately, you can still experience the difference of pure, clean air and water with CGC Home Services featuring Connecticut, the best water filter system available. Call CGC Home Services for superior water quality for your home. For a limited time, get up to 20% off with the purchase of a Connecticut Premier XP whole house system. CGC offers Aris Active Pure technology. We just got one installed at our house. Love it. Reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. Visit CGC Home Services online or call 855-339-4242 to schedule your free analysis.
So, Doug, you had asked me earlier about it. Was there a car that I saw go by that I really wanted to see myself in?
Yeah.
I think you've gotten to know this from me over the years. I love a big old convertible.
Yeah.
And as I'm saying, here comes one down the northbound on Woodward, a red convertible of some kind over there. I love a big-ass convertible.
Yeah.
I saw one that went by that was a big white old Cadillac Eldorado convertible from like the 70s.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the movie, I know I'm playing a tough game here. Did you ever see the movie Thunderbolt and Lightfoot?
Well, is that the one with Clint Eastwood and is it Jeff Daniels?
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. And spoiler alert, doesn't Bridges die in the end?
Yes. In that car. That's unbelievable. I never thought you would be the guy that saw that movie. So anyway, at the end of the movie, Clint buys an Eldorado convertible.
Mm-hmm.
And as these guys they had robbed a bank or whatever, so they had the money. That's how they're spending money. And he gets in the car and they drive away. That's the kind of car I'm talking about. I mean, a giant, 65-foot convertible. And I'm probably not exaggerating too much. It's probably a 30-foot car. I mean,
Smells
it's
like
massive.
a steak and seats 35.
That's it.
Yeah.
Canyonero.
The Canyonero of convertibles?
Yes. That's the kind of car that I'm talking about. And I saw one go by, and I was like, that's awesome. That is just awesome.
That's great.
And I think it's caller DJ. He had put out a picture on Twitter about a month ago of his sweet old ride. And I'm like, I got to ride in that thing. I got it. It's big old convertible. I love the big old convertible.
That's
I'm a
great.
sucker. And then nobody makes them anymore.
No.
The only convertibles you see these days are sports cars. And it's fine. But, I want a...
You want a big old one?
Yeah. The Challenger convertible just went by from back in the day. Awesome.
I think we dropped the video feed. There's pretty sketchy internet out here today. I apologize. It's made it pretty difficult to do the show. But we are expecting to hear what the NCAA has to say about the Michigan ruling at 1 o'clock. I think one of the big questions is why Sharon get 2 games this year and 1 game next year. But we'll find out what their reasoning is as far as his suspension. But that is all coming up, and we'll pass it along.
Is this a spokesperson from the NCAA that's going to talk? Or
I don't know if it's a member of the Committee on Infractions.
The report.
I don't know if it's the Committee on Infractions, somebody from that, or whether it's somebody in public relations. I'm not sure. But apparently it's a Zoom call. So if we can get that information, we'll pass it along. Additionally, if you missed Danny Wetzel's summation, 1:30 for that. He's been really good at covering this case for Yahoo and now ESPN. Scott Anderson, we've talked a little bit about the Tigers last night. I think the best part of last night was the defense. I thought defensively, starting with, I believe it was Javi's catch in the 6th.
That was a great catch.
Okay, Javi Baez in center field is one of the most unbelievable things that has happened this year. He is a difference maker out there, a shortstop by trade, and looks like he has played center field his whole career.
This is one of those situations where you hear all the time of when players get drafted, like he's a shortstop, but he can project anywhere. He probably end up being a center fielder. And you're like, what? How does that happen? You guy's been an infielder his whole life. Because they're so athletic, you have to be so athletic to play the shortstop position that why wouldn't you assume that you can play anywhere else in the field, and specifically in the outfield? But to do it competently, okay, fair enough. But he has done way more than competently. He is playing Gold Glove level center field. I don't think that's hyperbole. I really don't.
No.
I think what we're seeing from him in center field is as good as it gets in baseball. He looks fantastic as a center fielder.
And then later in the game, he's at shortstop, and it makes a diving catch in extra innings. You talk about, I can't say enough about this entire development, but to be able to contribute in this many ways and be a plus player defensively at multiple positions, and his double was huge last night.
Yep.
Javi Baez has had a rough go here in Detroit, and he's having a much, much, much better year. And I feel like what could have been one of the most uncomfortable situations as far as an athlete and fan bases has been salvaged because the team is playing well and he's contributing, and, of course, contributing in more ways than just with his bat. And, I mean, sometimes you stumble into a great development. Javi Baez playing center field is something they stumbled into.
They really did. I mean, Parker Meadows, I think overall is probably a better defensive center fielder, but I can't say that with a certainty anymore.
Yep.
Because of how Javi has played. He just looks more and more comfortable every single day that he's out there. And, you're even going through your head last night watching it as they're going with pinch hitters and, hey, we're going to take Sweeney out of the game. And who's going to play short? Oh, I guess that's right. Move Javi back to short. put Wenzel Perez out in center field, and here we go, because the versatility is there with all these guys.
Yeah, so he made a huge difference at two positions last night. Riley Green made that catch in the 8th or 9th up against the wall, which was it wasn't like the most spectacular thing in the world, but he had to travel a long way to get there. Then you get into extra innings, right? And you get the play at the plate. Twins have the winning run. Was that 9th? Maybe was it the 9th? Extras?
No, that was the 10th inning.
Was it the 10th inning? They got the winning run at third, ground ball to Torque. He's a major leaguer, okay? He's a major leaguer. But it's still a tough play to pick that up, make the throw to home, and get that out at home.
And watching how Dingler played it, too, because as a catcher, you have to make sure that you're not blocking the plate.
Yep.
That you have to give access to the plate. And he did. He's in front of the plate, or at least to the right side of home plate at the time when he catches it. Turns and spins, and he should have him out by a mile. But that play is so quick, it gets reviewed because you never know, did he get underneath the tag or not? And they look back, and no, he nailed him with a tag. It was a perfect play, and it absolutely gave the Tigers life because he scores, game's over.
Yep.
They go to the 10th, they go to the 11th inning, and they make a couple things happen there, and fortunately, again, the bottom of the 10th inning. Or bottom of the 11th inning, I should say, you rely on Rafael Montero, which I don't think there was a whole lot of confidence from Tiger fans going into that he was going to get it done, and he got it done.
Well, I chalked that up in the borderline unbelievable category. And correct me if I'm wrong, did he get 4 outs too?
I think he went 1 1/3, yeah.
Okay. So there's that. Then the defense in the bottom of the 11th included that play by McKinstry at third. Like that little chopper.
Yeah.
That was another. Again, he's a major leaguer. But he's a major leaguer that plays multiple positions, making a good major league play on an otherwise difficult ball. I don't know if we can say enough about how the defense performed last night.
Well, and for Zach McKinstry, he needs to make plays like that if he's not going to hit. And it wasn't a good July. It's been a worse August. He had 2 months this year where he hit, and the other 3 he has not. And we're currently in that third month where he has not hit, and his average has plummeted. And it's really unfortunate. I think he's hitting less than 160 in his last 30 days.
Okay, so you mentioned Montero, and there's the great defense. There's stuff that we'd expect. Out of the moves they made, this one went in the questionable category as far as his credentials coming into this thing. But the fact that he came through late in that game speaks volumes.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd look to rely on him moving forward, and I don't know what his role is going to be, but that was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, they've given Will Vest a rest, so somebody has to step up. They relied on Montero. A car like that, yes, like a big old convertible like that would be great.
Sorry, I just
what
distracted
I'm
you.
I think that was.
I don't mean to be a distraction.
May have been an old Galaxy, but yes, a big ass convertible. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, he is. I don't think he's somebody that gives you a ton of confidence, but A.J. Hinch thinks a lot of him, and they gave him a leverage situation last night, and he delivered.
Yep.
We talked a lot about Troy Melton. And I reached out to Rieger yesterday to ask him if anybody had asked A.J. Hinch about innings count on him. And his response was that basically not really, but that it's kind of accepted that he's going to be pitching out of the bullpen the rest of the way. Maybe one other time this year that they'll give another start like they did the other day, but that's not typical what they want. So that tells me that they plan on using Melton as a reliable bullpen guy probably multiple times a week.
All right, well, big win for the Tigers last night. And certainly, I think slowly, I don't know that any one game does it. I don't think one series does it. You got to stack stuff together. But slowly, maybe some faith is being reinstilled with the Tiger fan base. And look, there's a reason why, Gator, I've said over and over and over again, I do not think that this team is done. I do not think. I know some people think they're done, but I still have belief that the evidence there's more positive evidence that they're going to be good and good enough to close out the division, maybe make some noise in the postseason. But how do you feel? 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, you think you missed a scam or you just avoided a scam? We'll get to that next hour. We'll get back to the Michigan topic. All that coming up here as we continue from the Woodward Dream Cruise. Just a reminder, you can stream our show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States. You also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, and streaming with video. I think the feed's been up and down today. It's shot on the internet, but YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com, twitch.tv, and you can watch the show. And we, from our tent here out at the Woodward Dream Cruise. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, thanks for being with us. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The latest on the Michigan football punishment. Dan Wetzel joined us earlier. We'll replay it for you today. at 1:30. Also talk a little Tigers extra inning win over the Twins. Really good comeback. One inning that was unscuba-like, but my God, did we hold the man to a high bar. Really reasonably good outing outside of that.
He's got to be better, Doug. Good God. Barely won the game.
Yeah. Kyle Finnegan, gets 4 outs. 6 games he's pitched for the Detroit Tigers. He's not given up a run. Struck out 8, he walked 1, and most impressively, in my opinion, only 1 hit allowed.
There's a sweet, you're going to have to turn this way and look at this convertible going by, the green one.
Yeah, what's that?
I think it might be an old Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Different color green. You don't see that green typically.
It was a convertible, but you like bigger convertibles than that?
I like bigger than that, but that one works too.
Gotcha. Some Tiger text coming in. A lucky win for the Tigers again against another bad team, winning by only a single run. What's going to happen when they start playing real teams?
Lucky again. I'll take the luck. And, yeah, they're not playing their best baseball, and if they're getting by and winning games without playing their best baseball, you take it.
Yeah, so I don't know what about the win was lucky. Is it the call that Rocco Baldelli got thrown out on? The foul tip, which one angle looked like it was clearly caught, and the other angle, which was from the side, which was his view, maybe a little bit sketchier. Was that lucky? Or, would that effort beat the Dodgers on their best night? Probably not.
Well, how have the Dodgers been playing lately?
Not great.
Okay.
But I said on their best night.
Well, right, but the Tigers aren't playing on their best night. So it's a 162 game season. Hey, no kidding. If they play teams on their best night, like they did last night, they're not going to win.
If the Tigers play like they did last night.
Yeah, the Tigers can't. No, of course they can't. Of course they can't. But you can't also hold it to the standard of, the other team's playing their best. If the Tigers are playing their worst of winning baseball against the team that's playing their best of winning baseball, I mean, come on.
Now, the Twins are depleted, sure. The White Sox aren't great. So
win.
So win the games, and they've been winning the games, but we got complaints after White Sox wins, too.
I'm not tough enough on the blue line.
Doug in Rochester says, I'm feeling better about Troy Melton. Well, Troy Melton's given him a reason to feel better. That is for sure.
Yes, but when you see him appear the rest of the season, if it's out of the bullpen, are you still feeling good about that, or would you rather see him be one of the 5 in the rotation? But you got to watch those innings.
There are decisions to be made and roles to be sorted out. I mean, and that's why a win like last night, and all wins are important. Get to that finish line and be able to ration where necessary. See if you got a guy. Because I don't have any doubt. If you have any doubt that they will go to Troy Melton in the postseason in a key role, all you got to do is look to Jackson Jobe last year. Right? Jackson Jobe, hey, come up to the bigs. Here's the ball in a playoff game.
Yeah. Throw 100.
Yep. So, of course, they'll go with Troy Melton in key spots. But it's, the caller's right, or the texter's right. He is one reason to feel better. All right, you mentioned it earlier, and we haven't had time to get to it, so I want to circle back. You got a scammer scare last night?
Well, yeah. I've had this issue. Last couple of days, I had a voicemail, and I went to go listen to my voicemail, and it says, your voicemail has been locked. Contact your provider. Goodbye. And hangs up. I'm like, what? And no matter how many times I've tried to go, that's exactly what it tells me. So I went online, I looked up, how do I unlock my voicemail? And it tells you different ways to do it.
But did you get a message? Or was it a call?
That's literally the message I get when I try to listen to the voicemail.
But
it's an automated message saying your voicemail has been locked.
But the only way you could get to it was by being able to access your voicemail.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, usually when I go a voice message, there's an icon at the top of the screen that says you've got a voice message. I press that button, it dials voicemail, and the message I get from voicemail is exactly what I just said.
Okay.
It had been locked. So I Googled to see how do I unlock my voicemail, and there's several steps that you can try. Unfortunately, with my phone, it doesn't get to one of those steps where you have to put in some kind of a code. I'm like, well, I don't have the code. So it says, you'll have to contact your provider. So with me, my provider is AT&T.
Yeah.
So I contacted them, and this is the other night I did this later at night, and eventually I just want to talk to a live person because it kept sending me, well, here's your code. I'm like, where do I input the code? I have nowhere to input the code. Like, no matter how many times I look at voicemail, it doesn't say, here's your code to unlock it. Like, I don't have a code to type in. I mean, they physically sent me one, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's nowhere where it says enter your code here.
Right.
There's not that. So it said you'll have to contact somebody during business hours. So I called yesterday at 4 o'clock. Got a hold of somebody, or went through a lot of prompts, and it said, hey, we're very busy right now. Would you like us to call you back? An automated
I love
message.
that
I'm like,
feature.
sure, that sounds
Love that
great. It'll be 15 minutes. Great. Then they start sending me text messages. We're going to call you in 15 minutes. We're going to call you at 4:15. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is redundancy, whatever. So finally somebody calls me to connect me to a person, and I'm talking with them, and they're like, okay, we can fix the problem. I said, great. And they start asking me some questions, what's my name? They want to make sure we got the phone number on the account, because there's actually 2 numbers on my account because I pay for my mom's phone. So I'm like, here's the one it is. And she goes, great. And then she asked me about a code that I would have put in when I got the phone. And I vaguely remember that. And I knew what number it would have been if it had been. And I go, I don't know. Try this. And I give her the 4-digit code. And then I go, oh no, did I just fall to a scammer here and give them that kind of information I'm not supposed to? So as I'm talking to the person, I'm at my computer and I start Googling, is the voicemail lock a scam? And it comes up, yes, in some cases it is. And I'm going through and my heart's dropping. I'm like, what did I just do? Did I just give them? So I'm like stalling the woman on the other end of the line, like, yeah.
You're good at that.
Yeah, so anyway, I go, where are you right now? And she's like, what? I said, where's your call center based out of? And she goes, oh, we're out of the country. I'm like, huh. Okay, and I don't want to flat out say, I'm worried that you're a scammer. I don't want to give you any more of my information. So
you probably gave too much already.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I already did. And I'm like, I go, what's the number I can call you back at? And she said, well, you don't have a number that you can call us back at. You can call us back at the service center, and they'll just funnel it back to us. No, what's the number I can call you? She goes, I don't have one. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to call you back. And she goes, okay. And she had a thick accent, too. And I'm like, it's already, my antenna's way up now.
Yep.
So I hang up the phone, and I'm thinking, did I just give them access to my phone because I gave them basically the passcode to the phone? Did I just screw up? And now I'm, like, terrified that I have. And
I'm terrified for you.
So I start doing some more research on, wait a minute, the number I called was legitimate AT&T, right? Yes, it was. And then if I wanted to go with, there's a number you call 611, which immediately connects you to AT&T. I'm like, that's what I did. That's legit. Okay. So I feel like it was legit. It just seemed like it could have been a scammer situation. When I find out that this is something that scammers will try to get you on, that's what alerted me. So today after the show, I'll just go to an AT&T store, hand them the phone, and say, fix this.
I'm still not sure you weren't scammed.
I'm like 90% I wasn't, but there's 10% that tells me I was.
I would run to AT&T after the show.
Yeah, fortunately it's just up the street.
Okay, good. Is it a walk?
I could walk,
yeah,
but I could also take back roads again.
Or you could also run.
Yeah, right. Doug, I got to go.
Huh. Interesting.
But because it's directly to and it's a phone number that I called them. And then they said at the other end of the line, they're like, we'll call you back. I felt like that's not the scam part. Even though I'll get incoming calls from people, and you see it all the time, like from Augusta National. Clearly they're not Augusta National.
They're trying to give me free golf at Augusta National. Everything scares me.
Yeah, I don't like this world.
No. Well, I saw something this week. Did you see that the University of Florida is using facial recognition technology to get into football games?
No.
You use your face on your ticket app, and now you can walk up, use the facial recognition technology that can tell if it's you, and if you own a ticket, and you can get in.
How do you feel about that?
Well, Florida test ran it for 2 games last year, and the students apparently just flew into they went right through, they cut down on all lines.
Okay.
But all of every new technology, like I use facial recognition stuff all the time, and is the fear that people without tickets are somehow going to be able to use it to get in. I as soon as I saw this, I thought, well, Gator's going to hate this.
I'm a little nervy about that. For me, I don't worry about it too much because this is something criminals would worry about.
Right.
People that are wrongdoing. These are the people that are worried about that. You're trying to sneak into a game and you can't sneak into the game because now there's facial recognition. These are things I'm not part of anymore, so it doesn't really
Meaning
concern
you used
me
to sneak into games.
What?
Carson Anderson. All right, the latest on Michigan's case, the NCAA ruling. We'll have Dan Wetzel, his thoughts today at 1:30. We have not touched on the Lions, who play tomorrow. We'll get to that next. It's Carson Anderson for the Woodward Dream Cruise here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best at customer satisfaction. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. Call my guy Steve and his crew over at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. People just joining us and recapping the big stories today. Michigan's punishment from the NCAA has been announced. $20+ million in fines, a game added to Sharon Moore's suspension, 14 weeks of lack of communication with recruits, 25% of football official visits reduced, 4 years of probation, show causes for Coach Harbaugh, Connor Stallions, Denard Robinson. The latest on that with Dan Wetzel coming up. In the meantime, Gator.
Doug?
Lions game tomorrow.
Yes.
Yep. And I should mention the Tiger win last night. I mean, Tiger fans, you got to be happy with the way that game went down. But also news today. But we got a Lions game tomorrow. And you and I have mentioned this. We feel way better considering that we saw starters the last couple of days going up against opponents as opposed to backups going against opponents' backups. Doesn't mean these preseason games aren't important. They're still fun to watch. But with that said, there are things that can happen tomorrow that will make us feel better. Probably the number one thing is Kyle Allen continue to prove that he can be a decent backup in this league.
Yeah, I think it's both quarterbacks, but certainly Kyle Allen because he's the guy who looks like he's solidified his spot as a number 2. He doesn't need to regress, play like he did in the first preseason game, be the guy we saw in the second preseason game, decisive, threw the ball downfield, looked good, looked really good. And it's also a big game for Hendon Hooker to get some more confidence in himself and to see if there for fans anyway to see if there is still any kind of competition. Is there reason to want to hang on to this guy for another year or not, or is this just kind of wash your hands and see what happens the rest of the preseason? But that's just there's quarterback competition for sure, and because it's quarterback, that's why we all kind of gravitate to it, and hopefully it doesn't even matter because you want Jared Goff to stay healthy the whole year. So you start looking at other position groups where it does matter, and I think the secondary is probably the area that I'm going to be focusing on because I know there's attrition coming. There has already been, and we already saw that Rakestraw is out for the year. We've seen Terry Arnold get banged up, though he returned to practice, which was great. But some of these other guys getting their opportunities to play.
Rocky Sin.
Yes.
That's a big one. Avonte Maddox. That's a big one. I mean, and these are veterans, right? I feel much better about that position with those guys. I feel like the job they've done putting guys in depth positions defensively, Rocky Sin, Avonte Maddox, Grant Stewart, Zach Cunningham, makes me feel way better. And who's the defensive tackle? Ray Lopez, the defensive tackle.
Yeah, and then there's Nate Lynn and Al-Qadim Muhammad. The guys that are going to be, well, Al-Qadim Muhammad looks like he'll be part of a rotation. But Nate Lynn's trying to make the roster, and he looks pretty good. So can they stack good days on good days, which is what Sean Dion Hamilton talked to us yesterday when we talked to the Lions linebacker coach. It's about stacking good practices after good practices, and it looks like they stacked a good practice after an excellent practice from what we saw Wednesday to Thursday. I mean, Wednesday was ridiculously good, and Thursday looked good. So how do they respond and play in a game situation against the guys you just practiced against twice? Hopefully they respond.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Clinton next up on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Clinton.
What's going on, fella? Hey, make a long story short. Hey, Gator, make a long story short. I had some credit card, debit card fraud going on. And then the scammers, I didn't know at the time was the scammers, had called me back through Navy Federal Credit Union number to try to get more information. And the line in question is the same thing fishy if you're calling me from Navy Federal Credit Union. So I hung up. I actually dialed the Navy Federal Credit Union, and Navy Federal told me they had no reason to call me. So therefore, you're doing the right thing. Go into AT&T and make sure everything is legit, because what they told me was the scammers have gotten wiser. They've been doing it for a while, but it's called mirroring. Similar to like if you mirror television from television, they're doing the same thing with telephones now. So you're doing the right thing. Go into AT&T, let them know.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's not what I went through wasn't a scam, but I know others that go through something similar that they can be. But because I was the one that initiated the call to AT&T in the first place, I hopefully I'm in good standing here. What concerns me to begin with is why did my voicemail get locked in the first place?
Maybe it didn't.
Well, what are you trying to scare me more for?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, it's still locked. If I were to go, I mean, I could play the announcement. I could play the message right now.
But you can't play any other message?
No. It's just when I go to the voicemail, the message I get on voicemail is
I feel like I should call you and leave a message. and see if you can get it. I think we can run that experiment on the air here live. And
I like that.
Yeah. So.
Oh, we got to get a call from Doug Karsh.
Oh, and it says valid number.
It is valid.
I've been validated.
It's huge. No, it's valid.
Yeah. Sweet. I'll try and leave you a message, and you see if you can access it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm worried for you.
And if I can,
yeah,
then I'm gonna get scared.
Yeah. Well, then you just got to make sure you didn't.
And what does my voicemail say to you? Does it say it's locked?
It says your voicemail box has not been set up yet. Goodbye. That hangs up.
Goodbye.
Okay. I think that's reassuring for you.
It is reassuring.
I just called your and it said I can't leave a message because your voicemail box has not been set up yet.
All right.
Sounds like a phone glitch.
It sounds like it's an upgrade with the phones, like there's a systems upgrade, and that this is, the pain in the ass part of it is that, hey, we did upgrade. However, you're going to have to go back and redo this.
Yeah. All right, some stuff trickling out here regarding the Michigan regarding the Michigan case.
Good God.
Information is being released.
Thank you.
Yes. Nicole Auerbach says the NCAA Committee on Infractions Chair Kay Norton said the NCAA took very quick action once it was appraised of the possibility of these violations, and therefore there was insufficient evidence in the record that the outcome of games was affected. Norman Bay is the chief hearing officer for the panel. Vacation of records is only in play when there's ineligible competition. That was not a factor present in this case. It was not a penalty that could be considered. Look, we've talked about looking at previous cases. Pat Forty put something out and said that Oklahoma State basketball got nailed. I think it was Oklahoma State basketball got nailed years ago, and they were on the wrong side of timing and history because they were one of the last programs that was likely to get postseason bans. It is a shift in the dynamic of how the NCAA looks at these infractions, how they prioritize penalties, targeting institutions left and staff directly more, and there is a lot of confirmation of that from the NCAA. So they are speaking with the media right now. Dan Wetzel joined us earlier. We'll replay that for you, but kind of confirmation of what we suspected they would say. So one thing we haven't seen answered yet is why 2 games this year and 1 game next year. And they could just do 3 games this year as far as the suspension for Sharon Moore for the deletion of text messages. Even though the text messages were recovered and turned over to the NCAA, one of the reasons why people might not think this is what they thought in terms of the heavy-handedness of it, not being able to tie any coordinators or coaches into Connor Stallion's scheme. But we await that answer as to why 2 games this year and 1 game next year. The best of what Dan Wetzel had to tell us straight ahead. We are at the Woodward Dream Cruise. We'll be here until 2 o'clock. Great place to hang out this weekend. Nicky D's Coney Island Restaurant on Woodward, just south of 14 Mile. There's going to be live music. You can check out the cars. And there is an elite place just to sit and watch them go by right out there, available and open to the public. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder, coming up on August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. You can take a flyer on the MVP race. I've talked about the quarterback here in Detroit being 35-1. Well, there's special deals available. Pay attention to those odds. Maybe that'll be one of the ones that's impacted. 35-1 on the quarterback for this team seems like a decent play to me. Good flyer to take. You can also pick a Super Bowl winner, division dark horses, parlays. Mark your calendar. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and perhaps your odds. Visit FanDuel and the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is only one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
right now because the weather has gotten hot and your air conditioning isn't working, the great news is the awesome folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they can come out and help you out because they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or maybe a brand new system, their expertise is fast, friendly, and local. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Sun's out and shining on this Friday from the Dream Cruise. Scott Anderson, Doug Carson, 97 The Ticket. What's the smile, the rise?
Literally have seen 10 Corvettes go by in the last 10 seconds of all ages.
This is your favorite part.
Kind of my jam.
Yeah.
I love this part.
I hear you. I hear you. How much time do you plan on spending down here this weekend?
Probably a couple hours.
Yeah.
Usually what I do. I'll imagine come out tomorrow morning, maybe around 10 o'clock or so.
Get it all in before the Lions game.
That's right. Walk around for a couple hours and get back and, just in time to enjoy a beverage while watching the Detroit Lions and the Miami Dolphins. Two mammals going at it.
Little football action. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to it. Hey, we are a week away from week 0. college football next weekend. Kansas State, Iowa State.
That next weekend?
Yes.
Man.
Yep.
Look out.
Opens with a game in Ireland for the second consecutive year. What else?
It's a rich tradition there.
What's that?
Rich tradition with those schools, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. They're both kind of those teams that I look at other conferences like 8-4.
Yeah.
Like here, 8-4 teams that are usually pretty good. But
All right, what's this team doing being 10-2 and playing in a conference championship game?
well, it can happen every once in a while. But Iowa State and Kansas State, both programs that, Kansas State, sleeper. I'll just say it for the record.
It's a sleeper, yeah,
It's a
yeah.
sleeper to look out for. So, Tigers in action. That is an 8-10 start tonight. So, try and keep the winning ways going.
We got some video going right now. I'm curious, does it make it look like Doug is a giant and I am not because he is sitting in a chair that is much higher than mine? Just
I
a
look
simple
like
nod.
I
Yeah,
look
yeah.
like a
There's
giant.
quite a height differential here.
Well, maybe I don't know if it's. Should I just stand up? Is that any better?
Be as dominant as you want, Doug. You win. You always do.
Yeah. So anyway, is it Charlie Morton tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Charlie Morton and Pearson Ohi, I believe, is the name.
Who?
O-H-I. Ohi. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Pearson is his first name.
Morton, not bad last time out, but also not good.
Yeah.
10 strikeouts.
10 strikeouts looks good. Getting 7 in a row looks good. And then you see, wow, there's a lot of hard hit balls and gave up quite a few runs. And that was on Saturday night at Comerica Park. Hopefully he's better tonight for the Tigers, gives them a chance to win. And the Tiger bats got to do their part too. Now, fortunately, the pitcher they're going against are right-handed. That means he's going to have a heavy left-handed lineup again. He has only gone like 11 on the third innings, but he's surrendered 4 home runs during that time. So let's take advantage of that. Let's see if the guys can launch it over the wall in right field.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. You got Lions tomorrow. Sure, they're going to be fallout with a Michigan story all weekend long, and hopefully they're back to the business of preparing for the college football season.
Ooh, a DTE truck just went by.
We had a vintage FedEx truck.
Well,
by
not
vintage,
really.
I mean now. There you go. How about that red one for you?
Yeah, what do you get more excited about, the FedEx truck or the DTE truck?
Well, they're both very exciting, Scott.
Yeah.
I guess at least the FedEx truck, if it's showing up at your house, it means something's getting there that you want. If the DTE truck's showing up at your house, you're probably not thrilled.
Maybe
You're probably
not.
happy to see him, but something goes wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say, or you're thrilled because, hey, finally, they're showing up and they're going to fix the issue.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I really cannot believe how many Corvettes I've seen. This is the heaviest Corvette volume I have ever seen, and specifically the newest generation of Corvette, that mid-engine C8. It is insane how many I've seen go by.
What there's a reason for this?
It's the new hotness. I'll tell you why. It's an affordable supercar. I mean, this is a car that competes with like a McLaren or a Ferrari or Lamborghini. It's engineered so brilliantly, and there goes another one right there. And half the price. I mean, they're expensive. The high-end C8 Corvette is going to be around $120,000, I think, $125,000, but it's half the cost of a Lamborghini or any of those other cars I mentioned. It's a monster.
It's pretty sweet looking.
Yeah.
Yep. We're in a weird spot that we used to look north where we could see them coming.
Yeah.
Now they kind of surprise us because we're looking south.
Red one's a sweet one. That's a Ford GT. They don't make those anymore. Those are awesome.
Yeah. It was pretty nice
There's
looking.
some cool cars here, man.
Well, no surprise, right?
No, not at all. I should not be surprised at the Dream Cruise that you're seeing cool cars. But not a ton of the older cars.
Yet, do you think, maybe?
I mean, you're seeing maybe one out of like 20 that goes by is like an older car.
Yeah.
And when I say older, I mean like pre-1975.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine they're saving those up for when they get out of work or just saving it up for tomorrow.
Well,
but we don't see a ton of the cars that are lined up on the side of Woodward just yet.
well, if you look closely this weekend, you might see our guy Gator walking up and down. Is there a chance we're going to see you in your vehicle?
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
Well,
Look for a white 92 Corvette.
there you go.
You might see it.
We bring in Mike Stone, who joins us from back in our studio here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Michael.
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're
Doing
doing
well.
good. Doing good. You know,
Good.
another year at the Dream Cruise.
That's hey. I took your place last year because it was a Saturday and you wouldn't be there. But hey, all I know is I'm in a really good mood, Doug, because
why is that?
Because I'm a Michigan fan and we got away with cheating. And that's all there is to it. We cheated. It says it right in black and white, and we're not going to lose any games, any national titles. We lose nothing, and I'm happy about that.
Well, I mean, I'm glad I'm going to get to do games that matter this year. That's for damn sure. I don't know what all that is, but I'm very pleased about that fact.
Yeah.
Because it would have sucked otherwise, but...
Oh, Wojo, stay out of this. Look, obviously we'll get into it, and Gator, if there's choosing sides from the other side, were you disappointed or did you expect this to happen?
I kind of expected this. I didn't think they were going to vacate wins or the national championship. I knew that wasn't going to happen, but I'm maybe a little surprised that given what the wording was out of it, that they didn't give them like at least a 1-year ban on postseason play.
Yeah.
But other than that, I didn't expect anything much.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, well, buckle up. I'm sure much more of this coming up. Anything else?
No, that's about it. We have who said it, and we might get into a little bit of the Tigers situation. We might, because I know all of Detroit is stunned, shocked by what they saw from Senor Montero last night. Because I thought when he came into the game, it was over.
Yeah.
he looked really good for one game.
Crazy. I know people like to point out when AJ does something that leads directly to a loss.
Yeah.
I don't know if he gets credit for this. Because
it made no
I don't know
sense.
anybody in Detroit was like, oh, sweet, this will work out.
I know, but it did.
All right, have a great show.
Have a great
weekend.
Yes.
Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. In total, it's a fine of about $20 million for Michigan football in response to the sign-stealing saga and more. The program will now sit on probation for 4 years as well. Current head coach Sharon Moore now has been suspended an additional game on top of the 2-game ban the school self-imposed. He will sit out games 3 and 4 this year, along with the first game of 2026. He also has a 2-year show cause, but is still allowed to coach outside of those 3 games. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic explained why to Big Ten Network earlier. Ex-coach Jim Harbaugh also now has a 10-year show cause of his own. NCAA case chief hearing officer Norman Bay commented that wins could not be vacated in this case due to the fact that there was not a violation of an eligible competition. The investigation also revealed that Connor Stallions did in fact attend the MSU-CMU game for 2 reasons. The first, to decipher MSU signals and to help CMU with play calling that day. The Tigers look to take the second game of the series against the Twins tonight. Hear the game right here on the ticket as Charlie Morton makes the start. First pitch at 8:10. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let it play out. What's going on, everybody? Friday afternoon, beautiful day in Metro Detroit, and I am thrilled. The man to my left, joining me out of not only the kindness of his heart, but my God, no one loves radio more than him.
Well, first of all,
Mike Stone.
Well, thank you.
Also, great cold pizza hat from 2000.
I know.
What on earth?
I have in my closet, I have like a shelf of like old hats. And I said, you know what?
Are you ready? I'm happy you're here because you're a Michigan season ticket holder.
I'm ready. And you know what? I will, sometimes pizza, most of the time pizza is not as good cold as it is hot. And I saw this. I said, yeah, this is going to be Michigan. It still tastes okay.
Well, let's,
but by the way, first of all,
what?
Today's Floral Friday. Where's your floral?
Dude, Kenny's not here. I'm like Michigan. I don't listen to rules. Leave me alone. No, here's what we're going to do. Can I do a PSA?
Yes.
Before we get into this. Because I understand no one will be happy today. Spartan fans are going to be mad at me because it's not me at age 25. No, there won't be blood-curdling screams. I live in reality. I have said this for 3 years now, and I don't know that anyone listens. For 3 years, I told you. It was always about an acknowledgement that they cheated their balls off. I never asked Michigan fans to feel a certain way. Don't ask me to feel any type of way. I know what went on, and I sat here for 3 years, and I dealt with these lunatics and all of their whataboutisms. The report today was as damning as it can get. However, I never had faith, and thank God I didn't go down this road, or it would be receipt city today. I never had faith the NCAA was going to do what was needed. Why? This sport is owned by the networks. When you read the report today, and this is funny, people, Stoney and I exchanged just some texts earlier, and it was almost like, I can't believe I'm saying this, we were the same person. We were both really confused that when you read the report, you go, oh, dear God. The punishments make no sense. The only way to make sense of it is the following. The NCAA is useless. The Big Ten and the SEC are going to break away and have their own league. That will not involve the NCAA. And it's like anything else. It's how Nancy Pelosi or Hunter Biden aren't in jail. Money rules the world. The networks were never going to allow Michigan to get the appropriate penalty. And now before you call in screaming about appropriate penalty, just remember something. None of this will be my words. The NCAA had everything they needed. In their report, they said it. It's there. They could have given you a postseason ban. Mm-hmm. They inexplicably go, well, we don't want to hurt current players. Okay. Except the cheating
hurt current players in real time. My point is, nothing makes sense. Sharon Moore gets a show cause. So you're unhireable except for the job you have?
Yeah.
You have added a suspension to Sharon Moore, but it's the first game of 2026?
Well, they must have found out that he really does not like the country of Germany.
It's amazing. So look, understand, I'm going to have some light ball breaking because I know there are some people that are legitimately furious at this, and maybe at a different point in my life, I would have been too. But I'm 44. I think I see things pretty clearly. The sport's a joke. I've been saying that for years. The sport is completely compromised. The sport is owned by the networks. And the NCAA, I'm sorry, if you go, well, they don't have to listen. Newsflash. The NCAA told you everything you need to know in this. I mean, here, Mike, can you read the Harbaugh thing? Because
sure,
absolutely. Harbaugh was really my main target in all of this. He's filth, he's a liar, he's a lunatic, and the report says as much. That's all I need. Now, again, this is from the same school that has a statue standing that empowered a molester. So be it. Maybe they'll put a statue of Harbaugh next to Bo. It'll be perfect. But what did the report say about this?
Okay. The NCAA found that Michigan, quote, failed to monitor its program, and that Harbaugh ran a program that was largely dismissive of rules compliance. There was little, if any, emphasis on following the rules. To the contrary, his program saw compliance as the enemy, made their own decisions regarding interpreting the rules to their benefit, or outright committed rule violations. And there's more. Over the course of 3 seasons, the Michigan football program committed violations involving an off-campus, in-person scouting scheme, impermissible recruiting inducements and communications, head coach responsibility rules, individuals' failures to cooperate, and Michigan's failure to monitor according to a decision that was released. The release stated also, the scouting violations orchestrated by Connor Stallions were corroborated by interview testimonies, ticket receipts, and transfer data and other evidence. Those violations, along with former head coach Jim Harbaugh's coach responsibility violation and most of the failure to cooperate violations, are level 1.
So here's all I'll say. That's what I needed. Because honestly, for the last 3 years, I've had to deal with lunatics. Now, you don't have to care. Let me repeat this. If you are a Michigan fan, you don't have to care. I've never told you to care. What you don't get to do is tell me not to care. Now, again, if you don't like me or Sparty Radio or whatever lowbrow, low IQ comeback you have because you can't debate the facts, that's cool. But just understand something. You go your way, I go mine. I've said that since the fall of 23. I'll never validate it. You cheated your balls off. It's in writing. I can't change that the NCAA's feckless. I mean, the questions in this press conference were absolutely hilarious.
Well, the questions were legitimate questions.
You're right. You're right. But look, if you're upset, you are welcome to call. Okay, I'm not going to talk you down. If you're not upset, you're welcome to call.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you to feel any type of way. I think for me, though, this is the thing. Mike, I wanted to try to go beyond reading the news like the 2 old men at the opera and the Muppets.
Right.
I want to offer something. For one, I want to know where you're at with college football if you're not a Michigan fan. Because let's be clear about something. The cheating was worth it if you're willing to cash in your rep to do it and go win.
Right.
It was worth it if this is the penalty. Now, no, I don't think the NCAA, it's a Wild West, because this is where you and I will disagree.
Right.
If Michigan State did this, they would have bombed us like Iran. They would have used those bunker busters on Spartan Stadium.
Oh, get the violins.
No, there's no violins.
I know, but I disagree with that.
Okay, you said Boise State.
Right. Yes.
Fine.
Right. I don't think because the Big Ten is part of the Golden Goose. Even
fair. But you understand the folly that Akron is banned from bowl games in 25 and 26 because kids didn't go to class.
Yes.
Michigan orchestrates the biggest on-field cheating scandal in the history of the sport, and the NCAA says they qualify for a postseason ban, and they come back and go, but we don't want to hurt the kids.
Right.
So where are you at with the sport? And then beyond it, here's the other thing. Doesn't this just signify what I've been saying for 3 years now? The Big Ten and the SEC, once they're done getting their Schwartzes tangled, they're leaving the NCAA. They will broker a CBA. They will have a commissioner. They will have their own rules.
They should.
Because there is no point, as currently constituted, to playing college football. If you can get away with this, and by the way, tip of the cap at that point, you're Ocean's 11. Michigan is Danny Ocean. No, you did it.
Yeah.
You did it. Now, again, you don't have to like Danny Ocean.
Right.
He's still a criminal.
Right.
But he did it. It worked.
And he got hot babes.
Sure.
Right.
I'm fine with that. If the equivalent of hot babes is 5-star recruits, well, Michigan gets those.
Well, they got a national championship. That's Julie Roberts, right?
Right. Now, again, here's your problem. Nobody has to respect how you got the money in Julia Roberts.
That's okay.
You get to be pumped up. You got it. Don't ask me to be. Leave me alone.
As I said to Doug in Crosstalk, as a Michigan...
He didn't seem interested.
Well, okay. But as a Michigan fan, it was so obvious. They cheated. I've said they cheated. They got away with it. All I cared about as a fan, and you can argue how big of a fan are you, is the fact that the natty was not taken away. Other than that, again, I wouldn't have cared.
I don't think it would be taken away because, again, the Big Ten pays how much money?
Right.
The Big Ten, and along with all their useful idiots at Big Ten Network, sorry if you're friends with any of them, but this is why I don't have friends in this business. I shoot straight. Like Dave Revson, absolute boob. The point is, they have to be able to say back-to-back national champions. Any fan who's not involved in this, I have a right to be irked by it from day one. It was our sideline. Then we had to go out and running plays in like little kids. The point is, I just never felt like any of that was in play. And that's where guys, if you are livid, you have a right to be, but you also need to use this as a reality check that this thing is not competition anymore. It's not a sport anymore. It's the WWE. This is an entertainment product, and it is absolutely orchestrated. Now,
which we all are. We're an entertainment product, too.
The difference is, unlike some people in this building, I say exactly what I want to say. I don't have any compromises. Right. Why do you think I had such an issue with John over the last 3 years? And I happen to like John personally. I don't care if he hates me. It's immaterial to me. Professionally, my issue with John was simple. Oh, no competitive advantage. John, you're embarrassing yourself. Stop it. Oh, let it play out. John, we don't need to let it play out. 2 + 2 = 4. It's right there. And again, it is an issue I take is that I shot straight for 3 years and I incurred the wrath of God. Now, I got proven right. Where I feel for people is if they allowed the things they wanted to happen. To be their predictive measure. I didn't do that.
I know. There are people, look, you always talked about the Michigan fan being a cult. And I think that you're true. That is a cult. Certain of them, not all of them. But there's also a cult, and I think in equal numbers, of people who their whole lives revolve about, hoping Michigan loses every game and does that. That's the other side. And those people, it's amazing. I'm expecting to see some suicides, God forbid. But these people are nuts.
No, that's the scary part. I'm glad I'm not on social media. I talk to Cookies. Costa wants to call in later. He's so hopped up because he didn't get to talk about it today. Yeah, we could talk to Jim in the 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
No, Mike, I think that's part of it.
As a Michigan fan, be honest with yourself. We cheated. The one thing I'll disagree with, because I think it's subjective, is how much that actually helped them, whatever. I'm not going to go there. I did that. We had this discussion before. They cheated.
Mike.
The NCAA said they cheated. We got away with it. That's it.
But here's the thing. The good part for me, because I had low expectations, I admit this, and Spartan fans would get mad at me. Oh, Mike's lost his edge. No, Mike is an adult. Guys, I know what you wanted. And furthermore, I know what was justified. Jeff, relax. Will you please? You're landing a plane. I don't care about the break. The point I'm making is reality was never going to happen.
No.
Because the sport's a con. Now, we can get to the people. We are up against it. I want to be nice to Jeff.
I want to throw my phone.
And why did your girlfriend make you cut your hair? You've lost all your swag.
I got to throw my phone in a pond.
That's a part. That's a part of the report, guys,
Yes.
because innocent people throw their phones in ponds all the time. All right, IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. They're the best in the game. Not some phone service either. Real attorneys. And from day one, they step in. They're going to be your buffer. They're going to talk to the IRS, not you. Save your time, money, and hopefully some headaches along the way. Visit abrahamandrose.com or you can call 248-539-5040. And you'll never have to deal with the IRS again. Mike Stone to my left, styling in the Hawaiian. He looks like a more vintage Magnum PI today. Listen, we're going to get to the...
Hey, the rules are Floral Friday. And
if today's proof of anything, you don't have to follow the rules.
That's right.
All right, just
That's
cool
true.
out,
That's
everybody.
okay. It's true.
But by the way, just want to read this too. For the only thing I take pleasure in is that I had to fight these stupid battles for 3 years. Sporty radio. It's not Sporty radio. Facts are mean. From the NCAA's report on Michigan, the true scope and scale of the scheme, including competitive advantage, will never be known due to individuals' intentional destruction and withholding of materials and information.
Right. The problem is they couldn't prove enough stuff because
They don't
nobody
have to,
would.
though.
Because
Not
nobody
a court
would,
of law.
Right.
It's not a court of law.
But no, I'm saying because they didn't get any cooperation.
Right, but innocent people destroy, deflect, deny, and lie all the time.
Well, he never said Stallions never said he was innocent. I mean,
no, he just threw his phone in a pond.
Yeah, but he made
also in the report.
Right, yes.
Sharon deleted texts, also in the report.
Well, that was in the report. Also came out that none of those texts, because they were retrieved.
Except part of setting up that meeting with Kostner was in those texts, correct? That was a part of it, I believe, Mike. Go through the copious damning report. Jeff, you've said you're really you're not excited to be here today, but I know you're excited about the ticket text.
That's not true, Mike. That's not true. It's
Jeff,
just
you were depressing to start the show.
That's not true at all. We do have some ticket text, yes, and it's all on Michigan. There's a lot of Sparty radio stuff that I had to sift through.
No, time out.
I want those people to call up and talk to me because I'm a Michigan fan.
I would like to hear what anything that I have said would be only due to the fact I went to Michigan State or that I'm a free-thinking 44-year-old man who uses facts.
Well, Mike, you're using logic. Michigan fans don't use that.
Okay,
So.
but again, do better than Sparty
Don't
Radio.
do the broad brush.
We have
please.
a Michigan season ticket holder here. We have a Champion Circle member here. Who do you think paid for Underwood? Okay. Go ahead. What do you got?
All right. First one here from an unnamed texter. Hey, Stoney, you need to be careful who you blame for cheating. It was proven that only Connor Stallions cheated. Moore only was proven to delete texts.
Jim Harbaugh ran a rogue program in writing. And by the way, why, if it was only Connor, has nearly every coach off your national championship team received a show cause?
The only one who actually didn't was when they got rid of Partridge. Basically, they found that he didn't do anything.
Well, he got rid of because he was trying to tell kids to lie to the NCAA. So you're not going to get a show cause for it, but I mean, come on. Yes, Jeff.
Another one, I do not understand these punishments. The fact that they said they had evidence and participated in cheating, but now it seems that the extent of the punishments makes no sense. Stallions destroying evidence is crazy to me.
Well, it's because of the rules where they say that if there's no illegal participation. That was the justification of no vacating wins. That's the only way they vacate wins. Tennessee had a similar thing with even more violations.
Yeah, but hold on, time out. Here's the problem. I'll give you an example. So Missouri had something where a TA tried to blackmail the school. Missouri got postseason ban across 3 sports. They got vacated wins. They got it all. Mike, it's not – they're hiding behind the ineligible player thing, which, by the way, listen. Now, if you want Sparty Radio, go ahead. Here's one thing I'll go to my grave. The Blake Corum LLC. Either Stallions committed a felony, putting his name on an LLC without consent, or he was in business with Stallions, rendering him ineligible. That is still amazing to me, how he was asked about it one time. Oh, thanks. My lawyers will get right on that. Weird, when the story broke, the LLC dissolved itself. So I'm just making a point to you. That is why Michigan could never sue. If they sued, we go to discovery.
Right.
Discovery would have been a disaster.
But to answer the texter's question, and how can I call them cheaters when it was just Stallions?
Because they cheated.
Stallions is part of the staff. He's not some guy that just came out of nowhere.
Jesse
he was
Minter. Jesse Minter is a show cause. Harbaugh has a show cause. I mean, Denard Robinson has a show cause. You got your sign stealer delight show cause. Guys, they cheated. You got to let that go. Just like I'm telling Spartans, Buckeyes, or anybody else, you got to let go of the fever dream.
Right.
Let go of your flagpole. They were never going to burn the program to the ground. It's the same reason Nancy Pelosi's not in jail. Follow the money. That's all this is, guys. You got to join me in reality. Yes, Jeff.
One more for you, Mike. Best day in Wolverine lore since Jan 8, 2024. 2023 champions forever. Go blue. All you guys said the hammer was coming, Sparty.
No.
Wrong again. That's
No,
from
no,
Greg.
Not all.
No.
No, only these
Nope.
psychopaths on the other side of that guy.
Don't make things up. We don't need to do that. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Maybe you'll fool around and get somebody pregnant. God bless. Don't bring that crap here. I never brought that up. Don't do that now. You want to take a phone call?
Yes.
Mitch is ready to roll. We've got a lot of national calls today. Very exciting. Mitch joins us from Chi-Town. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, Mike, and hello, Mike. How are we doing today?
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Awesome. Well, I'm on the side that feels like this is just a sign of the further deterioration of the sport. Like, a rational person would think that consequences and accountability now would have saved the future of the sport. But instead, it's just turned into that USC Maryland fumble last year where the announcer is like, oh, no, disaster! What a bad idea!
They would have been better off putting a report saying we couldn't find anything.
Yes. I would have rather the NCAA lied to me the way they got lied to than to put it all in writing. It's like they had the answers to the Kennedy assassination, but then they didn't arrest Lee Harvey. Like, hold on a minute. What are we doing here? I mean, and again, Spartan fans, don't be angry. How could he laugh? Well, first of all, none of this is real. My life goes on regardless. I know they cheated. That's all I needed. I live in reality. What do you want me to do? Get upset? Ruin my weekend? I mean, come on, guys.
It's a beautiful day.
Well, yeah, and in the end, I think it hurts Michigan way more than their fans think. Because I know how the players think, and I know how slighted the ADs and the coaches feel. Like, I know they're mad. Like, won't that just give them incentive to just paint a big target on Michigan's back this year and into the future? And
Well,
I don't think
that target can't get any bigger.
No, and it can't really. Mitch, you got to understand something. It's part of the reason, I no longer love the sport is you used to have players and they would be indoctrinated into your program, into the culture. You'd understand what it means to play where you play, and that hate develops. Now, I mean, let's be real. I can't name 20 Spartans. I don't know if 50 Buckeyes will be there next year. They're all just whores. That's all players are now. They're whores, and the agents are pimps. That's all this is. There are players playing at schools they don't want to play to. That's the same way that a prostitute probably doesn't want to have sex with a vacuum salesman at a Vegas convention. But there they are. They've found themselves together.
Well, it's Hoover, so it's the same thing.
Wow. You know what, Mike? Just for you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that. All right, we'll get more of the people coming up next. Listen, maybe you're busy or maybe you're celebrating. You got away with the caper, and pizza's the only answer. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The 73 Classic. No, that's not the year Stoney graduated college. That is the amount of pepperoni on the 73 Classic. Very similar to the scene in Casino. I want an equal amount of blueberries on this muffin. 73, not 72 or 74. In-house made dough, Mott's, not some fake Wisconsin robot cheese or whatever the hell some of these places are using. $9.99. You can even upgrade the stuffed crust, whatever you want. You're sad about Michigan, eat your feelings. You're happy. You're running around with a boner today. Eat your feelings. Do whatever you like. It's Hungry Howie's 73 Classic, limited time only. Straight to the people. Mike Stone is here, noted Wolverine season ticket holder.
Can I ask my brethren who, I don't know, for lack of a better term, are gloating and being really I'm happy that they got away with it. But I want to hear from a Michigan fans who believe that they didn't do anything wrong and this exonerates them. No. You did a lot of things wrong. It says it in the report. You just got away with it because the NCAA said, well, we don't give a crap unless you're, a team that has a lot of money.
Also, too, what have I said that would be Spartan-based?
No, it's not.
No, I mean, it's just funny. Jeff's having a nervous breakdown. The ticket text, it's like Sparty Radio.
No.
Yeah, that means I got you. Yes. First of all, you're listening, so thank you. Second of all, you can't argue with me.
Just for the record, I'm not having a nervous breakdown. I'm fine.
Jeff, you're having a rough day.
Everything's good. Everything's fantastic.
There's a lot of sadness behind those eyes.
Well, that's your observation, Mike. But I was just stating it's annoying because I look at it and it's just a bunch of people who think they won the court case. They're like, "Ha ha, Sparty, you lose."
Well,
we lose every Saturday.
Sense.
We didn't lose anything here. Jeez.
Look, I don't want to go back into history, but the analogy is, for me, is that Jim Harbaugh was Richard Nixon, but Richard Nixon had to leave the presidency. Jim Harbaugh saw the writing was on the wall, and he went to another place in Los Angeles and just...
Right, he's a coward.
Yeah, his retirement plan was a camper in Los Angeles.
But if you're a Spartan fan, right? Oh, Sparty. No. I'm admonishing Spartans. If you got seduced into thinking they were going to get an atom bomb dropped on them, that's on you.
Yes, exactly. It's because you believe certain people on Twitter who I know you don't, who fed that narrative, and they all believed it.
The point is, Harbaugh now is a proven, known, filthy cheater.
Yes.
That's a win. And second of all, you're not wrong as a fan of the sport to say Michigan cheated. It's in the report. It's brazen.
Exactly.
It was a program that simply did not follow any level of compliance. Now, I can't ask Wolverines to care. You can't ask me to care.
Right.
Now, if that's Sparty Radio, that just tells me you're not bright.
I think most Michigan fans are honest with themselves and know that they got away with it. We got away with it. I don't have to throw away my national championship sweatshirt.
Well, Mike, no one ever asked you to.
I know.
Let's go to Ted, 97.1. Teddy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you, man?
Good. I wish I was as good as Stoney looks. This shirt today he's wearing it's theater.
I can't see it. I'm not on Twitch. But yeah, I kind of disagree with you a little bit about the Michigan State. I don't mean to use Michigan State, but it's a program that was 5-7, right? Not a great program. The NCAA doesn't throw the book at them if this happens to them. I don't know how you can say that. Well, they cheat and they lose every game, or they violate an NCAA rule like Michigan did, and they won every game, and it wasn't really that much of a competitive advantage.
Well, we're going to disagree on that one.
Yeah, we're not going to go through that argument again.
Look, the bottom line is this, Teddy. We could simplify this. All right, two ways. A, programs have gotten far worse punishments for doing far less. That's proven. I've cited a couple. The other one is this. Debating the advantage of it turns into Can I finish?
Sorry, Mike.
No. Let me just finish.
Far less like what?
Okay.
Doing far less like what?
Are you going to let me answer, or are you just going to yell at me? Akron got a 2-year bowl ban because kids didn't go to class. The GPA wasn't high enough.
Ineligible players.
Okay, let's try Missouri. A TA gets into a blackmail squabble with the athletic department. Vacated wins across 3 sports. Postseason ban across 3 sports. Ted, I got a laundry list of them. It's okay to say you got away with it. That's fine.
We did.
But, to act like what? You shouldn't have been penalized? I don't know what the angle is here.
They got penalized. They got what they wanted. They put a 10-year show cause on Jim Harbaugh.
But you know what that is? That's a slap. That's a slap on the wrist.
That's all that's been about from the jump. It hasn't been about Connor Stalions. It hasn't been about cheating. It's been about Jim Harbaugh from the jump. And that's what this is all about. And they got it. And if he wants to come back to the NCAA, he can't. The NCAA is not going to be here in a few years anyway. And if he wanted to come back to college football, you don't think the TV networks would allow that? It's meaningless. And this whole thing has been meaningless for 3 years.
Well, you're right. The Harbaugh show cause is meaningless because he ain't coming back.
Yeah, it's symbolic more than anything else.
Right.
So I'm fine with Ted saying it's meaningless. Because
Right.
you're right. The symbol only means something depending on your perspective.
But what Harbaugh was the head of, and when I used to work in the mornings, I argued with John all the time. I said, whether he knew about this or anything like that, if you're the man in charge, the man in charge always gets the most blame. And I thought he should have been fired for this a while ago. But
why should he have been fired for it if he didn't know about it?
Well, that's never been proven.
First
because
of
he
all,
wouldn't talk to them.
Hold on, everybody. I need everybody to calm down. Teddy, I'm up against it. It's not personal. It doesn't matter if he knew. NCAA bylaws and Bo Schembechler's lasting lessons in leadership say it doesn't matter because the person at the top, if they don't know, is either too stupid to have the job that they have or they're lying. Jim Harbaugh is a proven liar. Jim Harbaugh wouldn't turn over his devices. Innocent people would turn over their devices.
Correct.
Jim Harbaugh fled along with the other rats. That's why 13 coaches, now it's up to 15 coaches, have either been fired, show-caused, or left. And Ted, if you want to live in the world where it didn't matter and it had no competitive advantage, you can live in that world. I don't. And reasonable people don't. It's been proven time and again through video. Go listen to Cade Stover talk about this, former Buckeye tight end while with the Texans. We never ran this screenplay ever in a game, ever. We ran it in practice. We take the field. We call the play. Not only does Michigan know the exact play, they know what side it's going to, all of it.
Well, if they never ran in a game, how would they know? They're not at practice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So why would you destroy hard drives? I've always believed they had practice footage. Always. Always. Mike, the NCAA doesn't have subpoena power.
I know.
And when Michigan decided to no-show, to lie, to coach players to lie, to destroy evidence, I have every right to believe that.
You have a right to believe anything.
No. I mean, I'm saying, Mike, I'm not telling you the Earth's flat.
No, I know.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, Kyrie. They fly drones over the practice facility at all?
No. Do you remember when they said they told Alabama to stay off their iPads?
Yeah.
All your stuff is stored on the cloud, Mike. I'm not talking about like stallions flying a chopper. You know, like what was the thing Rico used to fly on? Skyfox or whatever it was.
Yes.
No. But I have just always believed there's another layer to this because the effectiveness of this. Remember, nothing materially changed for Michigan from the time that they cowardly bailed on the 20 season to then the start of this 3-year run. Nothing materially changed. They didn't recruit better. They didn't have an influx of high-priced talent.
They had much better players.
No, that Mike, go look. They didn't, Michael.
Oh, I thought they were.
Mike, they just simply started winning every game.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
Mike.
See, I said I don't want to get into the whole.
It's okay. Then we don't have to. The point I'm making is, how about this? You want to argue the level of impact. We'll do that.
Yeah.
What I'm not going to do is, with Ted, no disrespect if you're still listening, Teddy, you don't get to say there was no impact.
No.
Now you're living in a fantasy land. Now you're doing 2 + 2 is 5. Right. Jeff, you okay?
Yeah, I was just going to say to your point, Mike, in 2021, they started the season unranked and then ended the season with only 1 loss.
Correct.
And then from then on out,
Of course they were going to be unranked. They were awful. They had people like me wanting Harbaugh fired.
They were awful last year. They're ranked 14th this year.
But they came out of a huge rut like all of a sudden. I mean, Michigan State did that year too, but it didn't continue after that one season.
Definitely didn't. No, we just had our coach playing with his ball bag. God, we're terrible. All right, Northville Lumber, Trex Decking, largest Trex Decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors, Trex Decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. The best part is you go to their brand new showroom. If you see it, the answer is yes, it's in stock. So call Northville today. You can take home some samples and then buy it where the pros buy it. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
It's from $5.99, and the math is math.
All right, touch table on some football of the non-cheating variety. Music, please.
All right, Mike, we've got an NFL training camp blitz today, and these are teams that you might have concerns about coming into the 2025. I'm
concerned about the volume of this music.
NFL season.
All right, there we go.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's music to find a phone in a pond to.
Okay.
It does not.
Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, the first team we have here are the LA Rams.
It's not God. Ask the question, and I know where I'm going with this one.
So the LA Rams, Matthew Stafford, his back is acting up. Injuries were kind of a problem for the Rams midseason last year. They lost Jonah Jackson. They lost Cooper Kupp. They lost Puka, kind of in that week 3 to 10 range. If they lose Stafford for the whole season or a long period of time, I don't think they're making the playoffs. Mike, should the Rams be concerned coming into the season?
Resident LA Slappy Corbin, go.
So I am a little bit worried about the injury because obviously Stafford is up there in age when it comes to being a football quarterback, and a back injury isn't ideal. And then when you look at the backups, we have Jimmy Garoppolo, who I don't trust to be a starter, and obviously Stetson Bennett, who has little to no experience being a quarterback in the NFL. So I would say, as of right now, because I saw earlier that Stafford will be working out tomorrow, I don't know to what degree, but my panic level out of 10 being the worst, I would say right now it's at about a 7.
Okay, I'd be a 10. Any team loses their starting quarterback who's a top 12 guy, your season's over.
Correct. But I will say this, Jimmy G is a decent backup.
He's a putz.
He's a decent backup.
Oh, please.
6 wins at best.
Thank you.
What do you think Devontae Adams is thinking, having to practice with Jimmy G every day after leaving the Raiders and playing with Jimmy G every day? What do you think he's thinking right now?
He probably wants to walk into traffic. Jimmy G's awful. The level of downgrade, the level that you kill the verticality of your offense. Devontae should retire and enjoy the Taco Bell in his house.
Well, we'll move on to the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, Chiefs, they have injury concerns as well. Christian Fulton, who they signed this offseason, he's dealing with an injury. He's on the PUP list. And then Hollywood Brown, he only played 2 games last year, missed the whole season after that. Now, you would say, like, okay, it's the Chiefs. They have a bunch of stars. But with Rashee Rice, maybe a pending suspension, should the Chiefs be concerned at all about this offense coming into this year?
Yeah, they're done. Here, I'll just say this, and Stoney will laugh in my face. They're not winning the West. Harbaugh's going to win that division.
I think Denver might actually win that division.
Fine. It won't be the Chiefs.
look, they were able to win 15 games last year.
Fake.
A bunch of mirrors that they were able to do it. I think they'll still be good. I think Kelsey's going to have a great year, but
I don't.
I do.
I love you.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs, the end of them might have been in the Super Bowl this past year. There's those turning points.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
That brings up the next team.
I'm happy for you. Just because I'm miserable with my team doesn't mean I can't be happy for you.
Your team is going to have a great defense this year, though.
And, Mike, that brings up the next team.
Yeah.
The team you just mentioned, the Chargers, after losing Rashawn Slater, is there any concern for their O-line and the way they want to play with running the ball?
Yeah.
They brought in Najee Harris, Omarion Hampton they drafted.
There's the guy. Najee Harris is a corpse. Omarion Hampton's a stud.
Yep.
And here's the deal. There's always concern. You lose a tackle, and Slater's excellent. Even though Harbaugh's cheating filth, he's an excellent head coach. I really believe year 2, they are going to take a major step forward. I think Justin Herbert's going to have a great year. The play-action game is going to be incredible. Yes, I'm concerned because you can't replace a Slater, but they can absorb it because of the talent that's there. And I'm telling you, for people, if you're not a loser like me, you don't watch UNC football, Omarion Hampton is awesome.
And the fact that he can just shift alt over from right side to left side really helps.
Yes.
Yeah, it does state here that would that be a concern of Joe Alt moving to the other side of the line, but it doesn't seem like you guys think so.
No.
All right, the next team I have here, the Cleveland Browns. And the problem with the Cleveland Browns, obviously the team isn't that good, but the concern might be that the whole quarterback room is more of a story than the team playing on the field at all.
Oh, yeah, Shador gets hurt, right? Now Dylan Gabriel's hurt.
Dylan Gabriel stinks.
Stinks. That, to me, was the worst.
Guy's not even tall enough to ride the rides at Cedar Point. Stinks.
And what? Pickett is hurt. Flacco
stinks.
I know.
Flacco stinks.
I know. You know what? If I'm Kevin Stefanski, I'd just leave.
I say stuff like that all the time in sports. If I'm Stefanski, I'd be like, family things.
Yes.
I wouldn't sit there.
I know.
And get my good name besmirched because I coach this garbage. And by the way, just wait till Deshaun Watson hands his doctor slip and goes,
I'm ready to play.
Hey, ready to play.
I'm clear.
Because they either have to pay him if they cut him. Jeff, you ready for this? Do you know what the dead cap would be if they cut Watson?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Is it like $250 million?
It's $139 million next year.
Oh, my God. I mean, I shot for the stars, but that's ridiculous, man.
The whole thing is a Travis-mockery. The whole thing, it's an absurdity. The Browns are an absurd franchise.
Well, they even stated that they were planning on keeping maybe all of the quarterbacks. I don't even know how you're going to do that. I don't know how you're going to have 3 guys on the practice squad.
You can't.
The next team we have here are the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, there's some videos in training camp of him struggling against the first-team defense. There's a lot of reports he's thrown interceptions on, like, the first play of every drive. Ben Johnson kicked him out of practice. All this stuff with the Chicago Bears, and then he didn't play against the Dolphins, which I thought nothing of. But
no, it's
some people were concerned with.
This is an exhibition in tough love. Okay, you're seeing it with Aaron Glenn in New York. You're seeing it with Ben Johnson. They're taking their cues from Dan Campbell. The point I'm making is there were a lot of highlights where Jamar Chase looked like Ray Charles out there in his rookie year. Couldn't catch football.
That's right.
How'd that work out? I'm not doing this. If they go out week 1 and look like a clown car, I will absolutely say, you know what? You guys are right. I refuse to read into this narrative. There's something going on here where they're using Caleb Williams as a piñata. I get it. He's a weird kid. But he was the number 1 pick. He's immensely talented. And Ben Johnson could have had whatever job he wanted.
Right.
He chose this life. So I'm going to stick with that and at least let him lose 1 real game before I bail.
Look, you have to give him time. It's a new offense, and he basically was coming from no offense. That's another offensive coordinator, even though the head coach calls the plays.
I mean, wouldn't this technically be his 3rd offensive coordinator now?
Yes.
Because someone got fired. I forget the guy's name already.
Yeah, and I think people are also forgetting they're going to run the football a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, their offensive line is completely rebuilt, too. I think they look a lot better on paper. Okay, Mike, we got one more.
Yeah.
It's the Dolphins.
Terrible.
And this is just because the offseason stories about McDaniels being on the hot seat.
He is.
And then the Dolphins reportedly struggled against the Bears in joint practice. And then on Wednesday, there was like beat writers all over the place saying that the Lions just absolutely dominated the Dolphins.
I was there yesterday, and they obviously played a little better than they did the first day, but it was ridiculous. Their defense is horrific. Now, it should become no surprise that St. Brown is unguardable. He was getting open every time. The Lions' offense looked really good, but like Tua had an interceptions that they look like they're completely out of sorts.
McDaniels will be fired by Thanksgiving. That's all I have to say. They're going to be a disaster.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan Athletics has been hit with at least a $20 million fine by the NCAA in large part due to the sign-stealing scandal plus other infractions. In addition to the 2 self-imposed game suspension for current head coach Sharon Moore, the governing body has tacked on an additional game, which will be served at the beginning of the 26th season. Moore was also Moore was also handed a 2-year show cause, which mostly only impacts him if he were to coach elsewhere. Ex-coach Jim Harbaugh's show cause is 10 years, which does not kick in until 2028. Free agent guard Malik Beasley is one of 3 NBA players tied to a federal gambling investigation. The NBA and the Players Association released the following statement to ESPN on the plan to limit such acts in the future. Quote, protecting the integrity of our game is paramount, and we believe reasonable limitations on certain prop bets should be given due consideration, end quote. The Red Wings have signed defenseman Travis Hamonic to a 1-year deal worth $1 million. Last year he skated in 59 games for the Senators. The Tigers and Twins play tonight right here on the Ticket at 8:10. The Friday tilt pits Charlie Morton against rookie Pearson Ohl. He has pitched in 4 big league games this year, carrying a 7.15 ERA. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Great to have you with us. Mike Stone, kind enough to be with us today. Rico, with a well-planned day off, I guess. I don't know. He was no. He's like me. We thought the same thing. We were telling people for that they're not gonna should get hammered. Yes. Will no. And here's where we're at.
You know what the funniest thing is, by the way? Some of the websites, like the headline is Michigan gets hammered. Because all they look about is the $35 million.
That doesn't mean nothing.
I know.
That means nothing.
No.
They're paying their quarterback half of that.
Right.
Look, we'll keep it brief because I know people have been holding for a long time, and I do want to get to the calls. This is all based on your perspective. The rules of this show since the fall of 23 have been the following. You can feel however the hell you want to feel. You're not going to tell me how to feel. And we go our separate ways. You're cheaters. You don't have to care. But you don't get to say you didn't cheat. And the NCAA report today was an absurdity.
Oh.
If you read the report, you'd think Michigan was getting an SMU death penalty. No one ever expected that. The point I'm making is the report is so damning. It's really embarrassing, honestly. And the fact that Jerome Moore got a show cause, which means he's unemployable in college football, but yet he's your coach, that's wild. The fact that Harbaugh got a 10-year show cause that he can't start for 3 more years because he's already on a show cause is wild. The fact that they admit there's a failure to monitor, they admit they could have given him a postseason ban, and then they just simply go, well, things and stuff. Look, this is just the world you live in. And if you love college football, you got to navigate it. I don't love it anymore. I haven't loved it in years because the NIL, the portal, the networks running it, it's just not, guys, it's not real anymore. It's WWE. This today, I'm not surprised by this. The things I needed were different than most Spartans. I just needed the NCAA to tell me I wasn't nuts because I've been gaslit for 3 years. No, they cheated. I mean, what's the Harbaugh thing? He ran a rogue program that was like void of oversight or whatever.
Yes, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Almost lack of institutional control.
Well,
it's
so
lack of football
So there's my point. Now,
Right.
again, guys, if you're mad at the NCAA, you can be mad. But how could I be mad when I'm not surprised? They're useless. Right. You should have seen these idiots they had up on the video call.
I know.
Look at these people. Are you kidding me?
I know. So here's something. I want to read like 2 paragraphs as fast as I can from the report.
Relax. We're here till 6.
Okay. Ready? This is about why they didn't get like a postseason ban or anything like that. Quote, aligning penalties with the current landscape required deviating in some areas, namely postseason ban and scholarship reductions. Importantly, the fact that the current landscape has evolved faster than potential changes to the Figure 19.1 penalty guidelines does not absolve Michigan from required core penalties. The panel remained true where possible to the penalty guidelines in areas where it could not. It prescribed appropriate equivalent penalties. For instance, the panel converted the required postseason ban and scholarship reductions to equivalent financial penalties.
Hey.
A postseason ban is required in this case. Michigan's case is level 1 aggravated, see bylaw, whatever it is. Quote, parentheses, establishing that postseason bans are reserved for legal level 1 cases that lack exemplary cooperation and shall be prescribed in level 1 aggravated cases. Michigan is also a repeat violator. They have another bylaw there.
So they say all of this,
right?
Only to deviate because of NIL?
Given those facts, a multi-year postseason ban would be appropriate. That said, the NCAA Constitution states division and as appropriate conference regulations must ensure to the greatest extent possible that penalties imposed for infractions do not punish programs and student athletes not involved nor implicated in the infractions.
So, question.
So we have to see the NCAA Constitution.
Were the teams they cheated against involved or aware? In real time?
No.
Okay, so you write this novella about how it should be a multi-year postseason ban, and then you do some blah-bitty-blah routine about NIL, which I don't know what that has to do with anything.
No.
That's like asking you, do you like pizza? And you just scream out, Europe. Wait, what? But again, the NCAA would have been better off saying, yeah, not as...
We just couldn't prove anything.
It would have been better off.
Right.
Because they were aggravated. They did lie. They did destroy evidence. They did ghost them when they came to town. They didn't turn over devices.
Yes.
It is as easy as it gets. Should have been a 2-year postseason ban. But this is why I never attached any hope to any of it. I don't trust anything in college football.
And if you're a Michigan fan like I am, but you don't believe that your favorite team cheated, then you're a fool and need glasses, let alone a lobotomy.
You want to go to the people?
Yes.
That's a great paragraph you found. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't say that. It's Party Radio. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Nick. He's out in L.A., 97.1. Nicky, how you doing, buddy?
Saratoga, how are you?
Excellent.
Okay, so a couple of things. Bottom line, Michigan. Oh, they didn't have a competitive advantage. TCU. That team had absolutely no business being on the field of Michigan. They were a 7.5 to 10-point underdog. And in the second half, they destroyed them. You know why? Michigan didn't know what they were going to do. And if you look at that roster, look at the pro players on that roster, it's a joke. Michigan, the following year, they didn't need to do anything because they were roaring themselves up. But there is no way that TCU should have beat Michigan.
No, but they got clued in. They got clued in by other coaches, and they had a month to operate a system of their own with dummy signals.
Yep, exactly. Saratoga, I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, bud.
And Stoney, you're a legend, and I love you to death. I'm in L.A., but I'm a proud Detroit-ian, as they say here in L.A. But
a Detroitian?
Yes, it's a new word that I've come up with. But Saratoga, you and your wife come out, go to the Michigan USC game, go to Santa Anita, the best racetrack in the world, better than Saratoga, better than Del Mar.
No, see, I've been told. Mike would know better than me.
Were you kidding me?
I've been told by many people out there that Del Mar is nirvana.
Nope. It is great. It's right by the beach. But nirvana is Santa Anita.
I will say
this. They do more movies from Santa Anita than any other track, Saratoga.
All right, Nick, I'm going to say something. I appreciate it. Yep. Don't get mad when I say this. I don't go to tracks that only present 5-horse fields. California racing is booty. Now, you're right about the beauty of it, but they've destroyed California racing.
And by the way,
no one cares. I know. Let's move on.
The chance of Mike going out there for that doubleheader is about the same chance as the Red Wings winning the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to fly out there to watch Michigan play USC.
I'm going to pass on that. I wouldn't fly out to see my team, much less those guys.
I
mean, give me a break.
I know.
Let's go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you?
Good. I just thought of a couple of thoughts, maybe to pour a little gasoline on the fire here. As we know, I mean, I guess it might not be the case anymore with NIL, but college sports is a bit of a snowball. Like winning generates more winning, generates better recruits and stuff, right?
Yes.
So, if Michigan doesn't win those games, if they get daddied by OSU again, who's to say that, JJ stays or that some other, I don't have their roster in front of me. Who's to say that whole team stays together and then they win the next year?
Connor.
I don't
Connor, you've nailed it. It is why today's a joke. No, Mike, you have to look at they made how much money by cheating for 3 years.
I understand.
It does not equate to the financial penalty that was levied today.
No, but it doesn't equate. You can't substantially say they got better recruiting because of it. You can't. There's no proof. You can surmise all you want, but that's
why is
fine.
it that good teams always recruit well and booty teams don't?
Being a 2023 national champion was probably a good selling point for Underwood, was it not?
Yeah. Plus, he lived here, and they gave him $10 million.
The point is, when you win, you get NIL money. When you get NIL money, you recruit better. I don't think Connor's crazy for saying it. I look, Mike, you please go ahead. I'm just saying, I don't want to make Connor feel bad about himself. I don't think he's nuts.
I think big-time schools, obviously they weren't going to be able to recruit as well under Rich Rod and Hoke years. There's no doubt about that. But no, I think Michigan has always done a pretty good job of recruiting for years.
They won that 2023 Natty fair and square if you look at it, and they didn't cheat that year. But based on who stayed the years prior, who's there now, and I know that the recruits don't exactly add up to being seniors on that national championship team, but I also got one other little point. Does this set a new precedent of not complying with the NCAA?
Well, yeah, that I agree with you. And by the way, they lost a lot of people too, from the team from players who would have been on that team had they stayed.
No,
like Nico Collins and Tariq Black and those guys.
I don't think it sets a precedent, Connor, to answer your question. It's a disagreement Stoney and I have, and if you guys want to weigh in on it, feel free. Look, Michigan is one of the 4 or 5 blue bloods from a brand standpoint.
Yes.
Okay? If you're one of them, do whatever you want to do. Now, yes, I know what people are going to say. Ohio State, tattoos, vacated games, loss of a postseason. Hell, Tressel got a 6-game suspension while he was with the Indianapolis Colts.
That was was the best thing that ever happened to Ohio State.
No, I know.
Because they got Urban. If they would have, nothing would have happened.
What I'm saying is,
they wouldn't have been as good.
You're going back 15 years.
I know.
We are in a new era in college football where the league has hoarded itself out in the name of TV executives. Who runs Fox Sports? Mark Silverman, U of M. Who pays the Big Ten? Fox. Why has Big Noon been referred to as a Michigan Roadshow? Because they say it. Who did they just hire this summer? Dave Portnoy. Look, guys, I'm sorry if that upsets you, but we're in reality here between 2 and 6. Both things can be true. They cheated and should have got hammered. They didn't. Why? They're a golden goose. It's just reality. For when Stoney reads that paragraph, that gives you all the reasons they were due a multi-year postseason ban, and then you get to the part where it may as well be written in Mandarin Chinese about financial conversion to not hurt current player. Don't write it. You're better off just not writing it.
Yeah.
I mean, that paragraph is almost like a guy trying to explain why he cheated on his wife with his sister. Just don't, you know what? We don't want to hear why. It's effed up. You just don't say it. You've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies who simply don't care about you. You need David Feminino. Look, he's going to get to work day one, and get paid is not just a catchphrase. It's a promise. He's going to get you taken care of. Someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, GetDavid. GetPaid.com. That's GetDavid. GetPaid.com. All right, well, I've walked back into the studio, and all I've been told is Jeff has to read something, and Stoney's really angry. So I'm now going to do nothing and see what the hell this is. Jeff? Jeff, this is the part we talk.
News.
Okay,
We've
there
got
we
some
go.
breaking news. All right. So Michigan is appealing their the whole sign stealing thing that came out today.
Excuse me?
They're appealing, Stoney, and this is the statement they made. This is from Channel 7.
Oh, wait. Here, before you read me the statement, see, they finally come to their senses and said, you know what, we should have taken more responsibility. We're going to add a few extra games to Sharon Moore, right?
No, they didn't say that. They said, we appreciate the work of the committee on the infractions, but respectfully, in a number of instances, the decision makes fundamental errors in interpreting NCAA bylaws. It includes a number of conclusions that are directly contrary to the evidence or lack of evidence in the record. We will appeal the decision to ensure a fair result. That is the official statement from the University of Michigan.
What the hell's the matter with them? We got away with it. They said we cheated. We didn't lose games. We didn't lose bowls. We didn't lose anything except $30 million possibly. That ain't coming from us. Oh, my Lord. What the hell's the matter? Well, they don't even have I don't know, they don't even have a president anymore. Somebody help me. This can't be Ward, you're not that dumb. This is ridiculous. There's an old hockey expression from a guy I was sitting behind a bench at a Flyers-Flames games, and the guy from the Flames, Randy Holt, kept saying just, and the Flyers just hitting them, and they were but losing. And the guy from the Flames says, just take those hits and smile. Take those hits and smile. That's a mission you could do. Take those hits, even though they weren't that severe, and just smile. Go. Do what you have to do. You suspended your coach for 2 games. You got to pick the games. Then they added a game, not for this year, for your trip to play your in-state rival in Germany. Those are the suspensions? That's what are you appealing? What are you going to get back? $10 million? Oh, my God. Grow the F up. Take it like a man. Take it like a Michigan man. I'm disgusted.
I actually halfway respect the arrogance of it. It's like a wrestling move. They just went heel turn. God. Lightest possible penalties. We're appealing. No, I'm going to give Rico credit on this. Rico said this yesterday. I agreed with him, but I want to just reset it. He goes, watch, they'll get nothing tomorrow, and they'll still cry. It's like you get a warning from a cop, and you're like, no, I'll see you in court. Well, hold on. I'm not writing you a ticket. I'll have your badge,
that
mister.
Had to be a parody account from Channel 7. There's no way they should appeal.
Well, I'll leave it. Jeff, did you get duped or something?
No, it's not. It's not parody. I've refreshed it a couple times. I've looked at the page. It's real.
I've looked at it too. I know. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Let the record show I didn't get bent out of shape. I'm just everything's. Dude, it's Friday. What do you want from me?
It's ridiculous.
But why are you shocked thoe? They're always aggrieved. This is what they do.
I understand, but they got away with nothing. He had no penalty.
I think the funniest part is just when they say there's a bad interpretation of NCAA rules. Yeah, the bad interpretation is the NCAA spent all day telling you about how they should have got a 2-year postseason ban, but things and stuff and, I don't know, money. Hey, man, those are your people. I don't know what to tell you. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just stunned. Maybe I shouldn't be. Oh, my God. When I found out what the suspensions were, I was laughing. This is great. Show cause for Jim Harbaugh. Who cares? You know what they should do for Jim Harbaugh, by the way? I forgot to mention this. They should never allow him on campus. If they honor the championship team in 10 years, he should never be able to set foot on that campus.
They'll build a statue.
Just redact his name off of everything.
No. They'll build a statue.
No more khakis.
Any real school, if there was a shred of integrity, Ward Manuel would be gone. Sharon Moore would be gone. It's just that's not even a question. I have never heard of a coach with an active show cause maintaining employment. But look, This is actually a win for me because I always hated the faux integrity crap because you know how the sausage is made. Well, none of that plays anymore.
No.
Now, you don't have to care, Michigan fan.
No.
Just leave me over here.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Look, and most of you who are complaining that they didn't get hard enough, hit harder, whether you're Ohio State fans, Michigan State fans, or whoever, if you were given, death not an option, would you take the national championship even the way they did it? You'd say yes. 99% would say yes. And don't lie about that.
Right. And look, that's the point. But what I disagree with, and this is what you're seeing from the people that are crying today, no, it doesn't set a precedent that everyone should cheat. I had a buddy call me, well, Jonathan Smith should. If MSU tried this, they would have hit us with an Iran bomb. What were those things called? The bunker buster? They would have dropped one on Beaumont Tower.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't. Because they're part of the Fox Big Ten.
No, we're not. We're not. If you're not Michigan and Ohio State, you are not a part of this Fox TV deal. How many more ways can they show you that, buddy? Mike, I'm not busting your balls. I'm trying to be real with you. You don't see Michigan playing Friday night games. You don't see Ohio State playing Friday night games. You don't see a bunch of night games. You see them playing on Big Noon. You see the people they hire on that panel are Buckeyes or Wolverines. And listen, it's what makes their money. I work in media. I understand what's happening. I don't have to like it, but I'm not going to deny it. MSU, what was the Clooney movie about outer space?
Oh, Up in the Air?
Okay, remember the scene where he floats away into the blackness?
Yeah.
Okay, that's MSU. Like, that's, you, Mike, I love you, but you're not seeing
Come on, they have an Alabama guy on there in Mark Ingram. They have a USC guy in Matt Leinart.
Who, are they even there? Urban Meyer, Portnoy, Woodson, and then look at the two losers in the booth.
Colorado.
Klatt.
And University and Howard.
Do you know that Klatt has a 32-ounce traveler of Harbaugh's bathwater? That's what he sips on. You got to stop. And then Gus Johnson, what a clown. So please, don't tell me anybody else matters. We'll get to the phone calls. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Jim Costa is going to join us in the 4 o'clock because Jim just said to me, I cannot top Stoney. I do not want to follow that. He was going to join us at 3:30. The phone calls are what's going to be next, okay? 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. We've finally learned the full punishment for Michigan football in the sign-stealing scandal. The athletic department has been dinged at least $20 million in fines. That could go up to $30 million as well. Current coach Sharon Moore now has to sit out the first game of the 2026 season, and Jim Harbaugh has received a 10-year show cause, keeping him out of the equation for a coaching gig with a college team for that span. The qualifications for vacating wins was not met according to NCAA rules, and sign-stealer Connor Stallions threw his phone into a pond. Here is Tiger veteran Charlie Morton heads to the mound tonight against the Twins, right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:10. Milwaukee Brewers rookie phenom Jacob Misiorowski has been activated off the injured list. He'll make the start tonight against the Reds. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Okay, well, let's get to the people. I know there's been a lot of stuff. It's one of those days. We owe it to the callers. Sean has been patient. He's dialing in from down in Orlando. We're getting him from all over the place today. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike? Been a fan for about 5 years now since I discovered you on YouTube, and I've been following this thing from day one. And I got to say, I feel like Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle, where I expected nothing, but I'm still disappointed. But I think the funniest thing about this whole ordeal for me, I'm an Oklahoma fan.
Okay.
So one of the reasons I'm paying attention, Michigan's on my schedule this year, next year. So the idea of Sharon Moore being there or not was a big deal because, and listen, the whole idea of him coming back to his alma mater, you could put him in a police lineup with an Oklahoma jersey and no OU fan's going to be able to identify him. So, but the thing is, it's like them naming his own suspension.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of The Sopranos where Meadow gets in trouble for having the house party at Grandma's house, and she says, "I could have done ecstasy, but I didn't. You should take away my Discover card for 2 weeks." It's like it's utterly ridiculous. And so I'm sitting here waiting to see if he's going to show up. And the best part about it for me is there's no excuses for Michigan in 3 weeks. I don't have to hear about where our coach wasn't there or the schedule is hanging over. I don't have to hear that anymore. But the biggest thing that really irks me about this that I saw today was this whole idea that, well, we can't punish the kids who did nothing wrong. First of all, if you join a cult and you know the cult is in criminal activity, that's kind of on you if you get involved in a police raid and you get arrested by mistake. You're kind of there on your own. So, and plus, it's last I checked, it's 2025, not 2005, and I'm sure Bryce Underwood could find another school that would gladly take his services if for some reason he needed to leave Michigan.
See, Sean, you bring up something really interesting. Is the NCAA in the excerpt from the report that Stoney read said that NIL conditions affected their decision on a postseason ban. If anything, it should have made them more resolute in doing just that. These players can leave anytime they want. There's no rules. It's not 2005 where they'd have to sit out a year or get a special waiver. So now, Sean, you bring up something interesting, man. You do.
Yeah, and the only other thing that could make this whole ordeal even more absurd is if Michigan would invite Connor Stallions back to toss the coin for the Central Michigan game. Please let that happen. I need him to be in his costume that he was on your sidelines. That would be the beautiful cherry on top of this incredulous fun day. So anyway, love the show.
Sean, appreciate you, man.
Thanks for the call.
Buddy.
You know, it's
Have a good one.
You too, pal.
What they did was basically admit that there will be never NCAA huge penalties ever.
Well, that's
again.
why I led the show, and I said, look, for the people who are screaming, and it sure as hell isn't me, I never expected more. The point is, it is so simple. If you want rules that have to be followed, that's going to come in the next phase when the Big Ten and the SEC, it's not if, it's when, they break away from the NCAA and they start their own league with bylaws, with a commissioner, because in the here and now, I mean, hey, God bless. If you still buy tickets to this sport, look, if you're a Michigan fan, you have every right. Do your thing. But if you're not a Michigan fan and you're one of these people spending a ton of money on tickets and you're donating NIL, I just question your sanity. Because, look, today is a reminder, of the world you actually live in. The NCAA spent thousands of words saying how bad this cheating scandal was and how badly they had the right to hurt them. and then they found these weird ways not to. You're like, cool. I mean, it's no different than Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio.
God, enough of that.
I can't. But Mike,
I
her
know.
portfolio did 76% last year, Mike.
I know.
It's insider trading, Michael.
Well,
she sits on the committees. Come on.
Well, it's kind of like what the president and his family have been able to make in the
Fine.
last 4 or 5
Mike,
months.
Spin a wheel.
I know.
It's Washington, D.C.
Yes, exactly.
It's one of my favorite examples because either she's the biggest genius in the world or she's a crook.
Probably. Yeah.
Let's go over to Don. He's in Westland. Don, I'm sorry it took so long. What's going on?
So I kind of think the NCAA realized that they can't ban Michigan from playing in the CFP because there's no affiliation. So a ban would effectively only stop them from playing in a conference championship game.
Well, it would be that, but also the CFP, and Don, I would have to go back into my notes, so forgive me, but they did go on record saying they would follow NCAA recommendation in this case. So if it was a postseason ban,
right.
Not only would they not get to play in the Big Ten title game, they would not be eligible.
And they won't be able to play in flea bag bowls.
Right, but it doesn't matter because they didn't do it.
Right, exactly.
Right. That's kind of what I was thinking. I didn't realize that there was something in there that they could change that. But also with the fines, I think they were thinking that would affect them from being able to pay players if they're taking money away from the university.
No, there's an endowment there for Bill. I mean, it's
Don,
not a money thing.
No, but Don's thinking the right way is that, look, Don, if we were only allowing the revenue sharing money to be the salary cap, you'd be right, Don. But of course, because nothing with this sport makes any sense, it's the revenue share plus. The NIL collective can spend whatever they want. That's how Texas Tech is landing 5 stars. They've got the cast from Landman funding their NIL. So you're right, Don. These are just not penalties, and that's why I never attached myself to what the NCAA was going to do. I needed the NCAA to just corroborate that I wasn't out of my mind the last 3 years, as everybody yelled and screamed at me. No, you cheated, and just stop yelling at me. For God's sakes.
Right.
You know what I mean, Donnie? You don't need.
Thing I was thinking.
Go ahead. You first.
Another thing I was thinking too is maybe, to your point, maybe they're afraid in a year or two they'll be illegitimate because the Big Ten and SEC start their own league, and the postseason ban means nothing. And maybe they're just greedy and want to try and get as much money out of the schools as they can right now.
Maybe. Hell, I mean, if you wanted to float the theory, Don, the NCAA's got a lot of legal bills currently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know, but you'll never sell me $20 million means a damn thing. I mean, I know endowments don't get used to pay this stuff, but Michigan's got almost a $20 billion endowment. They've got Larry Ellison's wife funding their football program. What's he worth? $250 billion? I mean, give me a break. None of it matters. The NCAA looks dumber today having even gone down this road.
Yes.
Because they wrote the report and said destruction of evidence, lying, failure to monitor, aggravated failure to monitor. It's all there, and you get to the end of the storybook and you're going, did I miss a page here? What is this? Well, no, this is the world we live in. That's why I did, like, for Spartan fans, Valenti's lost his edge. No, I live in reality. What do you want me to yell and scream about? Being right? Like, I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? I just wasn't going to get seduced all along the way. Ooh, the boom hammer's coming. Yeah, no, it's
no,
it's not. Leave me alone. What do you want? What do you want to say? Let me take a sip of water. Will you please? What do you want from me?
I want you to be honest, and you are being honest. And
Totally
and
honest.
I'm being honest as a Michigan fan. I feel great.
You are Danny Ocean.
Yes, got away with it.
All right.
And if this story that
they're
appealing is actually true, because I can't find it anywhere else but Channel 7, and that's not to impugn them.
Wow, look at him just slandering Circle 7.
No,
How dare you?
I haven't seen it anywhere else. Because usually if Michigan's going to appeal, they would send out their own little
Why don't you call your boy
release.
Myth? Maybe he's got the story.
No way.
He swears he saw Bo Schembechler at the hearing today. All right, get ready for the upcoming football season. Moran Chevrolet, sponsor all training camp coverage, 97ontheticket.com. If you elevate your tailgating game, the right truck is key to that. Right now, you can get a Silverado LT Crew Cab, $265 a month, 24 months. The 26 Equinox LT, $295 a month, 36 months. All payments with only $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Find your ride fast and easy, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get to it. We'll check in on some football. We have a Stony Blitz for everybody.
All right, Michael.
Yes, sir.
I did this one just for you.
Okay.
I came out with a list. My top 10 Michigan State players in the NFL in history.
Why are we, what is this, like a pity blitz today?
No, I'm making you feel good because
Yeah.
Michigan State has a lot of great football players who played in the National Football League.
A lot of great players.
Tons
Okay,
of them.
go.
And I'm not going to sit and compare them
Fantastic
to
players.
Michigan or whoever, okay? But I ranked them.
Possibly the best players.
And I want you to see if I'm
right.
at the lunch or if I forgot anybody or whatever.
All right, go ahead.
All right, from the bottom up. Number 10, maybe more well-known for his commercials and things like that, but Bubba Smith was a great player in the National Football
People under 60 are going to have to Google him. But he was the number one pick in the draft. He was a big part of the integration of college football where MSU would recruit black players and a lot of racists in the South wouldn't. Sure. But again, the younger crowd's got to Google that, man.
Well, that's a little bit of a problem with some of these guys, but what the heck?
Yeah, Earl Morrill.
Did not make my list, I'll tell you right now.
Go ahead.
Number 9 on my list is the one and only Carl Banks from your New York Times.
Okay. I love Carl Banks.
Oh, excuse me, hold on. I made a mistake.
Dear God.
I was looking
He's
at
off the rails,
I was looking at my preliminary list. But Bubba Smith is number 10. I had to cross Carl Banks off my list. Number 9. Like I said, I went off the rails. I'm looking at my wrong list. Hey, Stoney, you're such an idiot.
Will you give me number 9?
Julian Peterson.
Love him. Love. I will forever be thankful for him in the 1998 Notre Dame game where we were up 42-3 at the half, the pick 6, and then the way he played against Ohio State in the big upset. Now, mind you, we bleeped ourselves in about 5 games that year, but for 2 special days, boy, did we really rise up and destroy good teams. I don't remember what that's like.
Number 8 on my list, he was a great Houston Oiler, George Webster.
Okay, again, you got to Google people. Right. No, he was on the 66 team with Bubba Smith. You got to Google.
Okay. Number 7, a little later than that, but people still might have to Google him, and he actually played for your New York Football Giants. I thought he was a great player. Brad Van Pelt.
Yeah, he was very similar to like a Brian Urlacher type in the 70s,
yes,
where a guy was a freak athlete for a linebacker. But the problem, he played on arguably the worst New York Giant teams in history.
Yes, he did.
He was actually a very nice man. I did some post-game work in my Michigan State lifetime with him. He was a very nice man.
I believe he played baseball, too. I think.
He was a super aside from Kirk Gibson, he was maybe the most talented overall athlete at Michigan State ever.
He made 5 Pro Bowls in the NFL.
With essentially playing for the Cleveland Browns.
Number 6 on my list, he had a great nickname, Flozell Hotel Adams. Great player.
Yeah.
Multiple Pro Bowl.
And wasn't he deaf in one ear? I believe he was. No, that's not funny. I think he was deaf in one ear, and he had to really learn, the snap count, the cadence, the whole thing, but massive physical tools. He was a monstrous player. Good career with the Cowboys.
Yes.
That's back when State put linemen in the league. Mm-hmm. What's that?
Number 5 on my list, and he had the potential to be even better, but he effed himself. Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah. It's just a weird deal, man. Like the minute he left the Steelers, he just lost it all. Mm-hmm. But if you just look at the career early, there was a time you could say he was the best running back in the league or top 3. Yeah, man. I mean, and obviously the college career, he came from nowhere. He had one scholarship offer at Bowling Green as a fullback. He comes to State, and the next thing you know, he's right there in the opener against Notre Dame, ripping runs left and right. You're like, who the hell is this kid?
Yeah.
And then, hotel room, 2 women, jewelry, thievery, and now he's some deranged UFC fighter. I got nothing. I can't help these guys.
Number 4 on my list is Billy Joe Dupree.
I quit. I don't even know who that is.
Really? Wow.
Who the hell is that?
He played for the Cowboys. He was great.
Mike.
Oh,
Mike,
I'm disappointed in you.
But you're doing the grandmother from Wedding Crashers routine here. Eleanor Roosevelt.
If Mike doesn't know who it is,
I
it
know.
must be like
Joe Dupree.
holy hell.
Hold on.
Just put Carl Banks on the list and let's move on, please.
Carl's not on the list.
Billy Joe Dupree.
Number 3. And I know he plays a position that some people despise, but he is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Morton
Anderson.
Great. A kicker made our list. You could tell things are really going good. But there was about a 10-year period. He was the singular best kicker in the NFL.
Yes.
He was phenomenal.
Absolutely. All right. Number 2 on my list, also an old guy.
Oh, God.
But he's also in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That was my criteria here. He blocked for the late but great Orenthal, Joe DeLamalure.
Okay. He was the captain of what they referred to in Buffalo, my young listeners, of the Electric Factory.
Mm-hmm.
He was an
Reggie
elite,
McKenzie.
an elite offensive lineman. He was a superstar. Yes. Unfortunately, you got to be 1,000 years old if you saw him play.
Yes.
Up next, at number 1, Stoney, the best Spartan ever, a Brontosaurus.
Well, pretty close.
I mean, what are we doing?
Pretty close. Herb Adderley.
Oh, God.
Herb Adderley.
How couldn't you have just said Kirk Cousins at some point?
Because
the guy made $500 million for being average.
Herb Adderley's in the Hall of Fame, 5-time Pro Bowl, 5-time All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champ.
And amount of people in our audience who saw him play, 0. Hey, up next, Stoney's top 10 Bob Apisa memories.
No.
The bones from MAU.
Okay. So the ones who I wrote down.
Where's Tony Mandarich and his needle?
He sucked in the NFL.
Oh, all right.
Like, guys I could have been in there that I considered. Was
Jack Conklin,
Jack Conklin is right here, 2 Pro Bowls. Plaxico Burress.
Plaque should be on the list.
Fred Urbanus, as also old. Great
Again,
Kansas.
Michael.
Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Andre Rison.
Just don't ask him to manage your money.
I know. Derek Mason.
Love D. Mace. Muhsin Muhammad.
Muhsin Muhammad. Ed Buddy, another old guy.
I don't know who that is. He may as well be Buddy Lee from the jeans commercials. Ed Buddy? Yeah. I have to Google. You know what? Jeff, hit the... Thank you. Hit the button.
got twang.
This hour of instant feedback brought to you by Mike Papura of National Benefit Plans. For affordable life insurance, log on to nbphealth.com.
Hey, looking at the complete closure along Haggerty Road, just over I-94. It's along with some of the I-94 Haggerty ramps. Your alternate around this is pretty easy, using I-94 surface drives. There's also a crash along southbound I-75 at 11 Mile Road. That happens to be off to the right shoulder. With that, eastbound I-94 at State Street. You got an accident there. The left lane is blocked. I'm Val Berry. What's traffic?
We preview the Lesson on Golf Shootout at Edgewood Country Club Monday the 25th at 1:30. Sign up right now at lessonongolf.com. And what does the Tigers' Tarek Skubal love about the game of golf? Lesson on Golf, Sunday, 8 a.m.
WXYT FM and WXYT HD1 Detroit.
97.1 The Ticket.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports headlines. Live from the Jamie Samuelson studio. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Plenty of money and plenty of show causes were handed out in response to the thorough investigation of Michigan football. The athletic department is taking at least a $20 million hit, which could reach close to $30 million as well. The show cause list includes current coach Sharon Moore for 2 years, ex-head man Jim Harbaugh for 10 years, ex-assistant Denard Robinson, and ex-staffer and sign-stealing leader Connor Stalions, who also gets an 8-year ban there. It was confirmed that Stalions was in fact in attendance at the MSU-CMU game where he helped the Chippewas call plays. In addition to gathering signed data, Stalions confirmed that he tossed his phone into a pond a week after the news broke. The Associated Press received a statement from the university that they are appealing the decision, saying that it makes fundamental errors in interpreting NCAA bylaws. The Pistons have officially announced the signing of guard Javonte Green. He last played with the Pelicans. Jaguars rookie and second-round overall pick in this year's draft, Travis Hunter, has an upper body injury. He's ruled out for the team's next preseason game Sunday against the Saints. Tigers also back in the field tonight against the Twins right here on the Ticket at 8:10. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, before we get to our special guest, I just want to ask you one quick question.
Yes.
We have the Little League World Series on one of our monitors here.
Don't care.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a Williamsport's not a bucket list item for you.
No.
I think it would be.
I don't care.
But do you think it's bizarre? Do you see the story that there was a kid from Taiwan or Taipei, wherever, 12-year-old kid throwing 82 yesterday?
Yeah, because he's not 12.
82 years old, 82 miles an hour.
He's like Danny Almonte.
When's he going to get
probably 36 with a mortgage?
When is he going to get Tommy John tomorrow? I mean, it's absurd.
I think the whole Little League World Series is absurd, but whatever.
Okay.
All right. I want to welcome a special guest. He didn't get a chance to really get into this morning, and at times I thought he was hosting solo because I simply didn't hear John. I want to welcome Jim Costa, our CMU representative and a member of the Blue Wall with Stoney. Mr. James Cookie Costa. What's up, buddy?
Boys, what's going on? Stoney knows all about that life.
Yeah.
All
right.
Tony,
yes.
Tony, you've been fantastic today, other than whatever I just listened to, where you were giving the best fun since before Color TV.
Yes,
I don't know what that was.
Yes. Actually, Color TV was because I saw Herb Adderley play on Color TV.
Okay. Jim, save us, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's just start at the top. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, so, of course, Tony. Earlier today, we did the What Do You Expect, knowing nothing ever breaks during the morning show. But I expected them to not receive a bowl ban or a postseason ban. I thought they deserved it, and weirdly, so did the NCAA, but then they didn't suspend them for it. So I just wanted to start there because none of this makes any sense to me, and I know you guys have parsed through it for some of the show today. But the idea that they're going to hand down essentially a 3-game suspension to Sharon over 2 years, I'm just a little baffled as to how this whole thing happened. But to Stoney's point, they got let off the hook on it,
yes,
and they don't seem to realize it. Stoney, it's like they assigned them 15 hours of community service, like pick up trash in the diag, and Michigan still wants to appeal this anyway.
Right. It's crazy. It makes no sense to me. Now, in fairness, we've only seen this one report from Channel 7 on this. Nothing else, even nationally, I've seen that Michigan is going to appeal, which I don't know if there's they're getting false information or something, but hopefully they're not. Actually, hopefully they are, because I can't believe they would appeal.
Jim, let me ask you a question. The thing I can't figure out is they've given Sharon a show cause, which means you're unemployable in college football except with the job you currently have? Can you square the circle on...
I don't, Mike. I don't. So someone else would have to show cause to hire him, but he's plenty fit to coach at Michigan. Right.
Not sure if Jim Costa just got hit by a bolt of lightning. We'll check back on Jim momentarily.
I know. We have to have show cause for his phone.
Maybe
his phone's with Connor Stallion's phone in a pond.
Or John took him out and he's in a tree stand. I don't know. No, but like that is the one part, and we'll check on Jim momentarily. But it is, look, if you're just joining the show, I think it's been fairly calm because as much as people want to do like Sparty Radio thing, I'm not the one who was selling some Thor hammer. I never expect. I can just go through the NCAA statement. We've read the excerpts. It makes no sense. They had him dead to rights. They say it. They say there was absolutely no cooperation. There was a destruction of evidence. There's lying. Oh, we have Jim back. All right, perfect. Cookies, you good? I thought you got hit by lightning.
Yeah, I had to fish it out of the pond, boys. What's up?
Yeah.
Got it. So no,
It was the cat's fault.
I wanted you to make sense of it for me because I clearly I don't know everything. How do you have a show cause but maintain your job? Oh, and by the way, suspended for 2 this year, choose your own adventure, plus missing the opener next year. For what reason? No clue.
Yeah, so again, Michigan got to pick their own games this season, which I don't fully understand, because it'd be like if your kid got in trouble and you had to ground him, but they said, hold on, I don't want it to be Friday or Saturday night. Make it Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the NCAA is just like, yeah, perfect, cool. We'll throw in a game in 26 for no reason. If I was Michigan, 1, 2, 3, let's get this over with.
So what is, Jim, like you're Mr. Social Media. I know I talked to you before the show and you were like, I'm in a Twitter battle. I'm like, all right, you have fun with that. What is the reaction on socials? Not from Michigan fan, which I assume will be, I don't know, whatever, hail or whatever. What is the general reaction, though, from non-Wolverines in your sphere?
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's not a Wolverine fan says they got off light. If you're a Michigan fan, your response is, cry, Sparty, where's your hammer? I didn't go to East Lansing. Like, I don't understand how that's the takeaway is if you want to call it as you see it, you're like, you're crying about this. No, I mean, own it. Call it what it is. Michigan got off light here. Even by the NCAA's definition, they got off light here. So the response for most people nationally, or rational people that don't have a Block M tattooed to their chest, is, well, full of dodge, relieved. We got away with it.
Well, it is true they are appealing. I have a statement from Ward and Sharon, but they don't say they're appealing. The statement from the school does.
Yeah, but
it's like,
but
what
Mike,
are they appealing?
Hold on. I'll say it to you and I'll say it to Jim, and the two of you can yell at me at the same time. You are flouting it the same way you flouted it through the whole thing with the bet stuff, with the players, Michigan versus everybody, with the idea that you were aggrieved. Why would they stop now? They're on a heater. They're at the craps table rolling bones. Why not appeal it? Maybe the NCAA will pay you $20 million at this point.
Because what's there to get back? 1 game or of Sharon? You already gave him 2. You're on your own, okay? So that's going to stand. You're trying to get we have to have Sharon in Germany for the Western game? I mean, and the money, who gives a rat's ass? You didn't like the way
loves schnitzel and beer. I don't know. It's a great point, Stoney.
I can't figure out what they want to change the wording so they don't. They didn't like the fact that they came off looking like complete cheating.
Well, how are they going to change that?
Right,
they can't go
exactly.
back in time. I mean, Stoney, their guy threw his phone in a pond, had a complicated scheme, was on the sideline in East Lansing, breaking NCAA rules. you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
I know.
And as far as this goes, I can't link it to Jim Harbaugh because he didn't cooperate, which is a level 1 of which they had 6. So the idea here that you would be let off with money, which Michigan has more than they know what to do with, and a measly pick your own free games, shut up, take the penalty, and move on. This story's 2 years old. Sure, let's appeal it and make it 3. Let's make it 4.
Jim, it makes no sense to me. When I found out what it was today, I was as a Michigan fan, I was thrilled.
You should be.
Yes.
That's the thing I don't get. I totally respect the Michigan fan that comes out and goes, hey, man, we got away with one.
Yes.
What I don't understand is the Michigan fan that now needs to turn this into, see, Sparty, hold your L. Hey, Buckeye fans, tell me about D's nuts. I don't understand.
Well, I think that's...
I'd like to know what we did to anybody in this.
I think the social media people who say that, I think they're a small fragment of every fan base. And I think we paint entire fan bases with a way too broad a brush.
So in terms of what should have happened, right? I know a lot of people wanted to see vacated wins. A lot of people wanted to see, the title taken away. You can't take away the title.
No.
You can't erase people's memories. What you could do is if you vacated it, all you're doing is creating argument fodder for the internet. It doesn't change anything. You'll have Michigan fans who say, yes, we did, and you'll have rivals who say, no, we didn't. It's insufficient. Right. I never was in favor of vacating wins or the title. If you want to punish the program, you have to punish the future. I don't understand the NCAA trying to set this precedent that they don't want to punish future players because that renders them toothless. Anytime anybody cheats, you're going to do an investigation. It's going to take a year or two. And then by definition, any punishment is going to hurt future players. So if the NCAA is going to stick by this, they're saying we aren't going to punish anybody. We'll hand out fines and we'll hand out show causes. But, Mike, as you pointed out, you can coach with the show cause.
Which I've never seen in my life. I've never seen it in my life. Is there ever been a coach who has gotten a show cause who maintained employment? That's a question, not an accusation. Jim,
I don't have the rule book. I mean, Stoney, you've watched more football than both of us.
Yeah, clearly. Did you hear last segment?
Yeah, okay.
I know. But I can't think of an instance either, boys. So this is uncharted territory, and if I'm Sharon Moore, I get to coach my game in Norman with my freshman quarterback. I get to coach next year in any game of substance and consequence. And if in some way we find our way to 10 wins this year, we're going to the postseason. We'll be in the college football playoff.
Right.
No big deal.
I'd be happy. I was happy.
Jim, I appreciate it, buddy. And look,
all good.
This is just something, and we'll save it for Cash the Ticket because I know I'll be recording with you on Monday. But if you were like me, and you were already largely out on this sport, this sure as hell didn't do anything to help you. I mean, what is the point? I mean, if you can get away with this and pay $20 million, that's a steal.
Worth every penny.
Yeah.
They do it again.
Jim, enjoy your weekend, buddy. I'll talk to you on Monday, okay?
Later, Jim.
See you, boys.
Thanks,
See you,
Cookies. That's Jim Costa, award-winning morning show. Hopefully John joins him Monday. Stoney, we will get to the business next. We got a lot of people who want to say something. We'll go to the callers. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
97.1 The Ticket.
Want to save big for back to school? Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods is serving the looks you need for less. Score up to 70% off shoes, tees, pants, sweatshirts, and backpacks from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Save big on styles for the school year. Your style, your price.
This is Tanya Lalonde from Summit Place Kia announcing our last and final sale of the summer. Last chance to drive home a Terra-free Kia with 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus, we'll get you out of your old car even if you owe $9,000 more than that thing's worth. Bad credit? Don't sweat it. Our lenders can get you approved. So come see me, Tanya Lalonde, today at Summit Place Kia and SummitPlaceKia.com.
You should be driving a Kia. You should be driving a Kia from Summit Place Kia. Summit Place Kia.
Negative equity refinance. Offer subject to lender approval. Expires month end.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Your opinion matters. Call the D Las Vegas 97.1 The Ticket Studio line at 248-539-9797. Book your stay at the D by visiting thed.com. The D Las Vegas, the home of Detroit sports in Vegas.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU for a long time. Specs is dedicated to inspiring, educating, and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in a rapidly evolving industry. Whether you're pursuing a certificate or a degree, online or on campus, students gain hands-on experience with the latest technology in media communications. So if you want to go into radio, they got it. TV, they got it. Graphic design artists, Specs at LTU can help you out with their 3 certificate programs in digital media arts, broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications arts. Make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu. Don't waste time. Get started today. Classes are starting in the fall.
Nice delivery that time by Kyle Allen, and the rookie makes the grab.
The Detroit Lions face the Miami Dolphins at Ford Field. Pre-game tomorrow at noon on 97.1 The Ticket.
Stoney has just told me he has something to read. I don't know what's happening.
Yes, and it's modern. This is a statement from your good buddy Ward Manuel.
How's he employed?
It's never our intent to be in a position where we are accused of any rules violations. I fully support Coach Sharon Moore, our student athletes, and staff as they prepare for the season ahead. I appreciate Coach Moore's continued commitment to ensuring his program operates in compliance with applicable rules. I acknowledge the Committee on Infractions' decision to not penalize our current student athletes by eliminating postseason opportunities. However, a postseason ban should never have been a consideration in this case. I fully support the university's decision to pursue an appeal. Coach Moore and I will not have any further comment. What did you even? Why you should have even commented that? That didn't say anything.
Well, Factually, Sharon Moore's a repeat offender, so clearly you don't have a commitment to following the rules. Second of all, I'm being serious when I ask you this. How is Ward Manuel employed? With the scandals throughout that athletic department, much less their Fabergé egg that is the football program.
And their guy Harbaugh hated him.
Right. I'm just, how is he still there?
I don't know.
It's like when you get 6 level 1 violations as an athletic department, you lose your job. But it's been 5 years of this
because
stuff.
They've brought in a lot of money.
Brother.
And money makes the world go round.
You just nailed it. No, you just nailed it. But I'm saying my point is it's a folly to hear anything from him.
Well, and the other thing is some of the other sports have been really good. Then they've had some problems with some of the other sports too under his watch, like the hockey team and all that under his watch. Yes,
I know. I'm just like, it's really quite something. But
Yes.
again, it's not for me. The people that are still heavily invested in all of college football, I'll let you react to it. For me, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't insane the last 3 years. I told you cheated. I told you when you gaslit me every damn day and screamed and yelled. That's all I needed. And Harbaugh getting smeared, cool. Because if I had to hear another person, oh, my God, Jimmy's such a good man. Jim is a lowlife, okay? End. So now I got the 2 things I needed. I was never going to get what I wanted, so I never focused on it. But do I understand the NCAAs? I mean, Stoney could read you some of these excerpts. Had him dead to rights, multi-year ban, all of it. And then they found weird, nonsensical ways not to do it.
Right.
I get if people are screaming and yelling. It's just not going to come from me.
Yeah. By their laws, by their own bylaws, they say they don't take away victories because unless you use ineligible players.
The postseason ban, man.
Right.
The postseason ban was the best way to get it done. But whatever. Again, it doesn't, in the end, it doesn't matter.
Look, I thought they should have, what I thought was going to happen was I thought they'd get fined heavily, which they did. And I know it doesn't mean as much to a school that has so much money. And I thought Sharon was actually going to get added a few more games than just the one. And the fact that they allow this suspension to go 2 in 1 year and 1 in the other, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean anything. But it's like, why? It's so stupid.
It's interesting. We'll go to Rob in Brighton. Let's hear from one of our big college football guys. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, gentlemen. Oh, this is just yeah. Just staying on. I have a couple comments, but the Harbaugh, you and Stoney were. Hey, Stoney, it's good to hear from you, brother.
Thank you, bud.
Hey, you can't make this up, Mike. I don't know if you guys remember the post-game presser after they beat, so when they won the national title, somebody had asked Jim Harbaugh in the post-game press conference, what does it mean to be a Michigan man? And he honestly said, don't lie, don't cheat, and don't steal. And I'm thinking to myself, you're certifiable, you're insane because they cheated, they lied, and they stole. So to win that title. And it's amazing to me that the NCAA can come out this soft, especially since, if you guys remember Reggie Bush, 2004,
yeah,
they vacated the title. They took away his Heisman. They took away 14 wins. They took away 70-some scholarships. They killed USC for Reggie Bush's parents getting gifted a house by a wannabe agent or something. And then Michigan does this, and no vacated wins. Everybody says, no, I don't think they shouldn't got their title vacated. Why? They 1,000% anybody.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you a question. What did Notre Dame get all those games vacated for? Do you remember back? It was like 2012.
Yeah, Notre Dame should actually be playing should have played Ohio State for the national championship that year.
Right, but like, what did the NCAA hammer you guys over?
They took away, I think, 15 wins, and it was for players getting aid from tutors, scholar-athlete tutors, and they were being, given answers to tests and, just being aided as, aides taking tests for players and stuff like that.
That seems substantially less than on-field real-time cheating, but that's the point. Rob, here's what I would say to you. Everything you're citing was before college football hoarded itself out, and now the networks are the overlords. I'm telling you.
Like what Stoney said, Mike, to kind of defend you, and Stoney disagreed with you. So you had said if this happens to Michigan State, and Stoney said, no, because the Big Ten. So you're telling me if Rutgers, Purdue, UCLA, Indiana. If they do this, they're not going to get a much worse sentence just because they're part of the Big Ten. That's ridiculous.
I know. I think they would be treated the same. But maybe that's being naive. And you know what else? I mean, the NCAA, and it's probably going against my own argument with the basketball in North Carolina, the academic fraud that they got, and they didn't get anything for it.
Yeah. Well,
you acted so stunned when the gentleman came on and said, breaking news that they're going to appeal, and you said you were stunned, and you also said, where is my brother who can come on here and defend why? They're never going to do that, Stoney. Like
right.
I feel like you don't realize
because they know it's ridiculous.
Yeah, like you don't realize who you're in that stadium with every Saturday. You're in there with. You say, I don't think 99% of Michigan fans, yes, they are like that, Stoney. I feel like you're in denial about your own fan base.
No, not really. I don't think so. It's like
every
Notre Rob, every Notre Dame fan are not arrogant asses. They're not.
But Stoney, you're deflecting.
Well, I'm not deflecting.
Michigan fans are like caller Ted that called in and said, everybody does it. It's no competitive advantage. Then why'd you do it?
Well, I must hang out with really good people then who are smart.
Look, there's no absolutes. Sure I think what Rob, how about this? Everybody should meet in the middle. If you want to say there's a higher concentration of arrogant nutcases, I think that's fair. I don't think you can do absolutes. I have good Wolverines in my life, just like Stoney does.
Yes.
But I'm going to side with Rob on this. They are a unique fan base. Okay, that's the best way I can put it politely on a sunny Friday. They're unique.
We have an agreement as a family. We do not talk about because Michigan fans, like when you can't say they cheated, the conversation with me is just.
I agree, but I personally do not know one Michigan fan who has the belief that they didn't cheat. None.
And what's your experience?
Yeah.
Oh, it's John's line. My bad. Let me go to E. E, I owe you an apology. I know it's taken forever. I'm sorry, my man. Welcome back. How are you?
Oh, no problem, bro. Hail to the victors. Go blue. Hey, I'm so proud of my guys. It's a lot. Everybody was saying that we were going to get this, going to get that. But at the end of the day, after all the smoke cleared, we're still 15-0 national champs for 2023. All the Spartan fans that have been calling, all the Buckeye fans that have been calling, saying this going to happen, that's going to happen. And I was the only one, even under the Michigan fans, they was worried. But I was the only one that said, hey, they're not going to get nothing's going to happen. That little $20, maybe $30 million, we just got $300 million last month. So
right, yeah.
That's just 10%. So we're not worried about that neither. You let Shamor Moore stay. We still got our coaching staff. We still got our
So E, let me ask you a question. As a Michigan fan like you, did we get away? Did we get away with cheating?
We did.
Okay, good. That's it.
Hey, but listen,
see, you're a Michigan fan who knows we cheated.
I'm a diehard Michigan fan, Stoney, and what I got to say is this. It's not really cheating. What they did was, hold on, hear me out. What they did was.
They got caught.
They got caught. Connor Stallion, he went too far.
Yes.
But, Stoney, I got to say, I'm a diehard fan of yours, and your hardest take ever, and I've been listening to you since the Stoney and Wojo days back in the day, your hardest take ever was what you did an hour ago when you had to try and name 10 Michigan State players that's in the NFL, and you couldn't do it because there is none. Go blue.
Oh, shut up. There is none. Yeah.
Man, he's really got it out for MSU. I just let it roll.
I know.
Well, it's not really tax evasion. No, actually it is. You okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right, listen, this coming football season, elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. Tailgating starts with the right truck, a 26 Sierra Elevation 4x4 crew cab. Right now, Moran Buick GMC, $199 a month, $999 down. They've also got the 25 Buick Encore GX, $249 a month, $1499 down. Both 24-month leases. MoranExpress.com. Can't be any easier. Certified service. Book online. Get that free loaner car with Moran Certified Service. Quick, simple, done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan provided a statement on the rulings from the NCAA sanctions today, which included heavy fines and plenty of show causes. Quote, we appreciate the work of the Committee on Infractions, but respectively, in a number of instances, the decision makes fundamental errors in interpreting NCAA bylaws, and it includes a number of conclusions that are directly contrary to the evidence or lack of evidence in the record. We will appeal this decision to ensure a fair result. We'll consider all other options, end quote. Tigers Detroit News writer Chris McCoskey says that outfielder Parker Meadows is present in Minnesota, going through some outfield drills with George Lombard. As of now, he doesn't have a rehab assignment scheduled, though. His team is back in the field tonight against the Twins. Charlie Morton is back in the mound for his third start with Detroit. So far, he's had one good one and one bad one. Hear how he does tonight at 8:10 right here on The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Yeah, know who said it this week. People want to rap. Let's do it. They've been very patient. Stone, are you good with that?
Yes, I am very good with it.
I want to go to John. I mean, we're getting people from everywhere. John's down in Florida. He's up next. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So I'll start this off. I'm a Penn State alum, Penn State fan, so naturally I wanted Michigan to get hit with Thor's hammer, as Mike puts it. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and I'm just shocked that it's a fine. It's a slap on the wrist. Now, did I really expect the NCAA to do anything? No. But after what happened with Penn State and USC, I thought, okay, something would happen. But again, nothing. I just don't get it.
John,
really don't.
John, they deviated from their own sentencing guidelines. That's the part that doesn't make sense. If the report came out and it said, look, it wasn't as bad and here's why. The NCAA went in on Michigan, establishing years of cheating, lying, evidence-destroying, non-cooperative, aggravated failure to monitor, and then they deviated from their own bylaws.
I know, and
it's crazy.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it, how they can violate their own thing. If it's because it's Michigan and they bring money, that's not a good enough answer. And then again,
it is, though. Yeah, but John, here's the thing. You have to change the way you watch the sport. If you think this sport is real or has rules or is anything other than a built-for-TV product, it's the WWE with football helmets. John, it's not college football anymore, brother.
I know that, Mike. When Fox is now Michigan Roadshow and I get annoyed with Gus Johnson in there on every Michigan game, I'm asking myself, why am I watching this every week? It doesn't make sense.
I'm with you. And again, look, we're experiencing it now with Fox and the Big Ten the way a lot of people experienced it with ESPN and the SEC, right? The Feinbaums of the world, et cetera. Right. John, my answer to you is there is no reason to watch it. There's not. I mean, I can tell you, look, not that it's just the day I'm done with radio, I'll never watch again. I have no interest. I watch because I have to. And I do a damn good job at what I do. But, John, when I'm done, no.
Hey, by the way, John, I spent a lot of time last week in the Jersey Shore and in the Philly area, and I can't figure out what's more cultish. People who say go blue for wearing a Michigan hat, or every single person I know who's wearing a Penn State. We are. I can't figure. They're both the same.
Oh no. One is for it. One represents a cheating scumbag university, and one represents the best university in the Big Ten. Stoney.
Yeah, where their defensive coordinator. Look, my father went to Penn State, so I like Penn State. But
your dad went to Penn State?
Oh yeah.
All these years I've known you, I never knew that.
Oh yeah, he used to come on the Stoney Mojo show and sing the Penn State fight song before the Michigan or Michigan State game every year, twice a year.
John, just do me a favor, will you please?
Mm-hmm.
Will you find a way at some point to beat those guys? My team can't.
I'll find a way, Mike. Don't worry.
My man. Johnny, I appreciate you, buddy.
Hey, John.
I never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Your dad's claim to fame was building Mohawk Mall.
That's right. He had a baseball scholarship to Duke and couldn't go because of the war.
Really?
And then he went to Gettysburg, and like the address there. No, he pitched for Gettysburg for 1 year, didn't want to play baseball anymore, and then went to Penn State to be a student.
Learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Scott on a cell, 97.1. Scotty, how you doing?
What's up, Mike? How you guys doing?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
How about putting
like, do you know how they do with Bonds and Clemens and everything from the Hall of Fame?
Right.
They put asterisks next to their names, or they don't allow them into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How about, every time we're watching a national title game, what is it, January or February of every year, we put an asterisk next to Michigan's name.
They're not going to do that because the network has nothing to gain. Listen, the asterisk lives in your mind, Scott.
Right.
You either choose to validate it or you don't. And, Scott, I
But
don't
it's
think...
so soothing. It's so soothing.
I know, brother. But you got to understand the world we live in. And you know what I know. If you read that report...
It would drive them nuts.
I know, but, Scotty, they cheated. It was years long. Innocent people don't throw phones in ponds or destroy evidence or lie. I mean, Scotty, damn near the whole staff from their national championship has a show cause. Scott, you have every right not to validate it if that's what you want to do. I choose not to validate it because...
It's not me. Mike, I don't matter. My opinion doesn't matter.
Scotty, none of us matter.
Right, exactly.
The only thing that matters is the networks and the power brokers, but that's it. I know what you want, but they have no benefit to do something like that. Remember, Scott, this is the thing. Ultimately, the sport you grew up loving, the sport you've enjoyed most of your adult life, it is done. And I'm not saying Michigan's
standing, Mike? Oh my God, those are glory days.
I know. And Scotty, listen, brother, it's not a soul mission. Oh, Mike's blaming. No, I'm saying this is kind of that final nail in the coffin as it would pertain to actual oversight. Because here's something a lot of Michigan fans don't ever validate. Michigan signed up to obey the rules. You are a member institution of the NCAA. The NCAA is garbage. We all know this. However, we all agreed to play under these rules. Well, in the absence of any oversight, in this slam dunk case, the NCAA's got to go. And I do think it's what we started the show with. If there's going to be a positive to come out of this from a non-Michigan standpoint, if you're a Michigan fan, you ought to be doing cartwheels.
Yes.
It should be, this should accelerate the Big Ten and the SEC leaving the NCAA and forming their own league and title and bylaws. Now, again, that'll further just destroy college football, but that's not the concern.
And they might not even have any rules.
Oh, Sony, what rules are there now?
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What really is there? Now, again, if you're Missouri and you got a tutor who goes rogue, you get vacated games and a postseason ban in 3 sports.
Was it football, baseball, and
basketball?
And women's softball,
Maybe
too.
softball,
Yeah.
sure. Or if you're Akron, well, the GPA is not high enough for the team, you're banned from bowls for 2 years. That's the folly of it all. It goes back to, what was it, Jerry Tarkanian. When a power cheats, Cleveland State goes on probation. And that's why I never expected this. So for the people screaming, like, you could take that to other shows, you're just projecting. Not even Rico, who I'm convinced is Sparty, not even Rico ever called for some kind of hammer. It was never going to happen.
No.
But I never expected the NCAA to write this novella of how guilty they were and how dead to rights they were, and then they deviated.
I think that's the only thing that I could see them appealing, is to change their verbiage. I mean, because there's the actual penalties, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's one more game than they self-imposed on themselves, and it's for next year. And it's approximately $35 million. They didn't even lose scholarships.
Correct.
Come on.
What do you want me to say?
This is nuts. I'm so happy.
No, you should be.
Yeah.
I think I don't know.
I saw my tickets for the first game because I'm not going to be in town. A big New Mexico game.
You're not a real fan.
I know.
248-539-9797.
My sister's getting married has something to do. My sister's daughter getting married has something to do with it.
All right, for the 73rd time today, let me tell you about Northville Lumber, largest track decking outlet in the country.
What's up, Stu?
Stu! Listen, all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time. They have the absolute lowest prices. And the best part, they're never going to waste your time. If it's in their showroom, it's in stock. No back orders, no lead times, no nonsense. Call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, just stop on by and see the showroom. Take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Michigan football is facing fines likely between $20 and $30 million as a result of the sign-stealing scandal and more. They also have a 4-year of probation period as well. Current head coach Sharon Moore has been suspended an additional game on top of the 2-game ban the school self-imposed. He'll sit out games 3 and 4 this year, along with the first game for 2026. He has a 2-year show cause added, but still allowed to coach outside of those 3 games. Bruce Feldman of The Athletic explained why that's the case to Big Ten Network earlier. Ex-coach Jim Harbaugh also has a 10-year show cause. Wins could not be vacated in this case due to the fact that there is not a violation of ineligible competition. The university has announced they're appealing. The Tigers look to take the second game of their series against the Twins tonight. Hear the game right here on the ticket as Charlie Morton makes the start. First pitch at 8:10. Severe weather is possible, along with rain in general possibly being a factor until the wee hours of the morning. The tarp currently on the field. Injured outfielder Parker Meadows was spotted in Minnesota doing some outfield drills today as well. At the Corable Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you. Beautiful afternoon. Yes, the Michigan thing is the news of the day. Thank God this will be the last time I hope to ever have to discuss it. Here's the Cliff Notes. I know Stoney will read something for you guys if you're just hopping in your car. Basically, the NCAA's report was even more damning than anyone imagined. And they took you down this road of the cheating, the destruction of evidence, the lying, all of it. Mm-hmm. And then they arrived at a point where they deviated from their own disciplinary guidelines. No, it doesn't make any sense. But
well, actually, it didn't deviate because they said their guidelines basically say you only lose vacated wins for...
No, but I'm talking about the postseason ban thing. No, the vacated wins thing.
Right.
Look, you don't...
Ineligible players.
You don't have to have ineligible players.
Right.
And I would argue as well, this was unprecedented. We've never seen an actual in-game cheating scandal. It's neither here nor there. I never believed it would happen.
Me neither.
The point we are bringing up is, okay, if you're angry, that's on you. Like, I'm not angry. There's no anger because I didn't expect anything different. I got what I wanted, which was, A, none of you get to call up and tell me you didn't cheat, because you did. And all the gaslighting over the last 3 years, it's just like, all right, cool. At least I wasn't wrong or crazy or doing a disservice to my listeners. The Harbaugh angle of it, yes, he's a lowlife. Yes, he's a cheater. And he got hammered with a 10-year show cause, which is symbolic. But you know why it matters? Because I get tired of a guy who goes up there as a lie and a cheat, saying never to lie or cheat. It's just kind of insulting. But beyond that, the networks run this sport, and Michigan's too valuable. And if you were one of the Spartans, Buckeyes, or otherwise who got seduced by super hammer incoming, I can't help you. That was never this show. So that's just where I'm at today. So if you're mad at me as a Spartan fan, well, then that's your choice. I live in reality.
And the thing that mystifies me as a Michigan fan is
the appeal.
Well, yeah, I'll get to that in a second. How any Michigan fan can be like upset with anything today. You got one added game to a self-imposed
in 2026.
Why not just give them the first game this year or the fourth? Get it out of the way, right?
Look, none of it makes sense.
Okay,
maybe
he says, listen, I don't want to go to Germany because that's their first game next year.
I don't think it's Sparty radio to say none of it adds up. There are very reasonable people who have nothing to do with rivalry or anything else who will go, okay, this doesn't make sense.
No. Now, the appeal, why you would appeal a slap on the wrist to me.
Because the biggest fine in NCAA history was $8 million.
Yes, by
You're getting up to 30.
Right. So so now I understand it a little bit.
My point would be, if it was worth up to a $30 million fine, then wouldn't it be worth a postseason ban?
Yeah.
That's where people are going to be upset. Look, if you're a Buckeye and you're pissed, I get some of it, although you did just win a national title. But you did get screwed. But I just don't know what some of you expected. The world's a con. And like I made a joke with Stoney. I mean, whether it's Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio or Michigan football, like this is the world we exist in. It's why I largely, and I don't think this is new if you listen to the show, I've been out on college football for a few years now. Well, sure, this doesn't do anything to help.
No.
But this sport is no different than wrestling to me. This isn't competition.
But won't you, once the season, and I know we'll talk about this another day,
Sure.
once the games actually start,
Okay.
won't you be interested in, you'll cheer for your team or whatever, and, you'll look at the great athleticism, and no, it won't have.
It's because I do this for a living, and I take pride in what I do, and I'm not going to be one of those radio hosts who doesn't watch sports.
I know.
And sadly, there are a lot of those. The podcast, it requires it. No, I watch. Have to.
Okay.
But the passion, Mike, you've known me for
I know.
20 years, buddy.
I know.
You see the change in how I look at college sports.
Right.
The NIL and the portal killed it. Did Michigan cheating help it? No, of course not. But I'm not blaming them.
No.
But here we are today. So if you're angry, be angry. If you're happy, Michigan fan, I've never told you how to feel.
No.
I just asked two things of you. Don't tell me how to feel, and don't tell me you didn't cheat, because it insults my intelligence.
And if you're a Michigan fan, do you feel like I feel that we got away with murder?
You did. You're Danny Ocean.
I know.
And you got Julia Roberts.
Yes,
You did it.
It's a beautiful thing. I don't know. I feel like I had to, maybe there were some files that weren't released that had my name on it that didn't come out.
Once again, look at the world we
Right,
live in.
Exactly.
And everything's a con.
It is.
All right. You want to go to the people?
Yes.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Billy is batting leadoff in the 5 o'clock. Billy, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good. Billy.
So my biggest thing is, how come nobody else cheated? You think nobody else cheated? You think nobody thought about this before Connor Stallions?
All right.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
Hold on. Now, Billy.
It's a really good point.
Well, it's not really. Billy, hold on. I'll play the game with you. We'll have some fun. It's a Friday. There's no yelling. But Billy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what other people did or didn't do. You did it. You got caught.
Yeah,
it's like speeding, Billy. Lots of people speed, but the cop who pulled you over only cares about you.
But here's the thing also. You're driving the red Corvette. That's why you got caught.
Explain. Elaborate.
Okay, so when you're driving on the expressway, you got a silver Equinox. Oh, it's just an Equinox. I'm not going to pay attention.
Silver Equinox.
But when they see that red Corvette or yellow Lambo driving down the road, they're like, oh, that's a sign right there. And next thing you know, they're looking out for it.
Yeah, but if you go 120, you could be driving a golf cart. They're going to pull you over. I mean, Billy, I guess, what are we trying to get to? Like, what's the end game? Do you feel like you shouldn't have gotten caught? Like,
No. Michigan got caught, but they had their target. They had a target on Michigan the whole time the Harbaugh was there.
Now, I agree with some of that, and I have said multiple times over the last 3 years, the NCAA had a hard-on for Harbaugh. I've never denied that.
Right.
But that doesn't
ever
lessen.
Ever since the cheeseburger incident. You know what I mean?
That was cheating. I mean, he was illegally recruiting during COVID, and it wasn't just about a cheeseburger. It was about lying. He could have gotten away with it if he had just said, yes, I did this. He didn't. He lied.
You know what's funny, Billy? Mike and I, we watched the press conference, if you want ever to call that, with the NCAA.
That was
people.
a laugh factory.
They had a lady out there, she was zooming from her office or her
the
home.
picture was
and
crooked.
The picture was askew, yeah. Anyway, the whole thing is a joke. I mean, they got away with it.
The NCAA would have been better off not saying how damning it was.
Yes.
And just saying, we couldn't find anything.
Right.
You'd be better off. They didn't. They did the opposite.
Right.
They showed you how OJ killed those people, allegedly. They showed it to you, and then they said, but we don't want to hurt him. He's got a round of golf to play tomorrow. I mean, that's what they did. Luckily, now me at 25, oh no, there would have been blood spatter on the wall. I would have killed somebody. I mean, but I know the world I live in, and I never expected different. Yes, Jeff, you're about to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, bringing up the whole cheeseburger thing is crazy at this point because that was so long ago, but it was never about a cheeseburger. It was about getting caught and then lying about it.
Look, it's
Right.
about on the record.
At that press conference today, I forgot to say what I was going to say.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the guys said, basically, the cover-up was not as bad as the crime, but the cover-up made it worse.
Correct. Look, on the record, Jim Harbaugh told an assistant, go to the line and cross it. There's never been a more just ABC cheating scandal, program out of control. Stoney, read the Harbaugh portion of it for the people. You're saying, well, because Harbaugh was there. Right, he was there.
Yeah.
Guys, Barry Bonds was the best player in baseball, and he was going to the Hall of Fame. He didn't need to do steroids to go to the Hall of Fame. Problem, he did steroids. Like, I understand the line of thinking, but it's a beyond flawed way of it.
I just wanted to ask you guys this. If you think Jim Harbaugh was still there, do you think the punishment would have been more severe? Or do you think they kind of backed off just because
More severe.
he finally went to the NFL?
More severe. Listen, I think
he would have been suspended for at least a year.
I think the reason people went down the road of it being more severe, I didn't, was Sharon is a repeat offender. So the thought process was he'll get a show cause and then he can't coach. I still have not had anyone explain it to me how you can have a show cause and be unemployable. You're banned from employment, but you're still employed.
Right. Yeah, that makes no sense.
I've never seen that in college football or basketball.
Well, when it came out, we told Doug, because he was doing the show from Woodward, and he was like, how can he get a show cause if he's the head coach of the team? It makes no sense.
None of it does. I just choose not to get upset by it because the whole sport's a folly.
Here's some of the stuff.
Hold on, do it next because we're way over time.
Okay.
And I don't want Jeff to yell at me anymore.
Okay.
All right, Tuesday, August 26th, FanDuel Futures Day. It's simple, 24 hours of deals and the best pricing on all your football season prediction bets. All futures, championships, MVP, anything in between. August 26th, it's your day. Get your bets in at the best prices and bonuses of the year. FanDuel.com. Today, start planning your future bets because Future Day is one day only. It's FanDuel. Play your game, 21 and up. Present in Michigan. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, straight to the people. We have no time for the ticket text. And according to Jeff, people are very angry on ticket text. I don't know why. There's been no yelling
it's
today.
Useless slop.
Well, hold on, Jeff. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, buddy.
The ticket text today, for the most part, is useless slop.
Well, most of the calls have been
I think the calls have been excellent.
Sure, because it's when you call, you have to have at least a little bit of respect, or it's kind of scary to talk and on the radio. The text is just people whatever they want right into their phone.
Once again, though, I don't know if they're mad at me. Explain why. I haven't told you should be ashamed of yourself. That's not me. I told you for the last 3 years. You do you.
It's because you're a Michigan State fan, I guess.
But what relevance? I could have gone to.
It's relevant. It's irrelevant.
I could have gone to Arizona State. My opinion is fact-based. You cheated. I said it 3 years ago. You moved the goalposts on me for 3 years. The NCAA in writing just lit you up. You don't get to be mad at what you did. I'm not telling you to not wear your T-shirt. You're that unhappy. I don't know why you even listen. What do you want from me? I didn't predict some thwart. Now, hey, if I had been on the air the last 3 years saying you're getting a death penalty like SMU, no, you should have been all on the air with the I didn't do that.
No.
It's like a Michigan victory lap over
cheating.
Over cheating, I guess, yeah.
Which is odd for a school who, first of all, none of their fans actually went there, but B, the integrity or faux integrity thing was their most important thing. That was your trump card over the SEC. Now you read today, Stoney's going to read this to you. Here's the Jim Harbaugh thing. Basically, ran a rogue program. And you're mad at me? I didn't do that.
Yes. 56 incidents of off-campus in-person scouting. Spent nearly $35,000 on the scheme. It says there. NCAA noted, quote, Michigan failed to monitor its program, and that Harbaugh, these are not my words, ran a program that was largely dismissive of rules compliance. There was little, if any, emphasis on following the rules. To the contrary, his program saw compliance as the enemy, made their own decisions regarding interpreting the rules to their benefit, or outright committed rules violations. Over the course of 3 seasons, the Michigan football program committed violations involving an off-campus in-person scouting scheme, impermissible recruiting inducements, and communications, head coach responsibility rules, individuals' failure to cooperate, and Michigan's failure to monitor, according to a decision by the Division I Committee on Infractions panel.
Now, all of that leads to, in the NCAA's report, that's multi-year postseason ban. They then go on to do a really weird explanation of why they didn't do it. And it was they didn't want to hurt current players. The problem with that is your cheating hurt current players in real time, in real games. And if you're not going to punish teams with future in mind, then you're never going to punish anyone, which is why the win today, if you do like college football, is this is the end of the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
They're done. And now you got to hope that the SEC and Big Ten form their little NFL light league that everyone knows is going to happen. And then they can have bylaws and a commissioner. You know, it's just what it is. I don't know. I don't have another. If you're a Michigan fan, there's way more positives. I'm saying if you're not, that's all I could offer you. And that it's been established they cheated. So you can just never have to listen to being gaslit again.
No, and you don't have to worry about any banners being taken down or any of that stuff, which is good.
There you go.
I'm happy about that.
Well, why wouldn't you be?
I
You're a
know.
Michigan season ticket holder.
Right,
I'd
I
hope
know.
you are.
Yes, I was very happy with today's discussion. And today's decision, I should say. Still can't figure out why they're going to appeal just to save a couple $1 million, but whatever.
Let's go to John. He's up next. John, I'm sorry it took so long. Welcome. What's going on?
Oh, no, you're good, man. How are you guys?
Good. What's going on?
So, big-time Michigan fan, big Walmart Wolverine. I was extremely happy today with what came out. I'm like always a little more nervous about things, so I was always kind of scared that the title was going to get vacated, which I know it's like, who cares what they do, but, I don't want to have to throw the shirt away like Stoney said.
So you admit that they cheated at least then, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like basic common sense in that department.
Then, John, I don't have any problem with you. Yeah, you know the only people I got a problem with. They call up and play pretend, Johnny.
Right.
You're good.
That's the problem, and I know it's in every fan base. I would say Michigan State's not too bad. Ohio State's pretty bad. But the Michigan fans, it's like politics. They wouldn't say anything bad about Harbaugh when he couldn't beat his rivals.
Oh, yes, they did.
They wouldn't say anything bad about Juwan. It's like, Juwan got hired. I thought that was ridiculous. He's beating people up. The fans still love him. It's just, I have buddies like that. It bothered me. They let Beeline go. They didn't care.
They didn't let him go. He left on his own.
Yeah, he went to the NBA.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, John, listen. There's an element of it in every fan base. Do I think there's a higher concentration with U of M? Absolutely. But that also is par for the course. It's one of the biggest fan bases in America. So look, it is what it is. John, I've said it from day. I remember taking calls in the fall of 23, and I told guys, go, enjoy the rest of your year. You're not going to like what comes after it. You're going to be viewed as cheaters. You're going to be viewed as scum. But go to the title game. Take your dad. Take your pictures. I mean, that's how this show handled it. And my only ask was don't sit here and gaslight me, which, of course, you did the last 3 years. The point is, I never had faith that somehow a network darling was going to get crushed.
Right.
I just don't.
Stuart Mandel of The Athletic has tweeted out, to answer my appealing question, basically.
Yeah.
A $20 to $30 million fine is no small thing, even for Michigan. So no surprise they're appealing. The problem is it's about as open and shut cases you can ever find, so end up costing them even more in legal fees.
Yeah, but again, it's not a big fine because when you're paying your quarterback what they're paying, or a guy with $290 billion of net worth, his wife apparently likes Michigan football now. Dude,
I know.
I'm not saying this to be a smartass. It's a nothing burger. It just is. The fine means nothing. Now, if we were living in a time where the revenue share was the only money available in the player pool for NIL, no boosters involved, it was the only money, and the NCAA said, here's the deal, $20 million fine, and that's coming out of your rev share check for 2025, which means you couldn't pay anyone?
Right.
That would kill you.
Yes.
But that's not what it is.
No.
So, again, if you're a fan, the money don't mean nothing.
No.
Yeah, and that is the only reason why Bryce Underwood is at Michigan right now, is because of the donor that you talked about.
Sure.
He wanted to go to LSU. He got a paycheck that was too big to pass up.
And guess what? I've never knocked the kid or his family.
No.
If someone's going to offer you stupid money, and
I would've
make no
done it.
mistake, it's stupid money for a kid who's never played.
And he probably picked LSU at that time because they offered him more money than anyone else.
Yeah, and they produce Joe Burrow. They produce Jaden Daniels.
Yes, I know.
There's a every year they've got what? 2 first-round pick wide receivers.
Right.
Hey,
I know.
He took the money. God bless. He might be awesome. He might not. Take the money.
Right.
I'm not mad at the kid for it. I'm mad at the sport. There's a difference.
I know.
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I just want to make one point real quick. I'm a Michigan fan, Michigan graduate. My biggest issue is not that we cheated. It's not that there was a penalties or there were enough or not enough penalties. My biggest issue is you coming on these same airwaves where a few years ago you were talking about how you would gladly have Michigan State cheat and get caught, and who cares what anybody says about you because you still had that memory of Michigan State winning a national championship.
Correct.
I was at that national championship game. I'll never pass out. I'll never forget that memory. And if anybody wants to call us cheaters, I don't really care. It's something that somebody does every single day in the game. And like you said, the NCAA has no backbone. So whatever they did today, nobody was going to be happy. But
so what's the point of the call? Because I never asked you to change how you felt. I've said it since 2023.
You will not stop harping on how much Michigan is cheaters.
That's
Michigan is
right.
cheaters, even the day after the game.
Wait a minute, Tommy. That's the rules of engagement. You don't get to tell me how to feel. I don't get to tell you how to feel. I've said that since 2023. I'm glad you went to the game, and you do have the memories. And I get to sit here and go.
Gladly would have done the same.
And I've said that. So what's the point?
It just sounds a little hypocritical, but
It's
I
not.
appreciate you taking the call.
No, Tommy, you're good, but it's not hypocritical. It's the most honest thing I could have done. You don't like the fact that you're on the side of the cheaters. You say you don't care, but you called and sat on hold to tell me that. Yes, if I could get away with it for $20 million, I'd have MSU cocaine, hookers, steroids, and Tommy guns. Hell, I'd have everybody driving around like they played for Georgia. And guess what? You'd call me a scumbag. I'd say F you. And then I'd wear a T-shirt.
Right. You'd say we're number one with the middle finger.
It's the most honest thing I could have done.
Right.
You don't like that a Spartan said it. That's the reality. I said it. You cheated. You guys spent 3 years telling me you didn't, even though it was obvious. And I told you, go to the game. Take your dad. Make the memory. But I'm going to be over here on the other side. It's not hypocritical. It's actually quite honest.
Yeah. Because you would do the same thing. And you understand why we're happy.
And I understand why Michigan did it.
Yeah.
Because Harbaugh had a salary cut in half, was about to get fired, and couldn't beat anyone worth a damn. And he had lost to Captain Penis Pump in the 2020 season. That's why he went to an assistant and said, go to the line and go over it.
When I lose the Tucker, it's over.
Summer's heating up. What are you waiting on? You're going to wait for it to be 1,000 degrees and you walk home and all of a sudden, oh my God, my AC doesn't work. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. New generator, new furnace, you name it. Save up to $1,000. Call for details. Schedule the free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The NCAA came down with their ruling after the sign-stealing investigation and more surrounding Michigan football. Quote, Jim Harbaugh ran a program that was largely dismissive of rules compliance. There was little, if any, emphasis on following the rules, end quote. And because of that, the program is looking at a fine between $20 and $30 million. With that said, the NCAA did not locate any evidence indicating that Jim Harbaugh or Michigan coaches had knowledge of Connor Stalions' sign-stealing effort. The university has also announced that they're appealing, noting they call errors in NCAA bylaws interpretations. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch is going with the following lineup tonight. Colt Keith leads off. Clay Torres following. Kerry Carpenter after that. Green, Torque, Perez in the middle. Dingler catching today. He'll hit seventh, followed by Zach McKinstry.
Bro,
and
they're playing the
Javi
Twins.
Baez
It doesn't matter. They can start you. Just keep it moving.
I am going to start. Yeah, second base. Charlie Morton on the mound, the righty. Hear the game right here on the ticket coming up at 8:10. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Straight to the people. We're not doing football today. Too many people, and it's been a great day.
Yes,
honestly, I don't think there's been any caller leaving furious. Maybe one, but I can't help that.
Which one? Is that E? E from Detroit?
No, he was having a good time.
Yeah.
I just let it go, and I figured he was friends with you. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. Let me say first that I'm a Michigan fan, and I'm not calling to defend Michigan, but I have a question. Do you think Michigan got busted for in-person scouting? Now, that's done at the pro level, that's done at the high school level. Do you think the college football programs will ever change where in-person scouting is allowed?
No, but they have allowed the signals in the helmets now. So,
well, that's the Michigan rule.
Right, exactly.
Look, Dan, what it is this. You trade game tapes, right? That's legal. You can send the all-22, and you can look at formations, tendencies, different things. What's not featured on the all-22, and I can't believe I'm explaining this 3 years later, but here I am. You do not get to see the sign stealers,
right.
the signers. The reason Connor was doing what he was doing and placing people at games and recording the sidelines was in focus of just the signs.
Right.
That's out of bounds. Any coach would tell you that. Kirby Smart said it. Sonny Dykes said it. So that's the genesis of it. And again, Dan, the only thing I'll say, and I know you're not defending him and you asked the question. Dan, the bottom line in all of it is this. There are lots of rules in life none of us agree with. But they're there, and Michigan signed the paper to be a member of the NCAA and play by the rules. They didn't. And that's it.
You know, I'm not defending what they did. I was just curious why.
You're good.
You know, I didn't realize. That, you know, I just figured they scout them. Pro football scouts, high school even has scouts that.
Yes, they do.
See other teams in person. I didn't know why college did it.
Yeah, and again, it's just you don't have a well-funded, you know.
The rule was put in for basketball than anything else, where schools wouldn't be able to afford to be able to send their people to games to scout. That's why it was, you know.
Well, and Connor couldn't either.
Right.
On his piddly salary.
Yeah.
He was being funded, which, again, is another violation of a booster funding a coach to do something illegal.
Right.
I mean, again, go read. Why am I asking Michigan?
Read the report.
Why am I asking Michigan fans to read the report? You're not going to read the report.
No,
Don't worry about it. Just go enjoy your weekend. Honestly. Let's go to Jason in Detroit. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
How we doing, guys?
Good, Jason. What's up?
Well, Mike and Mike, day of reckoning came, and we knew that this was going to happen. And as a Michigan State fan, obviously not too excited, but like you said, Mike, there's nothing to be presented more. It's something that won't be anything in the NCAA moving forward. And first off, real quick, if I hear Doug Karsh pitter-patter around and say, oh, well, the money is so hard. Like, it's so hard to listen to. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do all that. But bought and paid for media, I'm sick of. So hearing that this morning, and when he's saying, it's okay. It really kind of bugs me. But
what did he say was okay?
Mainly just scoffing and laughing and giggling. at the reports that we're talking about, especially with Dan Wetzel. But mainly just the fact that I get it's bought and paid media. You had to say what you need to say, and that's why I respect you guys. But again, like what Mike was saying, I never expected anything like this to come. I would say the main thing I would rather have is maybe one postseason ban. But again, I understand the NCAA is a bunch of, cat enthusiasts, and I'm not gonna expect anything more. But it's just the fact that it took this long, and honestly, Mike, not you, Stoney, come on, man. I know you understand. I know you get it, but you got to understand how insane this is.
Yes, that's why I'm happy as a Michigan fan. We got nothing.
And I get it, and I'm not mad. Again, what Mike is saying, I get it. It's not your guys'. You guys should be proud,
right.
But
as long as Michigan fans don't, put dark sunglasses over their eyes and refuse to see what's actually happened and was in the report and deny, then those are the delusional ones.
What's interesting in all of it, your appeal thing, the more I've thought about it, and again, I choose to laugh at it because getting angry doesn't make any sense. It's not going to change anything in this regard. Michigan is saying they're appealing because of a lack of evidence. In the report, it says you destroyed all the evidence.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of a. I don't know. I just, you know what? Maybe it's just way above my head.
I don't know. It's crazy to me.
I'm appealing. You don't have evidence. Cutscene. It's in a report. You have been found to lie and destroy evidence.
Yes. The star of his own Netflix show took a phone and threw it into a pond after smashing it into 1,000 pieces.
Jim Harbaugh, who, if you want to believe Harbaugh is not a lowlife, Jim Harbaugh wouldn't turn over. This is a system based on trust and compliance. Jim Harbaugh would not turn over any of his devices. Is that the move of an innocent person?
No.
What about deleting text messages?
Okay. Look,
those were found out to be completely innocuous, but still.
The point is,
yes.
I don't know. I really hope one of these national college football writers can explain it. I'm being totally sincere. I've never heard of a coach having a show cause who keeps a job. I've just never. I'm sure if it's happened, someone will throw it in our face. I've never seen it.
Bill Self should have had one.
Well, and see,
right?
I'm glad you said that because that was really a flashpoint for me about where I kind of just threw my hands up with college sports. And I went, you know what? F this. They had programs on FBI wiretap.
I know. And the only person who was actually legitimate.
Sean Miller.
Yeah, right. But Izzo was the only one who came out smelling like a rose on that because he wouldn't play the game.
I believe that was for Brian Bowen.
Bowen, yes.
I remember that.
A local kid. Ended up where you go, Louisville or NC State, or maybe ended up at both. I don't know.
Was it Louisville?
Yeah. I have a friend who's in the somewhat kind of an agent business, and he said you and your state. This is before a few years ago. He goes, Beeline and Izzo are probably the cleanest people in college basketball.
Yeah, and it's why Tom won't win a second one. And now with NIL, he won't pay what it takes. Now, they pay fine enough.
Right.
But, it's not like MSU's leading the Big Ten, much less leading America. No. He doesn't want to pay.
No.
Because ultimately, you pay these kids these insane amounts. You can't coach them.
And they don't stay.
Well, again, flow chart, it's all a folly.
I know.
But if people, I'm not asking people to not like it. I'm just saying don't get mad for years when I've said, guys, I'm out. I mean, I've been to one MSU game in a decade. I've been out for a while.
In a decade? Wow. Well, that was because of tailgating and.
It started with that, but then it was also D'Antonio's stubborn version,
right.
The late years.
Yeah.
Into, all right, COVID, everything disappeared. Dude, I went to one game in 2021. There's no reason to go back. And then with the portal and the NIN, I'm going, you can keep this. Mike, honestly, we did this on the pod, me and Cookies.
Right.
I can't name 25 Spartans. Mike, it's crazy. I don't know who these people are.
2 receivers on the watch list.
Huh?
Yeah, that's right.
They got 2 receivers on a award watch list.
Well, Nick Marsh, and then I know I know a couple of the receivers because they're hyped up. This Amari Kelly kid and the kid from Kent.
Yes.
McShay, McCray. But when I say I can't get to 25, Jeff, think
That's
about
all I
how
know.
that's changed. Because
you could do a 2D.
10 years ago, I'd give you all 85 scholarship
Right.
players. I tell you the names that are pets. It's just a different world, and it's not for me.
Right.
Would I feel different if I rooted for a program like Alabama? Maybe. I don't know. Who cares? We'll get more to people coming up. 97.1.
248-539-9797. The Valenti Show with Rico. I am Michael Steven Stone in for Mr. Rico Beard. I'll be here again on Monday. We have the
I'm so excited. And by the way, you're here next Friday, correct?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday?
Yes, and Friday I think I'm starting my drive to the East Coast.
Okay, what we're going to do next Thursday, we're going to do a live Pick 5 from Saratoga.
Oh.
I'm going to get you aboard.
Beautiful.
We're going to get it rolling. Question for you before we get Reegs in here.
Yes. By the way, Wojo is writing a tome, I guess.
But he'll be here. And everybody just sit tight because I want to make sure you get your opinions heard, and Jeff will be more than happy to do it. But did this go better than you expected today?
What, the show?
I didn't feel like any callers lost their damn minds.
Because there's nothing to lose their minds over.
Well, no, but Jeff is saying on Ticket Text people are very angry, and I don't know why. But the callers have been excellent today.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who are angry that Michigan got off pretty easily, and then there are people who are Michigan fans saying, I told you so. I mean,
that's the one weird part.
That's social media.
Yeah, but I would just leave you with this. Flexing that it's been proven you cheated is a weird move when the the crucible of being this Michigan fan is that, well, we do it the right way. Look, there's a reason there's a stick at one end of the popsicle and then the other one's the popsicle. Like, you don't get to have it all. That's not how it works. So that's just a weird thing, but it's also reason number 4,732 that I don't partake in the world of social that you do. Plus, I'm friends with Rieger, and anything happening on social, he's sure to tell us.
I'm not the only one. You have your moles. No, I got to tell you. So Wojo will be here. I think it's 6:30, guys.
Here's his column. I see it's posted.
Well, yeah. He actually is doing more than the column, though. He's actually helping Ward Manuel write the appeal towards the NCAA. So Wojo is helping with the appeal, apparently. He's got Connor there. It's going to be the whole big thing. What's up, boys?
What are you doing?
Any news today?
Come on, will you please?
We're going to do this. Woj will join us at 6:30 up to Tiger Baseball. But there's rain in Minneapolis, which means we might go all night long. And here's the deal. I don't get why Michigan fans are celebrating. The NCAA is toothless, as we always thought. But more than anything else, I mean, what a great day to be alive, because on August 15th, people are so fired up over every aspect of this.
See, I thought so. Before it came down, and we knew it was coming down yesterday, obviously. So, on a normal day, we'd be just sitting there praising the great Montero.
Right. Oh my God. How about Rafi?
Or the Twins bunting with a man on third and one out in extras.
Byron Buxton on deck.
Yeah.
No, but Austin Martin doing a safety squeeze. Look, thank God this team plays a bunch of under 500 teams.
Well, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
It's not Michigan related, and I had almost an epiphany yesterday when I was watching Montero do his thing, 1 1/3 of 2 strikeouts, scoreless baseball.
Yeah, what's that?
Are they doing what they said they were going to do? Take a bunch of reclamation projects and kind of fixing them?
No.
Like, Finnegan's been great. He wasn't reclamation.
Dude, okay.
I'm asking.
Who have you played?
Nobody.
Buddy, you can do whatever you want to do against the Dreckatus League. I'm only going to measure it when you're playing real teams. And that's not your fault. And this is the perfect time to reshape the menu of the restaurant.
Right.
I understand that. But don't ask me to sit here and build a plaque.
Like this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Astros are here. We'll get
a
much better barometer.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Very fair.
Yeah.
And, hey, if it works, we can reinvigorate the excitement. But, come on.
And I'm watching the last 2 games have been basically painful.
How about the last 10 games against awful opposition? It's like so hard to watch, and
I know.
they strike out so much, but they're winning, so it doesn't matter.
All right, listen. Reegs is going to – are you 2 hours? 4 hours?
Well, we got hour 45 guaranteed, and then again, there's rain in Minnesota, so we might go longer.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't expect Wojo to stay past 8. Because
Woj will be here by 6:30.
Yes,
I'm sure you guys will continue.
He's on the phone with Jim Harbaugh, getting the exclusive.
That's Rieger who said it.
Yes.
Everybody have a wonderful weekend.
Yes, Connor Stallions at 6:45.
Don't be angry about this crap.
We're going to go to the pond where he threw his phone in.
Okay. You know what? I'm done. Stoney, Monday, lunch on me. Hell of a job today.
Thank you.
Wear another fashion shirt like that. We'll talk to everybody on Monday, 97.1.